Hello everyone and welcome once again to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We are in Deauville for the French leg of Season 10 of the EPT. I'm James Hartigan alongside Rick Dacey, staff writer at the PokerStars blog. And Rick, before we get into the nitty-gritty of day two, just want to set out our stall for our viewers around the world. Obviously, EPTs tend to break down into two tiers. There are televised events and then there are non-televised events. So, for example, the PCA, where we were just a couple of weeks ago, we were making TV shows for distribution around the world from that particular event. Deauville is not televised, so that means we bring you what we call a webcast light. We have the smaller set with fixed cameras and we start our coverage from day two of the tournament. That's today, which means 2 days have already been played. The two day one flights, day 1A and day 1B. And that's why we need you, Rick, for the story so far.
The pressure. Ayman Zabib, who's apparently a Lebanese folk singer, or maybe pop singer, is the current chip leader with more than 180,000. Considering you start with a stack of 30,000, that's a good uptick from just 8 levels of play. Lots of other decent players in and about there, some known, some not so well known. Chris Day was the day 1A chip leader. He seems to be a very decent player, seems to be quite rated on like the 2+2 forums. He's had plenty of live results, but obviously looking for a big breakthrough score.
And if we combine the fields from the 2 day ones, around 650 players in total. That number obviously subject to change because late registration stays open until the start of day 2, the start of play today. Around 400, just shy of 400 coming into play today?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, again, as you said, registration's still open, so that could still change, but it's not going to be radical. Not like the PCA where you got about sort of 25 players because of that whole polar vortex going on, the terrible weather. But here, yeah, we can expect maybe 2 or 3 late entries. But yeah, you kind of expect about 60% of the field to make it through. So yeah, nothing unusual there. And again, we'll make it through and lose a similar amount and then hit the money sometime tomorrow.
So today we are playing 6 75-minute levels, which will take us right through to the end of level 14. We should be done just before 9 p.m. this evening. As far as Team PokerStars Pro is concerned, still pretty well represented. Yeah,
a bit of a mix. There's the haves and the have-nots. Obviously, the haves have chips. Even Elke, who starts the day with 9,900, which is not that much. It's a sort of shovel fold stack, and he will double or bust fairly soon. Elke's had a couple of sort of semi-deep runs in Deauville before. Obviously, it's on sort of home soil, so he'd like to do well. But yeah, there's a long way back for him. But yeah, there's the likes of Eugene Kachlov was relatively well stacked. Alex Kravchenko was ticking along quite nicely. There's a bit of a mix, but unfortunately we lost the likes of Vicky Corrin and Jake Cody.
Jake Cody, of course, a former EPT Deauville champ. As far as previous winners are concerned, how are they faring?
Not great, it's got to be said. Yeah, we lost Lucien Cohen, the Ratman. He went. Remy Castagnon, the reigning champion, had a fairly torrid day and dipped out. But yeah, win one, get knocked out on day 1 the next year. You know, you take that on an alternating scale, I guess.
As far as EPT winners are concerned, if we take the entire tour into the equation, we have got some potential 2-time winners. Martin Schleich, EPT Barcelona champ, is pretty high up on the leaderboard today.
Yeah, he's stacked up in the top 10. He's got more than 150,000. I was watching him late last night. He called down 2 streets with ace high correctly, so he's obviously sort of feeling in the zone. But yeah, anything can happen in day 2. But Martin seems a very, you know, sort of calm individual, so you can't expect him to blow up with 8 high post-flop or anything like that. But there's the likes of Anton Wigg, who I believe is playing on the TV table today. So he's done well, and he did well in a side event yesterday, so he'll be coming in with a lot of confidence too.
Well, just before we get to that feature table, Rick, what have you got on the blog for us? We know we've got live updates, of course, from all the outer tables in the main event, but what about the features that you've been working on with Howard and Martin?
Well, there's news, views and interviews, but one thing I'd particularly like to point towards isn't anything actually that we've done. It's a blog post by Theo Jorgensen, which if you go to PokerStarsblog.com, and there's team blogs at the top, and it's Theo just talking about these kind of crazy cash games at I think it was EPT Prague, where playing against a casino owner, and it's kind of like $100,000 2-outers. It's a great read. Theo writes as he speaks. It's really entertaining stuff.
Thank you very much, Rick. Of course, another reason to go to PokerStarsblog.com and follow the guys on Twitter at PokerStarsBlog is later on today, they will confirm the final number of runners and the all-important prize pool plus first-place prize money here at the Deauville leg of the EPT. So let's get to the action and let's hand you over to the commentators around the world.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Rick. I am Joe Stapleton, and hello, my babies. It is EPT Live, Season 10 from Deauville here in France. EPT Live is available in a range of languages. Those are scrolling along the bottom of your screen now. We do encourage you to stay here with us in English. James Hardigan will be back in the booth momentarily, broadcasting every day for the rest of this event. We've trimmed off the fat. Day 1A and 1B gone already, kicking things off today with day 2. There are all the languages available to y'all, but like we said, stay with us, don't leave us. We're lonely.
We encourage you to join us for every single day of the tournament. And once again, just as we did in Prague, Joe, just as we did at the PCA, when it comes to the final table, a delay of 1 hour on the stream because we bring you whole cards up coverage.
Yes, really, for real, from a webcast light, we're doing cards up. It's fantastic.
And watch us on the go as well via the PokerStars TV mobile app, available for Android and iOS devices. And do get in touch wherever you are in the world. We'd love to hear from you. The best way to get in touch, quite frankly, is on Twitter. Just use the hashtag EPT Live. If you're not on Twitter, you can open an account for free. It's very easy. First people to follow at EPT Live. That's our official Twitter account, and we keep you updated of when the stream's on air and who's coming on as a guest. Plus, of course, nuts@pokerstars.tv is the email address. There's the blog URL. Great for updates on all the live events run by PokerStars. Plus, of course, we have a Facebook page, Instagram, and on the PokerStars YouTube channel, not only can you watch the live streams, but obviously a lot of the short-form features that we produce, and, of course, the TV shows from the EPT.
And you're going to need those ways to get in touch with us, not only to interact with the show, to ask us your questions, but we will be running contests throughout the rest of the broadcast for this entire week. We give away, I wouldn't say super valuable prizes, but they're ones, if you're a poker fan, if you're watching to begin with, they will mean something to you.
Joe, they are collector's items.
Collector's items, that's it.
It's also a great way to ask questions of the various guests we have in the booth. We are hoping to be joined by various members of Team Pro, but do bear in mind, many of them are still playing in the tournament. So the likes of Elke and Eugene Kachalov, although they're on the schedule for today, if they stay in this tournament, if they make something happen today, they're going to focus on that. John Spinks, British pro, who won a side event here in Deauville last year, he's going to join us later on.
The mystery of the Spinks.
With Michael Josem, who is the head of PR for PokerStars, filling in for Lee Jones. Normally we'd bring you Lee's lowdown, a summary of all the things going on PokerStars.com. We have Michael Josem, who will be providing Josem's Journal. So here's the lineup at our feature table for the day, playing 9-handed on day 2. And a few familiar faces at this table. I'd say the 3 best-known faces are in the 1, 2, and 3 seats.
Yeah.
Ludovic Geilich won the UK IPT in Marbella last summer, final tabled EPT London, eventually finishing in 4th. Anton Wigg won EPT Copenhagen for over $600,000. Chris Day was the chip leader coming out of Day 1A.
More like Chris Day 1A chip leader.
Nicholas Tykart, can't ignore this guy. Nicholas actually near bubbled the final table of this tournament a couple of years ago. That was the year that Vadim Kurzovic won.
And there was a giant turnout that year too, right?
Huge turnout, I think in the vicinity of 900 players.
So yeah, his bubble there was probably worth quite a bit.
And while we're talking about Anton Wigg's achievements, by the way, in the same month, in the same 6-month period that he won EPT Copenhagen, he also won the Sunday Million on Stars. So that was a pretty good year for Anton. And he's won 5 EPT side events over the course of his career and went deep in the 2K No Limit event here in Deauville last night.
I like when you and Rick were discussing some of the players that were still alive in this tournament just a few moments ago, and he mentioned Martin Schleich was still alive, and how Martin wasn't the kind of guy who was very likely to go broke with 8 high, and then he goes, Anton Wigg, also still alive in this tournament. It didn't make the same claim about Anton.
So here we are, level 9 of the EPT Deauville main event. Blinds currently 400, 800 with a 100 ante. 75-minute levels today. From tomorrow, the tournament goes to 90-minute levels.
9 fantastic players at this table and 1 fantastic dealer. Hello, Kate.
And the first few tweets of the day coming in. Andrew McMillan says, thank God you're back. I just don't know if I could have made it through another day without EPT Live.
You could have.
Meg White says, so tempting to watch instead of going to lectures. Meg?
Not that tempting.
Stay in school.
Stay in school, Meg.
So chip denominations in Deauville, slightly different to what we usually see.
All
on
right,
the EPT.
let's hear it.
Obviously, we are in France and we have to do things the French way. So the noir chips, the black chips, are worth 100 each. Purples, 500.
Muta.
1,000.
I'm not going.
The other
anywhere
glee,
near-
the grey chips are 5,000s. And later on, we'll bring out the red 25k chips. And even later on, as we get close to the final table, the Casino Royale-esque plaques that we've come to know and love from French poker tournaments.
The French buy themselves a lot of slack with the plaque.
Anton Wigg raising from the cutoff. Makes it 1,800. Gets a fold from everyone else at the table. Jones says, greetings from Finland. Great week coming up with the Deauville stream. The hashtag is EPT Live. Daz asks, is it a light stream this week? As I mentioned at the top of the show, Daz, it is indeed.
You guys mentioned the overall chip leader, I believe,
Yes.
at the start, Ayman Zabib. And apparently he won Lebanese Idol. And of course, what country is Lebanese?
Lebanon.
Lebanon, right, of course. Didn't want to get that wrong.
Tom Hall, who made his debut on EPT Live when we were streaming from the PCA, had a deep run in the main event there. Was pleased to see both Chris Day and Ludovic Geilich on the feature table. He says, good luck, gents. And Kurt says, I'm working, in inverted commas, working while watching EPT Live. Something tells me I won't be getting much done today. We've got a 3-bet at the feature table. Under the gun +1, Tobias Wagner opens to 1,700. And it's Alexander Perevoruka who 3-bets to 3,500.
Perevoruka.
One of 2 Russian players at the table, the other being Alexander Lakov, and apparently no one calls Mr. Lakov either Alexander or Lakov. He's known as academic, because according to Ilya Gorodetsky, our Russian colleague, he never stops talking. Now, coming from Ilya,
Wow.
that means this guy must have a serious case of the verbals.
No lack of speaking on his part. Why couldn't the guy with the name Perevoruka have the easy pronounced nickname? And not Alexander Lakov, which is quite pronounceable. Is this a... Oh, just a call from Geilich. Gonna take us all a second to get used to these new chip denominations.
I know the phrase aggressive player is kind of overused these days, but not in the case of Ludovic Geilich. We saw some crazy moves from Ludo at EPT London, and a playing style which won him his UK IPT title, and obviously got him a deep run in London, finishing 4th in that tournament.
Moves we like to classify as creative, I think.
Wagner calls as well. We go to the flop, 3-way. King, Jack 4, rainbow. Check to Geilich.
And you'd expect his range to be pretty strong here to just call the 3-bet, be the 3rd man in the pot. And still with plenty of players act behind.
Bet of 6,600, a fold from Wagner. Remember, it was Perevoruka who had the pre-flop betting lead. But he's gone into check call mode on this flop. Dale Phillip gets in touch. Watching Ludovic Geilich boss up the feature table at EPT Deauville. Sure to be entertaining. Ace of spades on the turn. Perevoruka checks for a second time. Ed Kilworth chimes in on Twitter. Hi guys, looking forward to watching some more high-class poker and mediocre commentary. Ed, both are guaranteed. Check, check. 5 on the river.
So Geilich stops betting on the turn. And now, Tura Veruca is going to bet for the first time since before the flop.
Yeah, 3-bet pre. Check called the flop. Well, check, check on the turn. And now this bet will win him the pot on the river. Geilich second in chips at our feature table. Chris Day, we know, came into play today as one of the tournament chip leaders. He was the chip leader coming out of the first flight, day 1A. He's currently playing a stack of 152,000. Geilich now playing 132,000. Marcus says, go Anton Wig, a Swede with some huge success online. And if you want to play online for free today, we will be running an EPT Live free roll a bit later on. Details on that coming up later this afternoon. Vasilis says, about time. Greetings from Greece. We need about time. We've only been gone for just over a week.
Yeah, that's a little bizarre. You guys need to, you know, do other stuff. Chris Day, by the way, I got to meet him in person the other night for the first time. I was sick brag hanging with Steve O'Dwyer and Kevin McPhee, and Chris was around. And it was nice to put a face to the name. Chris is a big fan of EPT Live, so we're happy to have him on the table instead of tweeting in.
Geilich then raises to 1,600, getting the action started in this hand.
Looks like Chris is going to play this hand.
3 re-raises at 4,000.
Putting on a little show for us. 3 bizzle to 4K.
Tykert announces raise. We're going to see a cold 4-bet.
Re-raises up to 11,000.
And I mentioned Tykert came 11th here in the EPT Deauville main event back in 2012. He also won a World Series of Poker bracelet last summer, along with 730,000 US dollars. That was the 2.5K event.
You know, a lot of people don't know this, but I won a bracelet in Vegas last summer.
I'm waiting for the punchline.
At Circus Circus. From throwing knocking the milk bottles off the stand. It says Justin Bieber on it. It's a Bieber bracelet.
Bizarrely, something you don't expect to see on day 2 of a poker tournament is the number of players going up. But with a few late registrations today, we are currently at 387 from 669 entrants.
Whoa!
Geilich was the original raiser. He responds to Tykert's 4-bet with a 5-bet. Geilich re-raises to 22,800. Action now on Chris Day, who 3-bet Geilich.
Day out of the way, and hold on a second. Maybe getting cold in here. Cold 4-bet, answered by a 5-bet.
And Tykert, the effective stack, started the hand with around 69,000. Tykert shoves.
And a call?
And Geilich calls. We have our first all-in and a call of our EPT Deauville coverage, and it looks like aces against kings.
As cold as it gets. Colder than that Normandy Ocean out there.
And unfortunately, it looks like Ludovic Geilich is on the wrong end of this cooler. He's the player with kings. Tykert, the player at risk, is ahead with aces.
Long gone are the days where you can ever fold kings pre-flop.
Low flop.
Anybody else rooting for a chop? See, the way I look at aces versus kings, I look at it like a flip. I know it's not a flip, but you could just as easily be the guy who woke up with the kings or the guy who woke up with the aces.
Well, it will be a chop if there's a 5 on the river.
Oh!
And it is a 5! And we have our first chop pot of the EPT Deauville main event. And you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Except Nicholas Tykert. He probably hates it. I will say in this one case, not everyone is loving this chop pot. You just got it all in aces versus kings, and you chopped the pot.
Matic says, great week ahead. cheering for Kachalov to go deep, grinding poker and learning from the live stream. Nice. Chris Gagan says nothing better after a heavy night than seeing EPT live is on. We are possibly an even better hangover cure than a raw egg.
Aaron Bass writes and asks, what was the buy-in for this tourney? 5,000 euro. Aaron, before we answer that question, we need you to go on the Facebook app. Just log in, play a few hands on the Facebook app, and we will let you know how much the buy-in for this tourney was. That's right, you can now play PokerStars on Facebook. Just go to the app and play poker with players from around the world. You share liquidity for play money with the rest of PokerStars.net. Lots of bells and whistles. Go check it out, Aaron, then we'll let you know what the buy-in was for the tournament.
Stefan says, nice to see a fellow Swede on the feature table. Go Anton Weg. And Rob King's happy. My week is now sorted. EPT Live is back. Please send me excuses for missing deadlines to give the boss now.
I don't think a guy who nicknamed himself the hippie needs an excuse for missing deadlines. I'm the hippie, man. I don't do deadlines.
That hand, raise and take it for Ludovic Geilich. And something I didn't get a chance to talk with Rick about at the top of the show is, as I think most people know right now, when we have an EPT event, we have the local tour at the front of it.
Yep.
And here in Deauville, it's the France Poker Series. And kind of history has repeated itself. Remember in Prague, we had the winner of the Eureka main event, then go really deep in the EPT main event.
Yes.
Well, the guy who won the FPS event here in Deauville is one of the chip leaders coming into day 2 of the EPT main event.
Good for him. French guy?
C5 raises up to 1900.
Believe so.
Well, LA. Speaking of French guys, Mathieu Renaud kicking things off here with a raise to 1900.
Actually, he may not be French. His name is Niels van Leeuwen. Doesn't sound very French to me.
Whatever.
Renaud opens. Lakov, the academic, calls. And I can see how he earned that nickname because he hasn't shut up since he's taken his seat this afternoon. King 7 on the flop. Our Russian colleagues tell us that obviously when he's playing with other Russians and is speaking his native language, he's very keen on lecturing people where they went wrong in a hand.
I see. Because I was going to say, the academic isn't a great nickname for someone who's chatty.
I guess it's because he's always lecturing the table.
Right. I would just say that's classic Russian humor to name a chatty guy the academic.
C5 bets 2400 and C6 calls.
Renaud bets 2400 on the turn. A delayed C-bet gets a call from Lakov. 9 on the river.
C5 checks and C6 checks.
And check.
Queen of diamonds, ace of hearts, and C6 maxi time.
No bet from the ace-queen, but at showdown, it's good enough to win Monsieur Renaud that pot. Brendan Kelly says, looking forward to a day of sitting around waiting for a new phone to arrive and watching EPT Live. Lots of people like a chop pot. You'll find that's everyone. In addition to, of course, the FPS events that are happening here in Deauville, there are various side events in the EPT. I want to highlight the women's event, which took place yesterday.
I did.
Jamila von Perger took that one down for 4,200.
Jamila will kill you.
She had a deep run in the EPT Barcelona main event this season. First we've seen from Ange Besnanou. A gentleman who appears to be wearing earplugs at the feature table. Maybe he'd heard tales of the academic and needed to come prepared.
So listening devices not allowed. Earplugs, fine.
Ace of hearts.
Ludo defends his big blind. It's an ace-jack-10 flop.
1 checks.
This is what we like to call a razor's board.
Do you think he likes it?
Did he bet full pot? Almost.
1 folds. 7 takes.
4,000 into 4,700. Now, if I said that sort of sarcastically or incredulously, did he bet full pot? Part of the reason why, for folks who may be new to the game, you don't really want to bet so much on flops, whether you like them or not. If you're bluffing, you want to make it a little more reasonable. And if you like the flop, you maybe want to give your opponent a little less incentive to fold. So, in general, that's a very big bet to make on the flops. We try to avoid continuation betting for so much.
Jesper says, hey guys, any Danish players in the tournament? Absolutely, and if you want a full list of players, if you want up-to-date chip counts, if you want key hands from the outer tables, check out the live updates on the PokerStarsblog.com. Paul Seaton says, I tipped Chris Day way back last year after he won an EPT side event. Great temperament, great reads, fearless poker.
I don't understand if he won why you would tip him. Like, isn't he supposed to tip if he wins?
6, 7 folds. 8 folds.
Raise from Nicholas Teicher.
Have I not been tipping the winners all these years? Is that what everyone does? Is that part of the
2 folds.
etiquette?
4 folds.
Different use of the word, Stapes.
Oh, like just the tip.
Oh God, and we're only half an hour into the show.
Well, Paul, it's nice that you're able to express that sort of affection for a poker player. He does have a great temperament, reads, and fearless poker. I agree. About the Danish players, you know who I saw in the hallway? Christian Nielsen.
Big Toro.
Big
himself.
Toro. He was already up to some big Toro antics. He had thrown one of those skrill balls down the hall and it was rolling toward me, and I scooped it up. And I tossed it back to him, and he told me that I should try out to be a ball boy at the Aussie Open, whatever tennis is happening right now.
Well, it's concluded.
Oh.
It's just a bit late.
Well, I mean, there's always next year. It's only slightly more prestigious than this job.
Under the gun raise from Teicher. Geilich on the button.
Likes to play hands, this one. That old German Scott. See, he went with Union Jack this time.
Obviously registered for this tournament with his UK passport. So in position, he 3-bets, re-raising to 4,100 with the blinds folding action is back on Teicher, who raised under the gun at a 9-handed table, but folds to the 3-bet. Up to 138,000. Chris Day still the table chip leader.
And knowing how many pots Geilich likes to play and how aggressive he can be, I'm going to probably be a little reticent to raise from early position without something that I can withstand playing a pot out of position against Ludovic Geilich, because we do know that he likes to get a little weird, especially in position.
At the top of the show, Rick Dacey mentioned that we had various members of Team PokerStars Pro in the field today, among them Alexander Kravchenko, who got a double-up early day today. However, Elke, who came into day 2 with just 9,000 chips, went for it and is busto.
No!
So Elke is no more.
When will it end? You know, Elke takes his bust outs really hard, and I gotta imagine it's gotta be even harder in France, in your home country, and then just to be out on day 2, like not even just not winning, but just not being in the event still. It would just be nice probably to have a deep run in the homeland.
Teicher defends his big blind. against Renault's under the gun raise.
6-4 check.
Queen 5-3, 2 diamonds on the flop.
C5 bets, 2,500.
Check to the razor, continuation bet of 2,500.
6-4 calls.
Tykert sticking around.
There's a 2 of clubs.
Deuce on the turn. Makes things a little more wheelie out there.
C5 bets, 6,000.
Renault keeps firing. And he went from betting less than half the pot to betting more than half the pot.
This up to 14,000.
And now he gets raised by Tykert.
Check calls the flop and check raises the turn. Looks kind of strong.
Tykert just defending out of the big blind. You don't expect that he would have improved too often on this turn. I don't think you can start raising hands like top pair for value on the turn very often either, so. I guess for value, it's a lot of sets. Maybe you pick up a draw here, decide to play it a little stronger.
C5 raises all in.
Wow.
It's shoved on.
Folds. C5 folds.
And quickly folds.
Yeah, it looks like Renault sort of came to the same determination I did. It's kind of hard to have improved there on the turn. So if you didn't have a monster on the flop, it's pretty tough to have one then.
Let's check out some of the players on the outer tables today. I mentioned Alex Kravchenko got a double up early on. He's now sitting comfortably on around 60,000 chips, sharing a table with a former EPT champion, Kevin McPhee. 2 former EPT champions at this table, McPhee and the aforementioned Martin Schleich.
Love me some Martin Schleich. Cut my teeth on Martin Schleich. Martin, show the bluff.
He folds.
Matic asks the awkward question on Twitter. Has Elke had any decent results recently? I feel he's had lots of bad luck, and he's such a great character in the game.
As far as main events go or majors go, I'd have to say no.
It has been a while. Johnny asked a question. Stapes, you can speak a little Spanish, see? Then what is your favorite French word? And moutarde doesn't count.
Yes, I can speak a little Spanish. My favorite French word. I'm a big fan of moutarde. I don't know why I can't use that. You know, I'm a big fan of bisou. Bisou, bisou means kiss, kiss. That's how I sign all my emails to
C3 calls.
my mom.
C4 folds.
A little kiss, kiss. I'll try to think of some other fun French words. Kecker shows, I like that one.
Now this hand started with an under-the-gun +1 limp from Besnanu, raised by Geilich, called by Chris Day on the button, and now called by Besnanu, the original limper.
3 bears in the hand, and we're gonna see the
Not quite a Gibbons, but close.
Not many people can pull off the Gibbons.
King, Jack 4 with 2 clubs.
And I like what Besnanu is bringing to the table so far here. He's one of those unknown quantities. He's already playing a little differently than we would expect from the types of folks we see, you know, in these types of tournaments. And I like that. I like that dynamic. Checks around here.
Board pairs on the turn, jack of diamonds.
C7 check.
And I would be very surprised to see this check around a second time.
C1 check.
Geilich does not make a delayed c-bet. Checks it to Chris Day. He's in position on the button.
Will Day take a stab at this in position? Yeri will.
C3 bets. 3,800.
3,800.
7.
There's Nanu is out. As is Geilich.
And that's kind of a tough spot for Geilich because you would expect Chris to bet there a lot of the time. It's been checked to him twice. He's in position. But by the same token, if he had some piece of that board on the flop, he probably wouldn't have bet it. He probably would have checked the flop. So sometimes it can get to like a weird leveling spot there. And I think Geilich is sometimes going to peel somewhat light there on the turn, but he must have had nothing would be my guess. Arthur writes in with a question. I'm curious whether PokerStars Pro have to buy into EPT main events with their own money. Any idea? Arthur, I will say that there is no PokerStars Pro who gets put into all of the events by PokerStars. Everyone has invested some amount of their own money, whether it be this event or another one. I'm not privy to what the PokerStars Team Pro's deals are. But yeah, sometimes they're included as part of a Team Pro deal, but oftentimes they're not. And I think that you guys would probably overestimate how often their tab's being picked up by someone else. I think more often than not, they're paying their own way.
And we head up to the flop.
This hand sees a raise from Chris Day and a call from Alexander Lakov in the big blind.
C3 bets. 2,100. C6.
Lakov check calls for 2,100.
Quick call, too.
Turn code. 7 of clubs.
2 flush draws out there now. Lakov checks a second time.
I think it's pretty tough for Chris to fire again here with no ace or no king.
C3 bets. 5,600. C6 gold.
And another very quick call from Lakov.
And the river code. This is a 9 of spades. C6 check.
So the flop flush draw comes in on the river.
Well, Chris Day has bet flop and turn. Is he going to bet river as well? Signs point to yes.
C3 bets. Then 12,200 and C6 calls.
Wow, he gets called, 12,200.
Wow, and he just mucks the triple barrel bluff.
That was 12-2.
Really surprised to see him go for that with the ease and speed at which Lakov just stationed him.
Lakov does not have to show his hand and adds the better part of 25K to his stack. Becomes the table chip leader with 139,900. As we check out more of the players on the outer tables, this table playing host to Ihar Soika from Belarus. One of the best online regs goes by the name OMG It's Hunt online.
Okay.
Soika in the 1 seat at this table. His table mates, including Jesper Feddersen from Germany.
Do you think if he bluffs a guy, he calls it a Soika out? I have the best hand here, Soika! Did you guys, did that go through the UK ever? Saying psych to people? Be like, hey man, I got you a soda. Psych!
No.
Okay.
I don't think anyone who attempted it probably would have been punched. With good reason.
Apparently the Lithuanian we just showed, Arunas Sapitavicius, his nickname is the Baltic Moose.
That makes me chuckle.
Makes me wonder what part of his body they're talking about when they nickname him the Moose.
Geilich gets 3-bet by Taika. These two have been going at each other so far today, and we're only half a level into day 2. Geilich calls the 3-bet. We'll have to play the flop out of position without the betting lead. Queen 9-8 with 2 clubs.
This is a real wet board here. We got a flush draw, all kinds of straight draws.
C1 checks. C4 bets 11,000.
I'll say one thing for these players, they're wasting no time. None of this tanking. I like it.
I literally saw Geilich tap the table as Taika threw out 11,000. It was almost a simultaneous check and a bet.
And this is an overbet. And Geilich got the better of Taika at the last time they tangled, right?
Well, it was a chop.
Oh, right, the chop. Well, yeah, when the money went in.
C4 moves all in, and he gets a call.
Wow, all in the call again.
Get to a showdown.
And looks like Taika.
Oh!
C1 shows.
Quad 9s
9 of diamonds,
against a pair of jacks.
jack of hearts, and jack of spades.
Geilich flopped a set and improved to quads on the turn.
And we're gonna see the river.
No card on the river can save him. Taika is eliminated and is a victim of hashtag death by quads.
You know, and James, I was just about to call this one. When a guy insta overbets like that, that is usually a purely emotional play. That is, I'm tilted, I'm a little angry about what happened before, and just firing things out without really thinking. That was very emotional the way he's playing that hand. It's probably not the best way to play jacks, even when you're not up against quads.
And I think if you look at the 2 key hands that potentially took Taika off his A game, there was the chop where he had the ace against the kings and the board ran out with a straight, but also that hand where he check-raised Mathieu Renaud on the turn. Renaud then shoved, forcing him to fold, and he lost a decent chunk of his stack on that hand. It wasn't going his way today.
He was absolutely playing in a way that was screaming to me that he was on stone tilt. When you just fire out 11K into a pot of 10,000 on a board like that, unless you're trying to do some sort of weird reverse thing, like you're just not going to play your really strong hands that way because you're going to blow your opponent off his hand so often. Granted, he was up against quads, and you know, Ludovic was never going to fold a set, certainly never fold quads anyway.
And look at that, Geilich now playing the better part of 190,000. He has now got the table chip lead. Obviously, I'm keeping one eye on the live updates on the PokerStarsblog.com.
1600.
And it may well be that with that hand, Ludovic Geilich has taken the tournament chip lead. We mentioned that Ayman Zabib started the day as chip leader with around 180,000, and Geilich is now playing nearly 190K. Not involved in this hand. A raise from Lakov on the button, called by both players in the blinds. It's a 3-way action on a king 6-4 flop.
Lakov continuing, gets 1 fold, gets 2 folds. ABC poker right there. Free money from the blinds.
Seat open 18.
It's very nice of Kate to wait for him to get out of earshot before yelling seat open. I appreciate that.
More action from the outer tables. Dermot Blaine, Full Tilt Poker ambassador, has taken his seat alongside an EPT champion, Yannick Rang.
I like Yannick Rang because his last name is in the past tense.
Matt Franklin also at this table. plus a couple of Italian pros, Luca Machita and Andrea Dato.
Oh, love those guys. Hopefully we see a little Machita and Dato.
Matt Franklin in action here. Blind on blind, pre-flop leveling war developing.
Is it wrong for me to guess that because of this guy's beard that he's one of the Italian guys?
Just looking at our Twitter timeline, a lot of people very happy that we're not even an hour in to the first day of our coverage from EPT Deauville, and they've already had a chop pot and death by quads.
It's a nice way to start, I'm not gonna lie.
All in. Raise all in.
All in and a fold. So let's head back to our feature table. Anton Wigg raising under the gun +1. Got called by Lakov. And Lakov wins it with a bet on the turn. Dale Phillip says, Ludo runs so good. Never mind the kings versus aces chop, the quads and the chip lead. He's got position on Kate the dealer.
I mean, it's nice to be able to speak to her without maybe the whole table hearing it, but it's not exactly the best view. Gotta think about that.
I believe that Philip Gruesome was in the 10 seat when his ill-advised flirting slash singing slash drinking session took place at EPT Berlin a couple of seasons ago. Second hand in a row raised by Wigg, this time from under the gun.
C6, 3 raises, up to 6.
Early position call from Renault, and now a 3-bet from Lakov makes it 6,000.
C8, 3 raises.
Oh boy.
15,600.
It's all kicking off at this table.
Sure is.
One fold.
Tobias Wagner, cold 4 bets to 13,600. The blinds have folded, so action is back on Wigg.
It's like 85. Now, Wigg did raise under the gun, which usually means you're a little stronger, although with someone like Anton, I don't think that always applies, but knowing that this has been a pretty active table and that 3-betting had been happening fairly regularly, I would tend to think that he's more toward that stronger side again. Especially since he hasn't folded yet. And I don't think you can stick around against a 3-bet and a cold 4-bet without something super strong.
C2, 3 raises.
A 5-bet from the original raiser.
26 folds.
Anton Wigg re-raising to 26,400.
Yeah, au revoir, Renault.
C6 folds.
And one thing many of our eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed, Joe, is that this year at EPT Deauville, we are employing what we call the international raising rules.
Yes!
6, 8, 3 raises.
Well, not that it matters here. Chris Day shoves. So Wagner shoves, my bad.
Chris Day takes off his sunglasses.
He is doing something in this hand.
C2 calls.
Wigg
All in
reluctantly calls.
Get to a showdown. C2 shows. Jack of spades. Jack of clubs.
Jacks the hand for Wig. Ace-king the hands for Wagner. It's the perfect trifecta. We have had a chop pot, we've had death by quads, and now there is a classic race underway on our feature table.
The classicest.
Wagner, the player at risk, and the player who needs to improve. And there is a king on the flop. And if this hand holds, Anton Wig will be left with just 9K.
The clubs don't hurt his jack outs. He's looking for a red jack.
Well, there is the flush on the river for Tobias Wagner. Full double up, plus more. And Anton Wig left crippled with just shy of 9,000 chips.
I'm not criticizing in any way, because Anton Wig's a much better poker player than I am, but I am surprised to see a 5-bet with jacks once there's a cold 4-bet. And I think that, you know, he sort of made that reluctant call there on the end. And I think that when you make that sigh, crying-ish call pre-flop with jacks and you see ace-king suited, you're probably pretty happy.
The Wig left with 11 big blinds as a new player comes to our feature table. It's Yuri Gully, who was one of the stars of last year's EPT Deauville coverage. One of the Russian regulars on the EPT. And I was talking about the raising rule that we have here in Deauville.
Yeah.
Obviously, in previous years, we have had to follow the French gaming legislation rules, which state that a raise has to be double the previous bet, not double the previous raise amount.
No.
But it's changed this year. We have been allowed to adopt the normal raising rules that we have at every other leg of the EPT, and that's why we're able to see Anton Wig make a 5-bet there that was not quite double the 13,600 that Wagner put out as the cold 4-bet.
And that's what I want to find out. If we've been playing by the old rules, Anton's original raise was to 1,800, which means the 3-bet would have had to be to at least 3,600, but it went to 6,000.
Correct.
So then if we wanted to see a 4-bet, that would have to go to 12.6. I mean, they did pretty much follow. No one really clicked it back in this particular hand. It probably would have gone down the same way. And that last hand reminds me about Piotr's tweet here. Piotr Plachinsky, who writes in to say both about the hand where we saw quads versus jacks and Anton get in with jacks right there. There are two ways of playing jacks. Both are wrong.
Eddie says jacks is an easy hand to overplay. I hate playing jacks. Well, now Chris Day's in action, raising under the gun to 2,100. Lack of the academic calls. And it's Anton Wig's big blind. And he's making his move. Give him the triangle, Kate. Anton Wig all in. Again, we did not have the red triangles of death at the PCA. Great to have them back here in France. The dealer using that to signify to the other players that Mr. Wig is all in. Chris Day calls. And Lakov calls as well.
So we're going to have side action.
Anton Wig all in with potential further betting between Day and Lakov.
But more importantly, a potential triple up for Anton Wig. King high flop, 2 spades, 4 deuce.
Chris Day checks.
C6 checks.
Lakov checks behind.
Is the jack of spades.
3 spades on the board now.
C3 checks.
It's not going to go check, check this time.
C6 bets. 10,500.
Lakov bets just over 10K.
C3 folds. And we get to
So there's the fold from Chris Day. So it's a showdown. Wig with King Jack, top 2. Lakov with Queen 10 of spades for a flush.
Wig not drawing dead.
Needs a king or a jack on the river. But it's a 5, so we lose Anton Wig, a former EPT champ. Did most of his chips with jacks against ace-king, and then did the rest in that spot there.
That's an annoying way to go out. What really sucks is that if you have more than 10 big blinds, probably queen 10 of spades doesn't call you. What an annoying way to go out. Getting it all in with king jack, making top 2 and losing.
Daniel
to the
Millett
flush.
says, glad to see the triangles back. He enjoys the triangles of death. Michael Astrup says, no card cams? No, Michael, we do actually have scanning technology in the table. So when we get to the final table, we will be able to use that to show you the players' hole cards and bring you cards up coverage of the final table. In case you're new to EPT Live, Michael, we don't show hole cards from the preliminary days, the days leading up to the final, because we're not going to put 8 or 9 players.
Why not? That's stupid. Why don't we show the hole cards?
Because, Joe Stapleton, we'd be putting the 8 or 9 players at this table at a distinct disadvantage to the rest of the field, because no one else in the tournament is having to show their whole cards to the world, so why should these guys?
I don't know, sounds thin.
Well, you're taking your EPT trolling to a whole new level this year.
I'm being the audience.
1700.
I'm the everyman. I hate playing jacks too. Ugh. Jacks.
Lakov raising to 1700. Action on Ludovic Geilich on the button.
Seat 1, call.
He calls in position. No small blind this hand, just Chris Day in the big blind.
Seat 3, call.
And he calls as well. We're going 3-way to the flop.
Yo, yeah.
Jack 7-5 with 2 diamonds.
Seat 3, check. Seat 6, checks.
Check, check. Action on Geilich. Oh, yeah.
Seat 1,
He bets.
3,200.
Not getting rid of Chris Day.
Seat 3, calls.
Remember, it was Lakov who was the original raiser. He calls as well, so we're going 3-way to the turn. Oh, hang on a second. Is that a raise from Lakov? It is. He's check raised to 11,000.
That is a big check raise.
Seat 1, call.
Geilich calls the raise pretty quickly.
Seat 3, call.
I mean, call usually to me sounds like some kind of draw, especially when it happens that quickly.
This is 6 of spades.
Chris Day gets out of the way, so we are going heads up to the turn. 6 of spades.
16,000.
And these guys are playing so fast. Lakov fires out 16,000. Geilich quickly calls. We're going to the river.
The river card. There's a 4 of diamonds.
4 of diamonds.
And
Not a
if-
complaint, by the way, an observation. I'm
Of
loving the
course.
speed of play right now.
Seat 6 bets. 17,000.
The flush draw gets there. Various straight draws come in on the river. Lakov bets again, 17,000.
Geilich less quick to call now.
He's gonna raise.
Ruben Visser thinks he's going to raise.
No, not anymore. He should have. If he's gonna fold, he should have raised.
I was really expecting Lakov to slow down by the time this river hit, when everything in the world came in on turn and river.
It's a river that's gonna hit Geilich's range much more than Lakov range.
Yeah,
Lakov has like a set pretty much as the top of his range, and Geilich can have all the straights, all the flushes. So, yeah, Geilich is considering hero calling, I guess, with like 2 pair, but that's probably
Well,
bad.
we're going to see it.
6 shows. 6 of clubs.
No, it was 2 pair that was firing.
Yeah, if Garlic called.
Kylik's got to have that beat, right?
No, he didn't.
He mucked.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that is a real hero call. That is bat signal in the sky hero call.
Yeah, that was not a good call.
So as you're no doubt aware, we do now have a guest commentator in the booth. We lost an EPT champion from the feature table, but we've gained one in the commentary box. The champion of EPT 9 London, Ruben Visser. Great to have you here, Ruben.
Thanks. Fun to be here.
And I believe you made your EPT Live debut when we were in Deauville last year, when we started our modern day coverage.
Yeah, Deauville's not a place where there's too much going on. It's always fun to like join you guys for the live stream.
There are some nice restaurants and bars. I keep telling everyone the first year the EPT ever came here, which was 2005, literally you walked outside the hotel and casino and everything was shut. Every bar, every restaurant, every shop. And over the years, the local businesses who shut down for the winter because it's a seaside resort have realized that there are hundreds of people coming into town with money. And so more and more businesses open every year. And now it's actually quite lively.
Well, they do a pretty good job of making you feel like they're doing you a favor by staying open. So there's that.
Geilich raises to 1600. There's a call from Chris Day in the small blind and from Yuri Gully in the big blind. Once again, we go three-way to the flop. King 6-4 with 2 clubs. Action check to the razor. Geilich continues for 32,000, gets a fold from Chris Day and from Yuri Gully.
As far as I know, Geilich is pretty crazy, so I'm just going to expect him to bet and not fold like in most hands. He's been known to like triple barrel complete air and pretty much disregard hand strength pre-flop and just go for it.
Yeah, sure does.
More action from the outer tables, more familiar faces, big name players, members of Team PokerStars Pro. Martin Horetsky, who recently eliminated Kuli Sadu, a player who final tabled EPT London in Season 10, the final table that Ludovic Geilich made, where he finished 4th.
And we saw a lot of marching at PCA on the rail for Dominik Panka, who is from Poland and won that PCA event. Apparently has made huge mainstream news in Poland.
Apparently all the major newspapers, all the TV networks have picked up on it, and there's a real hope in Poland, as kind of the Polish contingent felt when he got heads up against Mike McDonald that a victory like that will hopefully change things in Poland, that the tide will turn and that we can get poker legalized in Poland once again.
Panka played really, really well at the final table, by the way.
He was awesome. He was such a, sounds weird, but he was a joy to watch. He was great.
Yeah.
Conducted himself really well, had a great attitude, said all the right things in his interviews, said all the right things after he won, was what I thought was the perfect amount of confident and humble, and he had the plays to back it up. He was great.
Well, as we come back to the feature table, that hand was won by Andrzej Besnanu with a 3-bet. Should point out that after that big hand between Geilich and Lakov, the chip lead has changed. Geilich now playing 146,000. Alexander Lakov, the academic, now has more than 200K, 210,000, and is probably among the tournament chip leaders.
Can we talk about how a guy can possibly be firing with 1 pair and then 2 pair on that board, and be value betting and get paid? I mean, that is crazy town.
I was just thinking about that. He just check raised as the pre-flop raiser 3 ways with 7-6 on Jack 7-5 and just went for it, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, obviously he thought that he was bluffing.
I don't think he was bluffing on the flop. He was just trying to win, I think.
Of course, but I mean on the river, when he bets 2 pair on that river, you have to be bluffing, right? You can't be value betting 2 pair there.
I think he was like not necessarily either bluffing or value betting. He was just betting and hoping that he would win the pot. Like, he was not thinking like, let's bet 17K into 80 or whatever.
What do you think of a bet just hoping to win the pot? Is that recommended?
No. A bet, like especially on the river, has to serve a purpose. You either want the other guy to fold a better hand or to call with worse hands. And in this case, I think he just didn't want to check and face a big bet and have to make a decision. So he just hoped that if he bet, Geilich would call like, yeah, with a better hand, and he would lose only 17k. So just making life easier for himself, but it's not a recommended play.
Instead, Ludovic Geilich made life easier for him.
By the way, we have a new player at the table. The guy in seat 2 is Denis Patou, one of the French players in the tournament. He's brought a stack of 79,000 to the table. This hand saw Geilich raise and get called by Renault. Check, check on the flop. Renault checks the turn. Geilich makes a delayed c-bet on the turn. Gets a quick call.
On the one hand, I wouldn't want to play out of position to a guy as aggressive as Geilich. On the other hand, his rep's probably not super strong right now.
Ace of spades on the river. Renault checks again. Geilich fires again.
The thing is, if you fall too much out of position first to him, that's how he's going to make his money. If you just, like, if you're going to start giving up too much out of position, he's just going to win by winning all the blinds.
It's a flush. I
Yes, it is a flush.
couldn't understand how 4 high was winning for a second.
Picked up the flush draw on the turn, which is why he called the turn bet, and then got there on the river. And by the way,
Geilich mucked, so he couldn't have been that strong either.
Once again, we encourage you to follow the action on the outer tables as well. These are obviously the stacks of the 9 players we have on the feature table. But if you want to read about some hot Dutch on Dutch action from the outer tables, make sure you read Frank Opdewold's latest post on the PokerStarsblog.com live update section. Nine more minutes on this level, then the blinds go up to 500 and 1,000, with the ante staying at 100. Later on today, we'll get final confirmation of the number of players in this tournament. The clock currently shows 669 entrants, but they'll tally the final numbers across the 2 day ones and any latecomers who walked in at the start of day 2. And then we'll get the prize pool confirmed later on today. Should be tomorrow when we hit the money. We can expect the bubble to burst during the first few levels on day 3. Alexander Varuka raising an early position. Gets a call from Renault and a call from Lakov. Fold from the big blind. It's a 3-way to the flop.
3 players in the hand, and we're going to see the flop. The flop is 10 of hearts, 6 of hearts.
King 10-6, 2 hearts.
Suit 6, checks.
Lakov checks.
Suit 9, checks.
Original razor checks.
Suit 5, checks.
And button checks.
Is it jack of diamonds?
Jack on the turn.
See Chris Day on his phone there. Aaron Bass says, what did poker players do in between hands before smartphones?
That's a very good question.
They actually talk to each other.
Communicate, yeah. Interact.
Told stories. Made prop bets.
Wore cowboy hats.
Chain smoked, don't forget that.
Cleaned their shotguns.
Suit 5, fold.
So 3,700 apiece, heads up to the river.
I actually think one of the biggest challenges of playing a live tournament is just fighting the boredom. Like actually focusing on every single hand and trying to figure out how you play certain hands, what your opponents are playing. Just in this hand, you could like try to pick up what the Russian guy is raising from undergun +1 with, and then checking the flop. That's like a lot of information you can gain. I guess it was Ace Jack, or like you could just learn so much from just paying attention, but it's so difficult to keep paying attention to all unknown players. I think he had the Jack 10 suit in it.
Well, especially it's hard to pay attention to the unknown players when that phone is there, when the distraction is there, when you can talk to your real friends, when you can joke around with people on Twitter.
Well, someone who has been using a smartphone today is Artem Litvinov, who's on one of our outer tables. Just a short while ago, he was actually watching the EPT live stream.
And speaking of short, he does not seem to have too many chips.
I'm pretty sure it's not me listening to us, though. If there's a Russian stream.
Yes. He will be listening to our Russian colleagues for sure.
I was hoping for a little smile, though, but then I remembered the Russian part about him.
Nah, he's a good kid. He like high fives me in the hallway every time he sees us. I'm sure he's also listening to the Russian stream, but he does like us.
Artem Litvinov, one of the most entertaining players in the game, and one of the most requests that we have had in the last 6 months is for us to release an uncensored version with expletives included in the subtitles of his rant at David Van Plu from last season's grand final.
I would pay money for that.
I think that rant ends up coming off a lot worse than it really was. I don't think he was completely serious.
3,600.
Alexander Perevoruka back in the action, raising under the gun to 1,800. And we get a 3-bet from our newcomer. Denny Patu makes it 3,600. Round to the blinds. Besnanu in the small folds. Wagner in the big. Also folds.
Perevoruka in.
Heads up to the flop. Jack, Jack 6 with 2 spades. And thank you to Chris Gagan for sending us a photograph from his Roman Empire lecture, where he is watching EPT live on his tablet device while clearly not paying attention to that lecture on the ins and outs of what the Romans did for us.
Look, you're definitely going to need to know Roman history later in life when you want to get a job, so I hate to say this, but turn off EPT Live. Pay attention. Stay in school. Brush your teeth.
Patu continues for 3,600.
Raises up to 7,200. Set me to stop.
Is that a min raise?
Yep.
What are your thoughts, Ruben, when someone min check raises you?
It really depends on the player. In this case, it could be anything between, let's say, like an information raise, like he has pocket eights and he just wants to know where he's at, wants to win the pot right now. Could be very polarized to a very big hand. There's a lot of players that would only do this with Jack X or like a boat, so sixes. So it really depends on like your perception of the players, player. In most cases, I would not try to bluff someone that just check min raised me on this board. So let's say I have like kings here as Patu. I would just call and like decide on a later street whether I think the guy was just info raising or just always has Jack X. But it's a good way to get me to shut down, because I guess most people that check min raise the flop are not going to fold too quickly.
Patu calls.
Yeah. He's probably going to have like 2 pair here quite a lot, like an overpair.
Ace of clubs. 2 flush draws out there now.
He's going to bet pretty quickly, I guess.
Quickly is the operative word of the day. This has been a very fast-paced table, and we are loving it.
Yeah. In general, like, if he bets like 6.3 like here, I'm always going to call if I have an overpair. The bigger he bets here, the more scared I'm going to be. I guess in general, most people, if they have like a random pocket pair here as Perevoruka, they're going to bet kind of small, and if they have Jack X, they're going to bet bigger to protect against the double flush draw. So a small bet, I'm just feeling pretty confident, but don't really see a reason to raise.
Does it, the small bet sort of polarize you even further? Aren't some people going to bet really small, like when they turn a boat here?
Yeah, but
less experienced players, I would say, probably.
Yeah, they could, but that just makes it even easier of a call. Like, there's no reason to raise,
right?
And you're getting like 5 to 1 of your money, so I'm just gonna call and like hope the river's the deuce of hearts, and he bets like 10k, and you can laugh and call.
Two gives it up. ship the chips to
And
Alexander.
what do you do there, Ruben? You know, obviously you were pretty clear about what you do with kings there. But what if you have just like ace king? Like, do you peel them in raise on the flop and then fold the turn?
I actually think like
Here's our
better off just folding the flop. Like, if you're gonna fold the turn unimproved, you're not gonna make money on your flop call. Just because you're gonna miss the turn almost always. Sometimes your opponent has jack X and you're already pretty much throwing that. So I guess if you're gonna fold the turn to a bet like this, you can't call the flop with ace king.
Well, that was Natalie Hoff on the outer tables. Natalie, one of the newest friends of PokerStars. There was actually a nice interview with Natalie on the PokerStars blog yesterday, which you should check out, with some great photographs of Natalie taken by Neil Stoddart. By the way, some info from EPT media coordinator Matt Harper. We're pretty sure that 669 will be the final number, which sadly is down on last year's field. 234 runners on day 1A, 434 on day 1B. Only one new player coming in at the start of day 2.
Definitely makes sense that you would have less new entrants here than like in a different stop where there's more to do in the city. There's bigger other tournaments. Let's say there's a super high roller, people will be playing that and then perhaps buying into the main on day 2. And here there's just not too much to do, so you're just going to want to play. Also, a lot of the very high stakes players are in Australia right now.
yeah,
so
lots of other tournaments going on right now.
yeah.
This will be the last hand of the level, by the way. Chris Day's raised to 2100, called by Lakov and Besnanu.
I like Chris Day's raise here. He's making it more than the standard min raise. A lot of tournament players will make it a min raise regardless of position and stack sizes. Here he has like 150 big blinds at a table that's pretty deep stacked. So it makes sense for him to open a little bit bigger and like protect the strong undergun or undergun +2 range he's going to have. If he makes it really small, you just invite people in with speculative hands, and you might get in like 1.6k really good with aces versus 8-7, and then there's like 115k left to play for where you can get it in really badly. So you can actually just make life easier on yourself, get a little bit more value, and just open bigger.
Chris Day continues the flop for 3,700 and gets raised by Lakov, who makes it 8,200.
Yeah, this is one of those boards where Chris Day's pre-flop raisers just not going to have too many really strong hands.
Yeah.
Lakov is much more likely to have the 2 pair straight set combos. Chris Day can have all the sets and like some Jack-10, but he'll probably never have 5-6, 10-6. He's going to have 1 pair like a lot. So if Lakov decides to bet the turn and bet the river big, Day probably has to fold somewhere. And in that case, he probably should have just folded the flop, because if a good player is just going to punish you on this board.
Lakov.
Yeah, it looks like Lakov is going to bet big and then bet big on the river, and Day's going to hate it.
17,000. Chris Day calls.
Yeah, he's betting like 2/3 pot there.
Yeah.
And we know that Lakov is capable of firing these boards with less than.
If he was bluffing, he has to continue this river. Jack-10.
He did have Jack-10.
Oh, that's not good by Day on the flop.
You don't like the flop peel?
No, not at all. He's just going to have to fold the turn or the river so often.
I mean, even in times when he thinks he improved, I mean, he did improve on the turn, but it was not.
No, one of the problems is, let's say, the turn is like the 4 of diamonds, he checks. The other guy bets. What he's going to do, he's going to like check raise or...
Well, checking out some of the action from the outer tables, there is Jamila von Perga, who won the ladies event for 4,200 euros. And as I mentioned earlier on, Jamila had a deep run in EPT Barcelona. Those shows currently airing around the world, also available to watch at PokerStars.tv and on the PokerStars YouTube channel. If you live in the UK, Day 2 of the main event in Barcelona is on TV tonight. Make sure you're watching Channel 4 just after midnight. By the way, thanks to that 10 on the river, that was a chop pot. You know what they say? Everyone loves the chop pot.
We missed the chop pot there. I did at least. You know why? Because Lakoff was using 2 cards to make it straight, and Chris is only using 1.
Yeah, that doesn't seem fair.
It doesn't.
I think also the fact that you're easily confused has a lot to do with it.
Yes. Wait, what?
We have now kicked off level 10 of the tournament. Blinds now 500, 1,000 with a 100 ante.
So you think that part of the reason why that you just want to fold that flop is sort of like reverse implied odds also from the times when you do improve and you're still just completely in jail?
Yeah, it's going to be so tough to play on the turn and river. As I was saying, like this 9-8-7, 1 diamond. Let's say he turns a flush draw. He checks. The other guy is going to continue. And he doesn't want to check raise because they're too deep. But he doesn't want to get it in. You don't, if you check call, you're going to be stuck with king high in the river on most rivers as well. So, like, even some of the good turn cards, you're still not going to be happy. So, that probably just means you should full flop.
Are you ever floating just so you can maybe try to make a move on a later street?
Not out of position on a board like that versus a guy that's not likely to give up. Let's say Lakov has a tendency to just raise the flop and then give up. You could float, turn goes check check, you lead the river, he's going to fold. But if Lakov has a tendency to keep betting, it's going to be much more difficult to win that hand.
Which, what we've seen from him so far, he does have the tendency to keep betting. James, somebody's written in with an interesting theory as to why play is going so fast.
Yeah.
Arthur says, is there any correlation between the super quick play and there being no Americans at the table? Just asking. I think maybe, but I think that there are a lot of other offenders. I think the Canadians are not the fastest players. I think some of the Scandies are not the fastest players.
Scandies are decently quick, most of them. I think Michael Turanich is not that fast. Like, most other Scandies are pretty fast, actually.
Like, Ilari's fast, but I think, like, Yanni's not super quick. Who's the other guy? Aku. I mean, those 2 guys are thinking players.
Yeah, but they don't think, like, 2 minutes before checking a flop or something.
No, that's true. They're not, like, the worst offenders, for sure.
I don't care what the reason is. I'm loving the pace right now. I'm loving how many hands we saw during that first level. How many big collisions we've seen so far today. Just checking the live updates on the PokerStars blog. Looks like Alexander Lakov, as well as having the chip lead at this table, has the chip lead in the tournament with close to 210,000 right now.
Looks like Paul Berenda, Dutch player, also has a lot of chips. He almost has like almost 200k, which is fun. He's a good friend of mine, so I'm happy with that. 180.
Check, check.
Just pouring through the list of early eliminations today. A reminder that we lost Elke pretty early on. Only started the day with around 9,000 chips and did not last more than an orbit. Let's pick up the action here. Lakov raised pre, got a call from Patu in the big blind. Check, check on the flop. Patu then leads the turn for 2,200 and now checks the river.
Everyone has a straight.
Sorry?
I think.
Wow, but Lakov just shoved for 5 times pot.
Well, this kind of puts him in a weird spot, huh?
Yeah, but he's probably going to want to have a flush at least to call. But it's pretty polarizing, but I still don't think Lakov's too likely to have complete air if he does it for 5 times pot. He shows the ace of diamonds, or? Yeah.
Lakov now up to 215,000. Jamie Robinson says this table is way more fun than the usual tank fold 8 high first to act stuff that we see.
And Ezra says just 1 level gone, and already this is way better than the whole day 1B stream.
For those of you who don't get the gag, we've only started our coverage from day 2.
I felt so bad on day 1A. This guy tweeted at me. He's like, can't wait to start watching the broadcast today. I didn't have the heart to tell him.
Is that you didn't have the heart, or you couldn't be bothered?
Yeah, you know, whichever.
Data roaming is very expensive.
Yeah. Especially when you're in your own apartment in London with Wi-Fi. It can be very expensive.
Kylix button raise.
You're stealing your neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Called by Patu. Action on Chris Day in the big blind.
Making the 6. Seems very small. Here, where it's very deep, like 120 big blinds deep against the button, I think you want to make your 3-bet sizing a little bit bigger. That guy like just gonna call a lot and like make your life pretty close. Okay. Guess he didn't want to play.
Just not this time, but I think in general that is correct. Yeah, I mean, you're getting such a great price. I think it's pretty rare to see people fold, especially guys like that like to play.
Yeah, well, one of the things is putting like 90% of his hands on the button, so sometimes he's just gonna have 9 deuce off and figure that's too bad of a hand to play.
And the little 3-bet gets it done.
We had the question earlier on about why no hole cards. Another commonly asked question, why can't players at the feature table wear headphones or in-ear headphones? Well, Bram, the answer is because we are 100% live. And obviously we don't have access to hole card information, but we're blessed at the moment to have Ruben Visser in the booth. And Ruben is talking strategy. He's talking about bet sizing, talking about board textures, talking about hand ranges. And if a player at the table has got headphones on and is listening to the live stream and is hearing that commentary, they're effectively receiving free coaching. And also, just maybe, we draw attention to something that they hadn't noticed. And we don't want to influence the action in this tournament in any way.
I don't want to get sued if they make a bad call.
That too.
I can't pay the first prize money.
So rather than using EPT Live as a kind of radio commentary / tutorial service, we cut them off from that option.
Got a raise and a 3-bet.
Beznanu, the original raiser. Veruca, the 3-better.
Guy licking his chops.
Yeah, the original racer had 27 big blinds to start hand, or 25 to start a hand. Russian player 3-bet, probably intending to get it in against him, so I'm going to expect him to not be wide too often. Guy like flats. Guy's going to be decently strong here as well. I think the 3-better is going to be stronger here if he bets a 25 VB, 3-bets a 25 VB stack rather than like, let's say, a 40 or 50 VB stack. So Gaidik knows it and he's not going to call with like super speculative hands.
So 3-way to the flop and a 3-bet pot. Queen 8-6, 2 spades.
7 checks. 9 checks.
Everyone checks.
7 checks.
King of clubs on the turn.
Veruca seems to be more of a fan of the delayed c-bet from what I can tell than the, he doesn't always follow up on the flop. Beznanu wondering what to do with his queen now.
Yeah, something like that probably. He's just gonna fold, I guess, yeah.
And the delayed c-bet does work for Veruca.
I forgot to say, Ruben, when you sat down today, congratulations on making the final table of the 2K side event last night.
Thank you.
Pretty tough final table, eventually won by Yannick Rang, the champion of EPT Campione in Season 8.
Yeah, it wasn't all that tough, to be honest. We had David Van Plu, Yannick Rang, and I as like the young contingent, and then there were a lot of local players. It was a very fun final table to play.
You had Kristen Nielsen at the final table. One of our favorite players after his appearance in EPT Barcelona. Was he wearing his Barcelona shirt? Was he wearing his big Toro hat?
No, he did not.
Robert Auer was also at that final table. We've seen a lot of him lately. I think that he may be one of those guys.
He wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Your info is kind of off.
Well, even still. Hi, Robert Auer. Now I'm afraid to read the rest of these names.
The rest was correct. Jean-Noel Terrell was there. He's such a great guy to play with. Really fun.
Very likable dude.
Yeah.
Guy like raising this hand, 3-bet by Chris Day.
Guy seems like the type that's going to 4-bet here quite a lot. I just think, I get the feeling he likes playing big pots. I've watched him play, I think, on one of your streams before, and
London, I believe.
yeah, he was just going for it. Yeah, he's going to 4-bet here. It's kind of like this fun dynamic thing where Chris Day and Geilik are the two big stacks, and Geilik wants to open a lot of pots, so they could 3-bet here just to like send a message like, hey, I'm here as well, I'm not going to let you open every single hand. Geilik knows that, so now they're going to have some fun. They could also just have very big hands.
I mean, when we saw it go 4 and 5-bet in the first level of the day, it was pretty clear that there was a cold deck developing. I think that with these two guys, it is less likely. It's still, of course, possible.
Yeah.
But it's not as definite.
In general, Chris Day is a little tighter than Geilik. So I would put my money on the bigger hand being for Chris Day. If one of them is going to be light. But, yeah, it could just be a clicking war. Or they could just have it. It's always really tough to actually estimate how often they're going to be light. It's very annoying if you're the one being light and the other guy just has it.
Yeah.
And you're just loving yourself into oblivion. Looks like a 6-bet coming to like 34.
Pretty good guess, Ruben Visser. 35-2.
Yeah. I hope Day's just gonna call. Like if he, with both his big hands and like some of his more speculative hands, I think he should just call and see a flop now. He's gonna be in position. He only has to call 14k. And if you have like aces, you might just want a flat. You're only gonna have, what is it, like a little bit over 1 pot size bet left, and you just want to induce more action. You're gonna induce more by flatting here than clicking it back once again. And you can balance for the times that you want to see a flop here with your 10-8 suited. You sometimes just want to have aces as well.
Talk more about that. What do you mean by balance by the times you want to see the flop with 10-8 suited?
I mean, like, in general, in the spot like this, you're going to have some...
Shows a 3-ball.
Okay, so they were both...
Oh, Ludo.
They were both light here, but... yeah, what I mean is you're going to have like a 5-bet range in this spot if you're Chris Day that's going to have some very good hands you want to stack off, like your aces, your kings, perhaps your ace-king, something like that. And then you have like all the hands you were just toying around with, but some of those hands are just too pretty to fold pre-flop, calling for...
Well, you're getting 4 to 1 right there, right?
Yeah, even more. You had to call 14 for a pot that was like 58 already.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You're going to call sometimes with like your pretty suited hands if you decided to 3-bet 5-bet them. But if you're only going to call with those hands, it's going to be super easy for Geilik to call because he's always going to win the hand if the flop comes like ace deuce deuce or a 7. Yeah, all like.
You're saying if you want to call with your speculative hands sometimes, you need to also call with your absolute monsters sometimes.
Yeah, because
so
otherwise on some boards you're just never going to have a good hand and you're always going to lose the hand. It makes it a little bit tougher for your opponents to play against you. If you just never have a certain hand in a situation, you can get exploited. I don't mean you have to have like 7 deuce off but you need to have like some 7-6 suited under the gun as well as your aces. Just that if the board comes like 3-4-5 and someone raises, you're not capped at having like 1 pair. And with capped, I mean like the best hand you can have is 1 pair.
That last pot, raise and take it for Chris Day.
I'm just ranting on, by the way.
No, that's
Sorry
good.
for
No, I
people.
asked you for that. No, I think that there are a lot of people out there that want to be educated and they want to learn how to play better poker. I'm not exactly qualified to tell them how to do that. I know the right questions to ask, and that's why I'm grateful to have a guy like you in the booth to be able to explain that to them.
3 raising, 23.
Chris Day at it again. Once again, raising to 2,300.
I think it's going to open like quite light with the players just left. Gully is fairly solid actually. The guy with the hat, I don't know him, but he doesn't seem too experienced from his 4-3 suited play earlier. So I'm just going to assume Chris Day feels very confident playing against these players and he's just going to open a lot.
Yuri Gully is fairly experienced, and he's 3-bet now to 6,200.
Yeah, it's just like Chris Day folds here. I would give Gully respect here most of the time. He's fairly in line, so I guess if you're going to open a lot of hands, you should just respect the times you're getting 3-bet by a guy that's playing fairly in line. You don't have to win every single hand.
By the way, just looking at the tournament clock, we now have less than half the starting field remaining in the tournament, 324 players. We expect that number to be significantly smaller by the end of play today. When we come back for day 3 tomorrow, we will play into the money and beyond. So make sure you're with us tomorrow for our bubble coverage. Once again, we're live on air at 12 noon Central European time.
You guys have to forgive me, by the way, if I'm a little slow today. If I seem a little tired. I was up till almost 4 in the morning writing jokes for the GPI European Poker Awards that I'm hosting later this week. Actually, tomorrow night with Gail Garcia Diaz. And I was just sweating it.
Were you preparing opening lines or jokes?
Both.
Very nice.
Geilik's raised 2,000. Called by Wagner in the big blind. And a C-bet gets the job done. So Geilik currently playing around 155,000. Blackov still at the table big stack and still potentially the tournament chip leader with more than 212,000. It's the French players who are the shortest stacks at the table, although only one player who you could actually regard as being short stacked, and that's Besnanu with around 20 big blinds. So Joe mentioned the awards. The GPI European Poker Awards take place tomorrow night, held in conjunction with the EPT. And you don't know the winners yet, right, Joe? That information's been kept from you?
That actually hasn't been decided yet. The jury is getting together, I believe, tomorrow during the day to decide the winners. So it hasn't even been decided. There are a couple of winners that we do know. The GPI Player of the Year for each country has already been determined because that was all public information. European Player of the Year, Europe's leading lady.
We have a triangle.
We have Besnanu all in. He 3-bet jammed over the top of Renault's open to 2,200.
He's not getting called.
Sure enough, the shove gets through.
But I think the most exciting thing about those awards, free dinner. Ha! Probably cocktails too, I would guess.
Yeah, the timing's a little bit unfortunate in the sense that the champagne reception and the dinner actually start while those of us holding the fort here on EPT Live have to continue bringing poker to the masses.
What do you think? What do you think? Alex Dreyfus is some kind of dummy? He's gonna have the open bar when there's like 7 people there. He's a very savvy businessman. He knows what he's doing.
So I look forward to arriving late, eating some cold food, and heckling you during your stage routine.
I also look forward to that. The great part is when I go to the bar, I'm gonna go, hey, can I get a couple of drinks for James too? And guess where those are going? In my mouth hole. Down my throat tube. And into my stomach belly.
Hey, look, if it makes the show an even bigger car crash than I think it's going to be already, then you can have those drinks.
Ruben Mark Gork says hi. He says, long time no see. Long time no beer. How you doing, buddy?
Mark Gork is a great guy. Might remember him from, I think, EPT Dortmund, where at the final table he couldn't be bothered to actually pay attention. And rather than get a smartphone, he just read a poetry book. Like, I think he was even all in when Sandra Najic was tanking and he just started reading again. And you could just tell by like the face, everyone at the table just thought he was the most obnoxious guy at the table.
We do like obnoxious.
He's showing me the best picture ever as well, but I can't talk about it on there.
Oh, well, great. Awesome. Thanks. Wonderful.
Way to tease us.
Maybe you can tweet it to you, like in a direct message.
We could
Mark?
probably put it in the EPT Live timeline. If it's not, how offensive is it?
Very.
No. Maybe not then, Mark Gork.
Action here on Yuri Gully. Under the gun +1, he is raising. Did you see that little look that Lakov gave Besnanu? Action was on Lakov, and he hadn't actually looked at his cards yet, but was holding them out in front of him. Besnanu obviously assumed that he was folding, so went to fold, and Lakov just looked at him like, don't you dare act out of turn.
Oh, the academic.
Besnanu almost got a lecture there.
What's Lakov's background?
All we know about Lakov, and our Russian colleagues kind of gave us the story at the start of the day, is that his nickname is the academic. No one calls him by his name.
Because he will school you.
Apparently, like, if he's playing in Russia with Russian opponents, he talks endlessly. And he generally is lecturing everyone about how they played a hand badly, where they went wrong, why they shouldn't have bet that on the flop, why they should have done such and such on the turn. He's a character.
I'd assume it's very tough for Russian players that are not that good at English to actually play in these tournaments, because it's so difficult to actually interact with the other guys. It's so much less fun if you have no idea what's going on, like in the table talk.
What table talk?
Okay, in this table there's not too much going on. If you play the side events here, the atmosphere is really loosely, it's very lively and fun.
Do you think, James, that just the nature of being on a set and being on a feature table sometimes hurts table talk, sometimes make people less inclined to start a conversation?
I think different players respond to it differently.
Yeah.
But in general, yes. I think some people are very guarded. I do think it's one of the things that slows the action down. We were talking earlier on about why this table's been so fast-paced, and people are sending in their theories that it's because there's no American to the table or whatever. I do think a lot of people, being on that stage, are so paranoid about being seen to make any mistakes that they take much longer than usual over their decisions. I mean, it's tough. The world's watching. And if you do screw up a hand, and let's be honest, we all make mistakes in poker, but if you do it in front of hundreds of thousands of people, and you know that Twitter's going to go alight, and that that mistake could go viral when someone tops and tails it and puts it up on YouTube.
Yeah, it's a good point. Did you say hundreds of thousands of people?
Yeah.
7,000.
I think I just suddenly got stage fright.
That was not an exaggeration. Well, this hand started with Renault raising, Veruca calling, Chris Day involved as well. Check, check. Veruca continues to 7,200, or rather takes over the betting lead.
That's a great spot for Chris Day to bluff. After flop on check, 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 he can rep a lot of good hands by check raising the turn and then betting big on the river. Because pair of Veruca is not going to check back the flop with too many very strong hands. So most likely he's going to have like a draw or one pair and a draw. So yeah, Chris Day could have won that hand by just putting pressure on him.
But he didn't. I miss Chris Day out there in the audience, but I'm glad he's doing well in the tournament.
6 and 7.
And according to the live updates on the PokerStars blog, we have a new tournament chip leader, James Mitchell, who I believe had a deep run in EPT Deauville last year, is the current tournament boss with 245,000. When asked by the live updates team how he got the chip lead, his response, I oversetted someone in a 100k pot.
So outplayed them.
Veruca opens to 2,200, gets 3-bet by Geilich. He's made it 5,400.
Geilich reminds me of like an even younger Oli Shemion, like 2 years ago when he just tried to win every single hand. Like he's kind of stopped.
Has he stopped? I don't know. That sounds like the current Olashemian to me.
Oh no, he likes playing flops a little bit more nowadays. Like he used to just click, 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 click. Try to 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet every hand.
Check, check on the flop.
I think Shemion plays really well right now.
And his results prove it.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the Germans just play extremely well.
More checking.
I think Garlic's gonna have something like when he checks back this flop, like one pair like jacks or like 10-8 suited, stuff like that when he checks back. They're gonna bet like most of his pure air, and his monsters most likely as well is just trying to build a pot.
So hands with reasonable showdown value, he doesn't want to bloat the pot
Yeah,
any
he just
further.
doesn't want to be like check raised off his hand.
One of the players who shared the flight from London City Airport to Deauville with us, Barney Boatman, played day 1A, came in with a decent stack on day 2. He tweets to say, today I'm only set mining with aces, and I'm not drawing to flushes unless I flop the nuts straight. Hashtag pay me off.
It's hard to get paid off when you announce that.
Isn't Barney one of the players in contention for a European Poker Award?
Barney is up for Tournament Performance of the Year, which I believe refers to his bracelet win at the World Series.
Was great. He had an entire reel of like, I don't know, like 50 or 100 British guys just singing, drinking beer out of their shoes. Like the entire Rio is usually a pretty dead place unless like a Brazilian or a British guy makes final table, and it was just complete chaos.
Geilich's raise called by Renault.
I mean, it was either for that tournament performance or his runner-up finish in the 1,100 Euro Omaha 8 or better at UKIPT.
Yeah, probably the World Series. Guylek winning that one with a C-bet on the flop. Every now and then, Graphical Nick is sorting you out with a reminder of the chip denominations, obviously slightly different to what you're used to seeing on the EPT. Under French gaming law, we have to use the chips of the casino here in Deauville. Key denominations being the blacks, which are worth 100, the purples 500, the yellows 1,000, and the greys 5,000. Although, when we see them actually in play, Ruben, they all look very similar to each other. The colours are not that distinct.
No,
I mean, noir and plum don't look almost identical?
I'm colorblind, so this, like, playing here is so difficult for me. Like, after every bet, I'm just like, how much is that? How much are you playing? No, like, exactly. I have no idea what those chips are.
Are all of those chips black, or are some of them black, and are the rest a slightly darker shade of black?
They did have one improvement this year where you can actually like use international betting, they click it back rather than the doubling.
We discussed that earlier on, which obviously is a huge change to the tournament.
Yeah, it was very, very annoying to not have that. It might only come up like once every tournament, but just when you're considering your options, you're like, I could click it. Oh no, I can't click it back because I'm going to be like all in already pretty much.
I think according to French gaming law, also every player is legally obliged to start smoking.
Yep. I was forced. I'm wearing nicotine patch right now to quit again.
The nicotine patch will keep you out of jail, but you will still be fined.
Patu raising to 2,200, called by Day and by Renault, and then Lakov 3-bets to 11,000.
Yeah. This is a very good 3-bet spot, like very good. Day is probably going to 3-bet most of his stronger hands versus the player he probably perceives to be a little bit weaker. Then the small blind flat is just not going to be too strong, because if you have a good hand there, you want to either get a heads up or just win it. So, yeah, you're pretty much worried only about Renault, or what's the name, Patu.
Patu re-raises to 23,900. Everyone else folds. It's back on Lakov. And he folds as well.
Yeah. I like a squeeze, though. I like his sizing as well.
Now, Horace on Twitter. Remember, if you want to get in touch, by the way, use the hashtag EPT Live or email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Horace says, I know the challenge stakes thing is over, but I challenge you to drink a shot every half hour through the stream.
Done.
You're prepared to cut down?
Yeah, I'll make an exception this time and drink a little bit less than usual.
James, you know the Jason Lavely story from, I think, Berlin? Like a 2K side event?
We don't know it. Please tell us.
Okay. I think he made a side bet with Climax, Mike McDonald. And the bet was something like he had to drink 2 or 3 drinks or like per hour, or like 1 drink in orbit.
Wow, okay.
And I think he got like another side bet on like, and he got like an like 200 to 1 to win the tournament as well. So he started doing that and he did really, really well. Like he got very drunk, got in really badly, started winning. So by the time it was like dinner break, he had infinite chips. I think he had like 5 times average. So he went to bed for like an hour, fell asleep, didn't wake up for like hours straight. I'm not completely sure about the details, but I'm pretty sure he lost the bet because he didn't return from one of the levels.
Yeah.
And then he blinded off as well, but still final tabled it in the end.
I heard. I didn't know that. I didn't know about the drinking part, but I heard that one time he went to take a nap and ended up like losing, like getting back down to like below average.
Yeah. The drinking part kind of
It's
caused
key.
a nap.
It's a key point to that story.
On the subject of that competition that was on Twitter, though, Joe, the challenge stakes, what's happening with that?
I have selected a challenge, and I believe we are going to film it and announce the winner on Thursday. I want to make sure I get the GPI awards out of the way before I go doing any silly Twitter promotions. But I have selected it. You will see me go through a reasonable amount of pain, a reasonable amount of suffering.
The operative word being reasonable, because we did have suggestions from the likes of Liv Bree and John Duffy that you should go swimming in the English Channel.
Yes, people wanted me to die. And I was actually flabbergasted by the number of people who think I'm a professional poker player. There were dozens of responses that said things like, play the first 3 levels dressed like a woman. Move all in dark the first 4 hands. run around the table smacking all of your opponents on the head. Like, there were so many suggestions that would imply that I would be playing poker on this trip, which we know that is not happening.
Batu raising again. 2,200 called by Gully, Renault, and Lakov.
We see some Tobias Wagner in action. He's going to call. I used to play a lot against Tobias Wagner. He's been around since like 2006 maybe, like for a long time, plays cash on stars and all the big sides, like up to 25-50, so he's a very good player. It's a little bit on the tighter side, so not too surprised he's not mixing, like not getting into too many pots with like guy like 2-2s left. He's a very good player.
5-way action and an ace-jack deuce flop.
I think he won that big race against Anton, wasn't it? Jacks versus Ace King. I think that was Wagner.
Yeah, I think that was just before I got in here.
So, 5 players check the flop. 4 on the turn.
Check around to the river.
9 of spades.
I guess someone's gonna win this hand with like Jack 10. I put my money on Patu to win.
I have 8 high.
8 high, probably not good.
8 high.
But nobody else wants to show, so.
No, it gets mugged. We have
Queen Jack.
Nice.
that's Gully, I think.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
Patu at King 10. Little smirk from Gully, stacking the chips.
Smirk and Gully. That's what they call him. Well, they don't, they should.
I'll call him Smirk and Ghoulie, buddy. I got you on that one.
He's up to nearly 72,000. Lakov still leads at this table with 198,000. Remember, if you follow the live updates on the PokerStars blog, you will see that James Mitchell from the UK is the current tournament chip leader.
Hey, hey, hey. UK, hey.
Most recent update from the live events team, the live updates team rather, is that Morten Mortensen, a more. He is no more.
Oh, no. Mortensen Muerte?
3 raise. 23 raise. 4, 5, 4.
Chris Day raising 2,300. About half an hour left on this level, by the way. Half an hour until the first break of the day.
We've got a 3-bet from the academic.
Re-raising to 6,200.
Pretty active academic.
8, 4, and 9, 4.
Blinds are out.
Yeah. Good call.
Chris Day makes the call out of position. Jack, tray 4, 2 diamonds.
Check, check.
Check, check, and a quick one at that. 9 of spades on the turn. Chris decides to take over the betting lead. And gets a quick call.
Yeah, he's probably gonna bet most of his hands he gets to the turn with after flop goes check check. Both his draws and like his random pairs.
Queen of spades on the river.
So running straight and flush cards.
Three bets. 11,000 and 1 red.
Day bets again and gets a fold from Lakov. On to the next hand. Around 315 players remaining in the tournament from the 669 who started. A reminder that we're waiting for final confirmation on that number. Once it's been verified, they'll announce the prize pool details. We'll find out how many players are going to make the money, and we'll find out what the winner will receive. And we play down to a champion on Saturday. A reminder that the final table will be streamed with whole cards up. Between now and then, you can follow every single day of the tournament. Our live coverage starting at noon Central European time. Every single day except that final day, where due to the 1 hour security delay, will be on air at 1 p.m.
2, 3, 4.
Right now, Joe and I have Ruben Visser with us in the booth. But after the first break of the day, we'll be joined by another EPT champ, Jake Cody from Team PokerStars Pro, who sadly did not progress beyond day 1A of this year's event.
Ruben, you good with us to stick around to the break?
Yeah, I'll be here for like another half hour.
Perfect. Take us right up to Jake Cody.
And when Jake joins us after the break, if you've got questions for him, you should email those questions. Obviously, if you send them via Twitter now, they're going to get lost in the timeline. But if you email them, we can store them up and put them to Jake when he joins us in the booth. So nuts@pokerstars.tv if you have a burning question for Mr. Cody.
Like, how does it feel to win 10-4 off to Pocket Kings? And then win a Triple Crown like within a year after?
James, I have a burning, but it's not a question for Jake Cody. Can I still email nuts@pokerstars.tv? In fact,
seems appropriate.
Exactly. Nuts isn't completely out of the equation.
5, 6, 4.
It's not really it's just warm.
8, 2000.
No?
Oh, God.
Because WebMD is blocked here for some reason, and I just could use a little.
I love the way that, even though it's a bit, Ruben's instincts meant that he moved slightly to the right.
Who says it's a bit? It's a bit burning. Oh, WebMD is working. Never mind. I got it.
Why don't you talk us through it, Joe? Tell us what it says in response to your symptoms.
I'm not falling for that one again.
A reminder that we'll give out the free roll information a bit later on today. No need to panic. The tournament is not even registering yet because it does not start until 2:15 Eastern time.
4, 5.
Action folded to Beznanu. He mucks.
That gave me a really good idea for a game, James. No need to panic.
9, 4. 1, 4.
Wagner raises from the hijack. Patu calls. Dave folds the big blind. Heads up to the flop. Eight, 6, 4. Check, check. Deuce diamonds on the turn.
I think if Wagner checks back this flop, he's not intending to fold too often on the turn.
Patu leading the turn for 2,200. Quick call from Wagner and the 3 of hearts on the river.
How can you say something like that?
That just kind of has to do with how I view his c-betting range. Let's say he has something like Jack 10. I just think he's going to bet the flop, and he doesn't have any showdown value. If he has
he's
something,
mostly checking hands on the flop that have showdown value.
yeah, like I think like the middle part of his range. Like you have the part where he just doesn't have anything and he doesn't mind getting check raised and folding, and he has the part where he just has something really good and he doesn't mind getting check raised. And you have the part where, yeah, he has something like ace 7 or something, and he has a gut shot and an overcard, and he he has decent showdown value, he has decent equity against his range, but he doesn't really need to bet. So I think like once he gets to the turn, he's gonna have like, if he checks back, he's just gonna have all those middle strength hands.
And do you think most players that play at his level are similar? We can make similar assumptions that when they opt not to c-bet and single raise pots, that generally they have some kind of
It really
middle
depends on
showdown.
the opponent. I believe that against a player like Patu here, he will play fairly straightforward. So he will definitely play like the way I just described. Let's say he's playing against Chris Day or Guy Leak. He might check back something really good or something really bad, and like trying to mix that up. So obviously, if it's that easy to figure out someone's range, it's gonna be not good. If you're playing against like someone like Selps or you don't want to be too easy to read. So a lot of my assumptions are based on how I think that player is gonna perceive his opponent.
Got it.
Magnus raise called by Patu and Day. Decision on Yuri Gully in the big blind.
He's going for it. Oh, he's cost.
4-way to the flop. And that flop is 9-8-6. Action checks around. We get the king of diamonds on the turn.
Well, somebody's got to have something now. Smirkin Ghoulie checks.
Still no bet from Wagner, who was the pre-flop aggressor. Patu checks behind. We get the river for free, which pairs the board. It's 6 of clubs.
Well, somebody's got to have something now, namely a pair of sixes. The delayed continuation bet.
Gets a fold from Patu.
Check raise, do it.
Called by Day.
It's a pretty big bet, too, on the river. For no betting action.
Gully folds. So showdown. Day shows pocket tens. And that's going to be good. Looks like Wagner's mucked. Chris Day currently playing 115,000. Geilich is
He played it well.
second biggest stack at the table, 173,000. Alexander Lakov, the table chip leader. On the subject of our table chip leader, Wayne tweets to say, there's been a serious lack of EPT Live in my life. Great day for poker with the live stream returning here in Deauville. And a question for Ruben Visser. Ruben, how long are your average online sessions when you're putting in the time online?
That really depends on what I'm playing. Let's say I'm playing a Sunday, like the Sunday tournaments on Stars. Most of the times I'll start registering like 4:15 Dutch time, so I think that's 10:15 Eastern. Starts with the 2:65 knockout, then like a warm up, and I'll register something for like I think I registered tournaments for like 7 hours, so up to like 11 p.m. my time. And then
that's how long you'll start tournaments for, 7 hours?
Yeah, like new tournaments. And then I hope to play as long as possible. But I guess most of my Sunday sessions are like something like 11 hours, 12 hours, something like that. But during the week I play a lot more cash games. And then my sessions are anywhere between like 1 hour and let's say like 4. I might play more than one session on a day, but I don't like if you're playing cash games, you can't just keep focusing like that intensely for more than like 4 hours at once. So I'll just take a break after a while.
And is there a good amount of poker that can be played in an hour-long session?
There's a decent amount of poker. Sometimes I just feel like playing poker.
Yeah.
I still really enjoy playing poker, so it might just be that I have an hour to spare until I have to do something. And I'll just see whether there's any good games, and I'll just play for an hour. Like sometimes I even like start a table while I already know I have to leave in like 5 minutes. No, I can just play one orbit. But I just feel like I'll make money by playing this table.
Do you play any differently when you know you only have one orbit, or are you disciplined enough to still play? Nah, it looks like a no.
No, I like to think that I'm disciplined enough to like actually see it as one big session and not change like my ranges, my frequencies based on how long I'm gonna play. I like to approach the game really from a range-based perspective, like what type of hands do I want to be 3-betting? If I don't have a hand that's one of those hands, I'm just not going to 3-bet it. So that, like to give a clear example, let's say in this tournament I want to 3-bet as Yuri Guli versus Chris Day here. I want to 3-bet like 10% of my hands. Then I'm just going to pick 10% of my hands that I don't want to fold and I don't want to call with. So like a few good hands and a few like 8-6 suited or ace-3 suited. And then I have my 10% range I want to 3-bet. So then when I get like 9-4 offsuits, I'm going to think, hey, this is a fun spot to 3-bet, but I don't want to 3-bet more than 10%. 9-4 offsuit is definitely not in the 10% of hands I want to 3-bet. I'll just fold.
You stick to that.
Yeah, I stick to that. I like to like build my ranges that way, and it's pretty difficult to play against players that play that way.
Ruben, here's what you do: just add in 9-4 and take out the 8-6 suited.
Chris Day winning that one with a C-bet on the flop, and some sad news from the outer tables.
Oh no!
As it's been titled on the live updates, Hoff is off.
No!
Natalie Hoff gets it in with ace-king against kings. Kings hold, she is busto.
This game is rigged.
As is Edouard Bagu, Barcelona finalist. Deactivated, as Frank Opdeward writes on the live updates.
Oh, Bagu.
Checking out the schedule for the €2,000 tournament this afternoon. Doesn't start for another couple of
Bagu
hours.
is a great guy. He's like, he just smiles the most of any person I've ever met.
He was so... What final table was that, James?
Barcelona.
Yeah, he was just so happy to be there. When he busted out, he was beaming. I think it took him a second to realize that he was out, but he still kept smiling even when it finally sunk in.
Yeah, I played cash in with him in Holland, and he just like, he loves playing poker. He just sits there smiling. It doesn't matter to him whether he's winning or losing. He just enjoys the game so much.
Those are the people you want in the game.
90 minutes left on this level. A raise from Yuri Gully in the cutoff to 2,500.
We've got a follow-up question from Ed who wants to know, Ruben, is that the same with floating? Is it all texture dependent or c-bet frequency or a mixture?
That's actually a really good question. I think when you're floating, so you're considering trying to call the flop with nothing or something very marginal, you really want to consider like what the board is, where your opponent has raised from, what the stack sizes are. Let's say your opponent raises from first position, he's going to have like some better hands. And the flop is like ace, deuce, deuce. You don't really want to float in general because he's going to just hit that board way too much and there's not too many scare cards. Let's say the board is something like 10-8-7 with 2 diamonds. That's a lot better board to float because there's a lot of turn cards like any 9, any jack, any 7, like 10, any diamond, where your opponent, can get scared and like might fold some of his better hands that he raised with before the flop. So you really want to consider like what the board texture is, how the board texture can change, so what cards can come up on the turn that are bad for your opponent's range. So in this case, let's say your opponent has aces on 10-8-7. He doesn't want to see a 9, jack, or 10, or 8. Or
right, but you also have to make sure you're up against an opponent who's ever going to fold aces, because some aren't.
Oh, definitely. That's one of the things I sometimes forget. Like, if you're playing like a tournament like this in EPT, most people are capable to fold aces on certain runouts. If you're playing a player that just wants to tell the bad beat story in the end, he's like, but I had aces and it's going to throw them down like so unlucky.
Yeah.
Don't bluff him ever. Just try to make good hands. Base your strategy on your opponents you're playing.
So this hand raised by Lakoff, called by Besnanu and Wagner.
Wagner's bet 3,500 on the flop. Lakov has folded. Action now on Besnanu.
this a out of flow lead from Wagner?
Yeah.
Blackoff was the original raiser.
Yes.
It's a good spot for it. Lakov is an annoying spot if he calls because Besno is still behind him very short. So he doesn't want to call with hands that are too marginal because he can risk that Besno shoves and either Wagner re-raises or calls. So he doesn't want that to happen. So he's going to fold more often than if Besno had a larger stack.
Well, Besnu folded as well. That now reached its conclusion. And we now have fewer than 300 players in the tournament. 297 remain. A reminder that news of key eliminations can be found on the live update section of the PokerStars blog.
Yay, my roommate is coming back.
Jasper Vettermans.
Yeah. My roommate here. I have my own house.
Currently playing 72,000.
Sick brag.
I'm renting. But I don't think my girlfriend would like it if Jasper moved in with us.
Geilich raising under the gun here.
I don't have a roommate. I have 4.
Gets caught by Chris Day. Besnanu calls as well. As does Ravaruka. So 4-way to the flop. Ace 9-5.
How's Geilich going to handle his set of aces?
I think Besnu has aces here. He just wanted to induce some more action. This time I'm not serious, by the way.
Geilich's bet 4,400, continuation.
If he does have aces, I'm going to feel like a genius or an idiot.
Wow.
I'm not sure yet.
He's moved all in. Total of 15,500.
15,500.
Oh, we'll never know.
Now, Ruben, if Besnanu has an ace there, which we're fairly confident he did, do you like just the shove there, or do you try to just call and get a little bit more value?
With this exact stack size, it doesn't even matter too much. I guess a call is still a little bit better. Let's say at like 25k, a call is definitely better.
Yeah.
But with this stack size, if he calls, he's going to have 11k left on the turn. Even though Geilich is pretty crazy, I don't think he's going to try to bluff someone off an ace there with 11k left. So I think you pretty much have the same. You either get it in like versus a better hand, or he's just going to give up like here. So I think a shove is fine here. Probably pre-flop he should just reshove or fold with whatever hand he had, but in general you don't really want to call or raise with 20 big blind stack to start with. It worked out well for him though. He's back up to starting stack.
It's always a good feeling. Get a little more life breathed into you, a little more mental happiness, if you will.
Pursuit of happiness.
Three players see a flop of 10-4 deuce.
You get back up the starting stack, then you put your big blind in, and you're like, ah. Almost.
Geilich checks.
I like how Dennis Batu has left the table, like, I guess over half the time that we've been playing.
He's got places to go, people to see, things to do.
French gaming law. Puff, puff.
Renault continues for 3,000.
Oh, he's back.
Gets a call from Geilich. Heads up to the turn. Queen of spades.
I think Renew's giving up a lot of the time when he checks there on the turn. He looks unconvinced by this bet.
I call.
He did call.
I think Gaelic has a queen 4.
Oh, why did he think so long with a 10 there? Weird. Ace 10 too.
I'm hoping he was considering raising.
Oh, maybe that's what took so long. Here's our feature table chip counts. Lack off out in front. But Wagner, Gaelic, Chris Day all doing very well. All well over 100 big blinds.
Yeah, it's a great
Pervaruka.
structure.
Yeah, Pervaruka, Gooley, Patu also doing just fine.
Nicholas has a question. What's the rule here? Show one, show both, or you can just show one? If the hand goes to showdown and you're declaring your hand, you have to show both cards. But obviously if your opponent folds and you're not obliged to show any cards, you can just tease him by showing one card. Obviously if the hand's still in progress, you should not be showing any cards. It's funny because that's a question that frequently comes up, you know, can I just like show a card to get information? No, you're going to get a penalty if you do that.
If you're heads up, you can show a card and fold, right? Also?
If you want to, yes.
Be like, oh, check it out, I'm laying down this ace here. Look what a great fold I'm making.
Wagner's raised, 3-bet. Pervaruka. Wagner calls. Check on the flop. Ace on the turn. And there is Alexander's patented delayed c-bet, which wins him the pot. It's 8 minutes left on the level, 8 minutes to the break. Ruben Viss is going to stay with us, and then the EPT champs just keep on coming after the break. Jake Cody, who won this event here in Deauville 4 years ago now. Beginning of an amazing career for Jake. As Ruben mentioned earlier on, saw him go on to win the Triple Crown and then become a member of Team PokerStars Pro. Jake will be here after 3 o'clock this afternoon.
He'll be a dad, I think, in a few months as well. Going well for Jake.
So apparently I'm friends with Ludovic Gaelic on Facebook.
Why do you say apparently?
I like how you added the on Facebook part. I'm friends with him, but
Yeah,
not
well,
real friends.
I would
like
have known if I knew him in real life, and he is posted that he is on the feature table on Facebook, and there's quite a discussion developing on his Facebook page about this. Part of the reason was apparently is because he doesn't have the same last name on Facebook that we have him on here.
Looks like Johnson is his real last name.
Well, maybe he didn't want people to know that. But go ahead, Ruben. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you spell it with like weird letters and like you can't find it
A
on
circle,
Google
a
ever.
line through
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a Viking's name.
Tom Hall commenting a lot on this. And James, they're telling him what the things we say are.
Well, Geilic's in action here. Opens to 2,000, gets 3-bet by Patu. Calls. And Patu does not continue the flop. He checks to Gaelic. 10-4-4 with 2 hearts.
Someone's posted a screenshot of Ludo checking out Kate.
A lot of people out there with a lot of time on their hands.
Yeah.
This is the longest conversation I've ever seen on Facebook.
Geilich bet 6,200 into a pot of nearly 15k. Remember, Patu was the player who 3-bet pre.
Joe gets some new apparent friend requests on Facebook as we speak.
Let's bring it back to your boy Ludo here, though.
Getting too personal.
Nah, I'm friends with everybody on Facebook. It's not about me, though. It's about the players.
6 of hearts.
Yeah, but
on
to
the
check
turn.
out the flop after 3-betting, it's probably just not going to be too strong here. A lot of ace highs, maybe something like pocket eights, but I'd say his range is pretty weak. I wouldn't be surprised if Ludo would just like bet turn, shove river with like very weak hands, just bluff him off it here.
Well, Patu has checked a second time.
Like betting the turn here, and Patu is going to call with like the ace of hearts or the king of hearts, and then he's going to miss the river. Ludo's going to shove and make a lot of money in doing so. I'd like a bet not too big, like 12 or something.
Well, that from Geilich.
Even smaller.
It's even smaller than that, 7,900.
So all the people on Ludo's Facebook page who are now addressing me in his comments, send your tweets in to hashtag EPT Live. I can't be seen to be reading my Facebook all day long. We appreciate that you guys are watching, but bring the conversation on over to EPT Live. Don't keep it private here on the Facebook page. Share it with everyone.
Agreed.
Stuart McDonald, who asked me for a shout out just because he called me a boss commentator. No, Stuart McDonald. No.
Would be funny if you check raise here. It makes no sense.
It's a call.
Yeah, and now the river's going to be a brick, and he's going to lose. Ah,
Not a brick.
damn it. Lead.
Predicting what the players are holding is one thing. Predicting what's going to peel off.
I predicted the lead.
A lot
Yeah, and he's
different.
going to fold. I was going to be right like 80% of the time. I looked like a genius.
Oh, he shows the ace of spades.
With the king of hearts.
Yes. I will bet a lot of money on something like that.
I've only got you for a couple more minutes, Ruben, so let's squeeze in some more questions. Otto says, Ruben, how do you compose your tournament schedule, including online goals, etc., at the start of a year? Do you actually plan out the year, or do you take it month by month, week by week?
I don't really plan too much. Actually, this year my plan was to plan more seriously. I'm finishing my master thesis right now. I'm going to graduate my master in March.
Sick, man. That's awesome.
I'm pretty happy about that. So after that, I'm planning to probably play a little bit more than I used to. So I've never really played full time up to now. I always just played when I felt
Wait,
like
once
it.
you get your master's, you're going to devote yourself completely to poker?
Perhaps. No, I'm considering playing for like maybe like a year more and then perhaps doing something else. I'm not sure about what I want to do. But I don't really set goals. Like my live tournaments, I just play the stops I like, the cities, or are very good value. And online, yeah, same thing. I just play when I feel like it. I feel like it's quite a bit, but I still don't grind nearly as much as I could or perhaps should. I just enjoy doing other stuff as well, so no real clear goals, more just what sounds like fun.
Now, we always encourage you guys to follow @PokerStars blog on Twitter, because you always get links to the new articles that are being published there, in addition to the live updates the guys are providing from the outer tables. And there's an article I'm particularly looking forward to reading during the break. The connection between Deauville and Agent 007. As a James Bond geek, I'm thrilled to read Martin Harris's piece.
Cool.
As I'm sure most people know, the Casino Royale of the books was based on the casino here in Deauville.
Oh, I thought it was based on Turning Stone Casino in upstate New York.
So Besnanu's raised to 2,600. 3-bet by Gully after a couple of players called.
Probably going to be the last hand of the level, but it's going to be a good one, it looks like.
The clock ticking down, players already going on a break. We'll keep you entertained during the break, by the way, and when we come back from that break, Jake Cody will be here. It will be a 20-minute hiatus.
I expect Gully to be strong here quite often, but now you opened from a 29 PB stack and he hasn't opened too often. I wouldn't be too worried about Patu or Day, but I think best now he just has pretty strong range. I'm not sure how many of those hands he's going to fold to 3-bet. So I expect Gully to just have something and call if best now shoves.
Plenty of fun stuff lined up for you during the break, including the Ride on the River music video, a special bonus cut edition about the curse of the two-time champ. Stapes going heads up against Liv Burry.
I want to be the first two-time champ.
You're halfway there.
Yeah. I should play the main event though. I didn't hear. That doesn't really help.
Oh, you didn't play this?
No, I have to be back in Holland in 2 days, unfortunately.
Well, it's probably better you didn't play that.
Yeah, I was considering it, but skipping day 4 of a tournament didn't seem like an optimal strategy.
I love the fact that we've praised this table for the quick pace of action until it gets to the last hand of the level, which then eats into our break.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he's just trying to win a French Oscar. He's just sitting there with aces like, oh.
The Caesars.
Now everyone's just gonna fold. Yeah, he was just waiting to get out of there, and Day's like, I didn't have a hand good enough to squeeze it to begin with. I should probably just fold. I should probably just fold. Yep, and there he goes.
Everyone folds, and Gully wins the last hand of the level. On this point, we thank Ruben Visser, EPT champ, for joining us in the booth.
No problem. Good luck, guys. Have fun.
Thanks, Rubes.
And as we mentioned, when we come back from the break, another EPT winner will be in our midst. Jake Cody from Team PokerStars Pro will be here, so keep those questions coming in. Nuts at PokerStars.tv. Tag your tweets EPT Live. These are the stacks of the 9 players at our feature table. James Mitchell leads the tournament overall with 288 remaining at the Deauville leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We're back in 17 minutes.
At PokerStars, you'll find more tables, more players, more games than any other poker app. We are mobile. We are poker.
As I set forth on this journey, may the gods of this game continue to bless me with the gifts of good fortune. I ask that you grant me the power to hold my ego at bay in the face of adversity, the strength to choose patience over greed, and a trustworthy gut that knows when to lay down and when to fight. Once that decision's made, I leave my fate in your hands. I have faith that you'll be there to guide me along this ride on the river. check, 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 check. Raise hell, bet call those angels. Better know that range well. So we meet again. EPT season 10, Barcelona first stop. Back in the home of the first flop. Steppage will get in the record book out of the gate. Original champion, not far behind him. Star rising, currently king of the cash in. Luca, Pagano, huge bucks, Bronco. Still no title yet. Never know he might be next. Antonius a day late by the time he got in. Started at the bottom, finished on the top and bottom. Thinking Johnny Lydon's riding right there on the brink of his first EPT win. But what does Johnny think? I be widely regarded as the greatest on the scene. Still no number one, but number two in season 3. At Chips and by Big Ben, the big story was victory for Vicor and that victory Season 4 we saw 2 new cities on the tour. Expanded that casino, PCA and San Remo. Elkie earned a new moniker by the quick way that those chips came. Mr. PCA leading the way and hey, a new nickname. First time in San Remo, victory would go to J Mercy. First time on a live circuit, worthy of that first seed. Got it again in a year, way to begin a career. The only difference here, now the original high roller title holder. Come on! Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You could cry me a river. In Germany, McDonald, only 18 years old. Maybe grinning silver, but that baby's winning gold. Nearly got that win again in Dortmund season 5. Path blocked by a black mamba, only she survived. Season 6, make a living with the chips. 1,240, fell short except Bori. Super high rollers need 100K to play. Catch it off and go snatch it all in the first at PCA. Monte Carlo, season 9, grand final. Searching for that first win was Laden and Negrano. Mercier and Cody hoping to pioneer a title pair. Smoke finally cleared, only O'Dwyer in that chair. So the jinx lives on, even after 9 years. We've never seen a double, gotta say that's kinda weird. Matter of time, indeed, it might be seen in season 10. Sit back, enjoy the ride as that new season begins. Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You can cry me a river. Ride on the river, riding high on the river. On the river, live and die on the river. On the river, no surprise on the river. You can cry me a river.
It's been 10 years and we've still not had a 2-time winner. Winning poker tournaments with big field sizes, it's hard, you know, to do that twice. You can be the best player in the world, but the odds are still stacked against you.
It's a really tough competition because all of the best players are playing in the EPTs. And you need to be lucky to win one. But it's quite amazing. Nobody has been lucky twice.
That just is a testament to how tough the fields are. You know, you have great players from all different countries, so it's very difficult to repeat. You gotta hit lightning in a bottle to actually win one, because when you get down to about 10, 12 players, usually you're facing off against a bunch of young, tough Euros.
Now it's like become this big deal. Every time somebody makes an EPT final table, anytime somebody who's an EPT champion goes deep in that event, this buzz starts happening, you know? I think it'll happen pretty soon, but somebody's gotta break that curse, I think.
I think nobody's won a second EPT yet because they're just waiting for me to do it. If it doesn't end up being me, I wouldn't be surprised if it was somebody like Elkie. He's a fantastic tournament player. He plays all the EPTs.
He's one of the best players in the world. He's a great ambassador. He deserved that.
Mike McDonald, Timex, who's won one, and he's always putting up solid results. And if he plays a lot of tournaments, you know, I could see him winning another one.
I think I'd just go with Steve O'Dwyer. He's always there. He's playing all of them. Plays very well. One of the best tournament players in the world.
He's final tabled 4 EPTs in 2 seasons. I think he's got a brilliant poker mind, incredible amount of confidence, a lot of swagger right now with coming off all these big cashes.
I don't see why it can't be me.
Prague, the location for Rafa Nadal's first live poker tournament. In just 24 hours, Rafa will be taking on a table of sports stars and the world's #1 professional player.
Poker is very close to a sport. A lot of similarities, in my opinion, to tennis. I think it's very important to be very focused all the time, have a great self-control. I like the mental games, and I think poker is a very mental game.
It's the morning of the game. Rafa's poker coach Alfonso is giving him some last-minute advice.
The strategy today is play tight. Tight is right.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, let's play tight. Don't be aggressive. Not today.
I am ready. I don't know if I will have a good tournament, but the only thing that I'm sure is I'm gonna have fun.
Good luck, mate.
Rafa's opponents are legendary footballers Ronaldo and Andrei Shevchenko, Olympic champion skier Alberto Tomba, Olympic gold-winning hockey player Fatima Maria de Melo, and the world's reigning #1 poker player Daniel Negreanu.
For me, it's a big honor to play in the same table that all these big stars around me. So I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try to be competitive. It's my first poker tournament live, like you said, and that's making me feel a little bit nervous, normal. But I hope to be ready.
If we were playing on clay, he might have a chance. You know, if we're playing on a pitch, maybe he has a chance if we're on slopes, but now they're playing on my turf, so I feel like I'm supposed to win.
I really hope to be ready to compete against these guys and to compete well in everything in life, in tennis, in poker. I try to compete with the best that I can in every moment.
Well, my name is Alex Dreyfus. I'm the owner of Global Poker Index and Hand on Mob. And I've been in the industry since 8 years now, or no, actually 10 years, and in the online space since 17 years. The ranking has been built to reward the regularity and the performance, not the one shot. Meaning that we have, for example, cap on the formula. If you play an event that has 2,500 players or 5,000 players, it's capped to 2,500. For the high roller as well, meaning that till now we were capping to 25K US, and it's going to be official soon, but we're going to cap to 10K US very soon. So we want to reward the best players that are on the circuit, but that don't just win once or one big event.
There's a couple angles you can go with, but a ranking system first and foremost that is a little longer than 1 year. The 3-year scale with a mathematical system in place that really makes some sense. I think that's very valuable. Aside from that, it helps identify who the touring pros are. So if we want to have some input in the future when it comes to rules or ideas, we have a base of people that we know we can go to, and it's like all in a database.
The creation of Global Poker Index actually was in US like 3 years ago. I was not the founder. It went bankrupt. I acquired it last year. And I'm a strong believer in online poker and live poker. And I'm a strong believer that if you want to expose poker, you need to expose players and you need to expose events. What is the best way to expose players? It's to rank them. You need to have the best US player, the best French player, the Italian player, the best global player. And that's why if you want to promote poker as a sport, doesn't mean that you want to make poker a sport, but to promote it as a sport and to make these players very well known, you need to have this independent ranking and you need to become the equivalent of the ATP in tennis or PGA in golf.
The thing with ranking systems is it's really, really difficult to find a system that everyone's going to be happy with and that's totally fair. So I think with the Global Poker Index right now, it probably is doing a decent job, but of course, it doesn't mean the rankings is the be-all and end-all. It's not like the top 10 of the top 10 in the world. It's just they're doing the right things in that certain ranking system to be at the top, which is obviously a great accomplishment, but it's not like they're the top 10 in the world. It's not really something I'm overly motivated about. As long as I feel like I'm personally doing well on a personal level and I feel like I'm working hard and getting good results, the ranking system isn't something I keep an eye on. At the same time, if all of a sudden I was climbing the rankings, I guess I would be more motivated to try and get to #1 if I got in the top 20 or something like that.
We are already this ranking poker authority. We are already this largest live poker database with Hand on Mob. Now we want to go to the next stage, becoming this organization that will be neutral, agnostic, We are not owned by an online poker room. We are not exclusive to anybody. So we work in the interest of the players. So there is actually sometimes a misunderstanding about Global Poker Index, because in the past, and it's still the case, it's called the GPI 300, which do rank the best 300 players. But eventually, we do rank 40,000 players, because every single player that cash in everywhere in the world is ranked in the GPI, as long as it was the result was in a buy-in, in a tournament of a buy-in of $1,000 plus. We're going to have a lot of partnership with additional circuits, but as well a lot of casino everywhere in the world. We want to become this ATP again in the poker world, and for that we need to have the endorsement of the players, which we do, and the whole industry, meaning the casino. And most of the casino in US, in Las Vegas, on the East Coast, in Europe, and EPT of course, are supporting our Global Poker Index, and that's very important for us.
Joe Stapleton here from the PokerStars.net 2014 PCA, and I'm with the guy whose name is Luca Vivaldi. You're like one of the big guys in charge on the EPT. Now, I found out that apparently you're pretty good at chip tricks. I'm gonna be honest with you, Luca. I can't even shuffle chips.
Seriously?
I can't do it. I don't know how to do it. Come on. It's okay. You start with a stack, right? Obviously, do something like this, and then you just see. I assume that's not how it's supposed to go.
Can we start with the 8 chips, let's say?
Yeah, so this is, I'm already trying to...
You're going on to way too advanced stuff.
Flow too close to the sun. Okay, we're gonna start with this.
Yes,
okay.
Much better. So you put your end like this.
Okay.
And then you lift this one and you push
Lift my middle finger?
This,
oh, that finger, that's why.
Little mix.
You
just lift the chips.
Yeah.
And you push with the thumb. Thumb should be here.
Oh, the thumb goes there.
Yes. So you're pushing and you lift in the middle.
What else have you got for me? Is there anything that's easier than that, possibly?
Easier, I don't know, chip tour we can try.
Okay.
3 chips.
1, 2, I can count to 3. So far, so good.
Not too bad.
It already looks bad, right?
You go weird.
I'm really good at massage, though. I'll teach you how to do this. That's good, right?
Oh, it's fantastic.
What else you got?
We can go on to the easier stuff.
There's something easier.
Really, really easy.
Okay, yeah. Do that.
Something like this. You take the first 2 and then you open them like this, and then you can close them.
I see. So we're gonna go to the easier stuff. Yeah, I'm just not even gonna attempt that. Well, Luca, I've been saving this for the end, so I know I can. Here we go. Ready? See that? Yeah, it just went. Okay, so they were supposed to do that in special effects and post.
All right.
And if they didn't do it, they got me again. You got me again, editors, but I think that it probably would have worked. Anyway, Luca, thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Remember the feeling of entering our lobby and easily finding the game you're looking for? Remember the sights and sounds of online poker at its best, or testing your skills against the pros? Remember the non-stop action of Rush Poker and destroying egos one hand at a time in the most exciting tournaments available? It was a thrill you could only get at FullTiltPoker.net. Good news, the thrill is back. FullTiltPoker.net. It's where we play.
Welcome to Heads Up with Stapes, the show where I chase down Team PokerStars pros to find out more about their lives away from the table. Then we play a little heads up of our own. Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to Heads Up with Stapes. I'm here with PokerStars Team Pro Olivia Burry, and we are doing some outdoors activities. You're a bit of, I don't want to say outdoorsman, an outdoors person.
That's fine. I've done like rock climbing, you know, just I love outdoorsy stuff to do with mountains. You stick on a mountain, I'm very happy.
How many like serious injuries have you had? Like not like life-threatening, but broken bones, trips to the hospital?
I broke my ankle this summer trying to do a backflip. Skiing accidents, horse riding accidents, fell on my head a couple of times. Not good. So, yeah.
Not just zipline portions to this. There's climbing and there's like jumping.
Swings and there's ropes and there's stuff to climb up.
A lot of stuff. That
it's actually, I think it's quite a fair match.
Yeah, let's get this over with. Fastest time across the treetop assault course wins. The loser's got a belly flop into a mud pit at Liv's mom's farm.
down, boy.
Okay, no time for love, Dr. Jones. Get up there, go do it. You're gonna have to use a stopwatch to time live, but I'm gonna need a calendar. Okay, yeah, I've lost already. I have to go to the bathroom. Oh, that's a lot worse than I thought it was gonna be. Okay, let's just look straight ahead. It's not just a bridge. You know, the boards move. Liv, you're doing real good for a grandma. I feel like Bambi learning to walk here. All right, there we go. I'm just gonna try not to scream like a girl. Oh, sweet mother of God! Oh, God! Oh, boy! All right, it's okay. All right.
Welcome back to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. We are 2 levels into play on day 2 of the EPT Deauville main event. And news reached us that just before the break, we lost the man who started the day as chip leader. The winner of Lebanese Idol, Ayman Zabib, is out.
What?
288 players remain, and the current tournament chip leader is James Mitchell from the UK.
It'd be awesome if he went out to the Lebanese Simon Cowell.
As far as our feature table is concerned, it's headlined by a guy who made the final table of EPT London earlier this season, Ludovic Geilich. He also has a UK IPT title to his name. He's in the 1 seat. The big stack is the academic, Alexander Lakov, the Russian player, currently playing 185,000 with the blinds at 600, 1200 with a 100 ante. This is level 11 of the tournament. Our first day of live streaming from Deauville. Make sure you're with us every day of this week, right through until Saturday, when we'll bring you the final table of this tournament with cards up. And Lakov, the table chip leader, is first man in, first hand back from the break, and under the gun raise. Actually, that may have been a hangover from the previous hand, which Lakov won with an under-the-gun raise, uncontested pre-flop. This hand folded around to Chris Day in the cutoff. He raises to 2,600. Go to call from Mathieu Renault in the small blind. And Lakov calls down to the big blind, 3-way to the flop.
Either way, Lakov was going to be in the hand.
Queen 8-8.
Looks like Chris is going to continue.
Gets rid of Renault, but not Lakov, who calls the 3,800, heads up to the turn. 7 of diamonds.
So this board gets a little bit more of a wet texture. Diamonds now. Another straight card.
Jack of hearts on the river.
After taking the turn off, Chris is going to bet again.
7,600.
Just over 7,500, 7,600. And Lakov, as we saw during the first 2 levels of the day, not a player who takes an enormous amount of time over his decisions. This is a tank for him.
especially when he's calling. Chips are usually in his hand before the bet's even out.
On this occasion, he folds. And Chris Day will chip up. He came out of day 1A of this tournament as the chip leader. Still a decent stack. Average chips right now around 70,000. Chris Day playing 126,000. Well, before the break, we had an EPT champion with us in the booth, Ruben Visser. We've swapped one EPT winner for another. Jake Cody from Team PokerStars Pro, the man who won this very tournament 4 years ago now, Jake.
You make me feel old. Now I feel like a bit old school now.
Ice cream and Jakey Jake. Buddy.
That can catch on.
Yeah, that's a popular slogan in the States for ice cream cake. Ice cream and cakey cake. But I like ice cream and Jakey Jake.
Suffice to say, if you have a question for Mr. Cody, you can tag your tweets EPT Live. You can email nuts@pokerstars.tv. Sadly, no repeat victory this year, Jake. The fact that you're sat alongside us informs us that you're no longer in the tournament.
It is a little painful being sat here instead of playing, but, you know, I'm happy to be here. And although it didn't go to plan, I'm not too disappointed with how I played, really.
You joked about 4 years ago making you feel old.
Yeah.
How much of that is a joke?
Not completely a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, it's slightly exaggerated, but
you're still in your 20s, right?
I just sometimes I sit at the table and there's like some 19, 20-year-old guys there, and I'm like, oh, I'm the old guy now. I'm pretty excited about commentating for this. I've never seen so many bluffs in the last 3 days than I think ever.
I mean, you've been watching the stream and or you just
in
this
Deauville
tournament?
in the side events, just everybody goes crazy, and it seems to be contagious. Everybody just seems to bluff all the time.
Isn't that what Deauville is kind of renowned for, though? If you kind of were like saying what is synonymous with each stop of the EPTs, Deauville is kind of crazy play.
Yeah, you see some things that you don't see anywhere else.
I mean, the one thing that we picked up on, and bear in mind that we're only like obviously 3 hours into the day, is how fast-paced it's been. I mean, during those first 2 levels, we saw at the feature table alone nearly 60 hands, and that's a pretty fast rate of play for an EPT main event.
That's way above average, I would say.
Especially for a feature table.
Yeah, I mean, I think it slows it down a lot sometimes, so that's amazing.
I think our webcast set tends to slow things down a little bit less than the big TV set does, but even still faster than we would normally expect.
Surprised Ludovic has folded 2 hands since I've been here. That must be a record for him.
He's a very active player.
He is.
I mean, you say you're feeling old, Jake. How do you think I feel? I was back here in 2005 when you still had to wear a suit to get into the casino.
I heard there was somebody mentioned they might bring that back, or some kind of dress code.
There was something really quite elegant about the fact that they didn't have any slot machines in the casino, and you had to like pass a private desk and be properly dressed to play the table games. I mean, yes, it felt very old-fashioned, but I kind of liked it. That just doesn't exist anymore anywhere in the world.
Un smoking.
And sadly, we no longer use the room in which you won your title, which is obviously the main ballroom over in the casino.
Yeah, the PokerStars party was actually held there. And I was in the room back, remembering the whole thing. It was pretty cool.
Did it bring back memories walking into that room?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Did you make your friends listen?
Yeah, probably too many times.
Now, do you feel old just because your win was 4 years ago, or do you also feel old because you're about to be a dad?
I think it's a combination.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really feel like 4 years ago, but then it was like 2010. Jesus. It's a long time ago.
You're like, it's not that long. It was still in like the 2001-0 range. Like that's.
Oh yeah, we're still in this decade.
Right.
We're still in the decade.
But no, it's still 4 years, long time.
But yeah, becoming a dad too. That's also it's making me feel a little older. Hoping the grey hairs don't come.
Now, which of these players on the feature table are you familiar with, Jake?
Well, actually know the 2 British guys, Ludovic and Chris Day.
Ludo, obviously, we saw a lot of in London. We didn't see much. Obviously, Joe and I weren't in Marbella when he won his UK IPT title, but then he came to us in London where he tore up the tables and plays a very aggressive game.
He plays insane. I've played with Yuri before too. We don't. I mean, I don't know him, but I've definitely played with him.
How do you counterpunch a guy like Ludovic, like when you're at his table? How do you withstand the barrels and the betting?
I think there's two ways you can go. You can either lock down and just like wait for it and just try and just hope he blows up, or you can go fire with fire and just like it's basically a war on like who has control of the table. And if you win that war, it's quite huge as well. So you just means you can continue to open a lot, like especially if you have position on them. Instead of like a time they might have raised and you would have to fold. Now they've folded and you can just raise and steal the blinds.
Yeah, I don't know what it would take to win that war. Against him.
I think somebody would be out. That is the answer to that.
Reno opened, Lakoff 3-bet. Took it down. 279 players remaining according to the tournament clock. James Mitchell is the current chip leader, Jake.
I'm happy to hear that. He's a good friend of mine.
James had a deep run in last year's EPT Deauville main event. Obviously, don't want to dwell on it too much, but you can't ignore the fact that over the last few years we have seen the number of entrants in this tournament go down. Over 900 players in 2012, around 750 last year, looking at around 670 this year. But just increased competition with so many events, and of course now that the Aussie Millions is a part of the PokerStars live tours, so many people push towards those satellites on PokerStars.
I guess especially when stars do the satellites to anywhere, they're always going to get runners, and I guess when they just compete with each other at the same time. It's unfortunate, but I mean, it's still a good turnout.
I mean, absolutely, it's still a big field for a €5,000 buy-in tournament, but Beznanu is all in. Chris Day opens 2,600. Beznanu's shove is for around 24K.
There's the call.
Call. All in and a call.
10's the hand for Day, Ace-King the hand for Beznanu. Classic race underway at the feature table.
The classicest. This race is more classic than a 57 Chevy.
Ace on the flop. Beznanu takes the lead.
Classic race underway.
Turn. Queen.
Beznanu just has to fade.
I feel quite sad to be out of this tournament right now.
River.
Oh, he loves it.
Did you just get more sad while you saw this race being dealt out? Is that what just happened?
Yeah, that's what happened.
What happened? What triggered it?
I was just imagining still being in and just looking at the chips and stuff.
Are you a sicko that sees this race and you're just like, oh, I would give anything to be racing right now?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Meanwhile, news from the Twitter sphere, Kevin McPhee is busto. Very happy with how patient I was today on the short stack, but now he's out of the tournament planning to play the 2K later on.
Oh, Kevbo.
Remember, you can follow action from the outer tables on the live update section of the PokerStarsblog.com. Some questions for Jake Cody coming in. Thomas says, Dear Mr. Cody, how did you overcome emotions at the table? Was there ever a time when you were a tilt monkey, Jake?
I think just is with experience, to be honest. You just have to get beaten down a hell of a lot before you kind of become numb to it. And then all of a sudden, you just kind of get on with it, you're just all in, you just look at how you played rather than if you've had a bad beat or whatever. You just got to kind of, overall, just look at the situation and of how, if you could have done anything different, not if you got cooled or if like someone hit an ace in the river, like you can't control that, so don't get hung up about it.
Easier said than done, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Wayne says, Jake, of the side events at the EPT stops, which is your favorite? And how many side events do you normally play?
That's actually my one of my resolutions for this year is to play more side events. So a lot of the time I bust the main event and then get a bit tilted, and then I end up just like having fun in the city.
What a great position to be in to make your New Year's resolution to play more poker. Like, how many people are like, I gotta play less poker, I'm playing too much poker, my wife says I gotta play less poker, what are my New Year's resolutions, I gotta play. Jay Cody's like, look, I got a baby on the way, I gotta play more poker. I gotta get more poker in.
It's true though, I think I play a lot, probably side events is something I need to play more of. But I like playing the high rollers. The 10K EPT I think are great tournaments.
Have you ever played any of the funky formats that Neil Johnson occasionally throws in? I mean, obviously at the PCA,
I've played a couple of the 1K plus 1K bounties,
right,
which are a lot of fun. Really enjoy them.
But open face Chinese, Bing Lahar,
Punch your neighbor, smell the glove.
I haven't played any of those variations.
I think we're going to see some of those in Vienna this year.
Mathieu Renault opened with a raise to 2,500, called by Ludovic Geilich, who checks the flop and now faces a continuation bet from Renault of 2,500. Chip denominations at the bottom of your screen right now, slightly different chips than we normally see on the EPT. These are the chips of the Casino Barrier Deauville. And of course, something that you'll be familiar, Jake, and we will see them later on in the tournament, are the plaques.
Yeah.
You want European elegance, you want Bond-esque poker. Wait till the plaques come into play.
Gotta love the plaques.
I mean, not only the plaques awesome, but it means that you've made like day 5, late day 5, or day 6 of this tournament.
If
so
you're ever playing poker and the plaques are there, you're in a good situation.
Yeah. James, you're pretty well versed in this stuff. What is that little paddle called that the croupiers use?
Oh, wow.
Because if I made like day 6, you know, the final table of this and plaques route, I would have my own one of those that I would just use to slide the plaques into the middle of the table.
I'm sure someone's going to help us out on Twitter because my mind has gone blank. Raise and Pereveruca. Two in the small blind. Calls. Heads up to the flop. Queen, trade, deuce. 2 clubs.
Pereveruca continuing, 3,500.
Takes it down.
Now we know that the stick used for craps is called a rattan.
It's like a mini.
But I think it probably has a different name for the paddle that they use to slide the
You're thinking like
flags.
a baccarat, right? Where the guy is like moving.
Where he doesn't touch the chips with his
Yes,
hands
yeah.
and he reaches across the table to slide them. I think the thing that the croupier uses in dice to rake the dice in is the rattan. Paul's got a question for you, Jake. On a scale of Belrog to M. Bison, how much of a boss are you?
I don't even know how to answer that question.
I will open that up to, if you could be, and we're going to ask, this is a great question, by the way, Paul. We're going to ask this of all of our guests. If you were going to be a boss from a video game, which boss would you be?
Oh, wow. So do you mean any character or like a bad guy?
Well, it's got to be like a boss. It's got to be someone at the end of a level. Yes, a bad guy. I mean, there's Ganon.
What was the guy from Mortal Kombat called?
Mortal Kombat. There was Shang Tsung was one of them.
Yeah, yeah. That's
Shang
me.
Tsung. Wow, that is a
Tsung.
boss. That is a super boss. That's after Goro.
I want to thank Ezra Stang for answering our question.
That's me.
The paddle-like thing that croupiers use is called a croupier's paddle.
Well, there you go. Turns out I knew it already. I would use a croupier's paddle.
So Chris has raised a small blind to 3K and Euro defense.
Indeed. 9 high flop.
I always find blind on blind battles really interesting because people do seem to take off a lot more than usual, and like everyone's range is so wide that definitely gets into some situations.
Gets a little nutty.
Gets nutty for sure. People fight a lot. I feel like they fight for the pot a lot more.
Nobody ever folds a small blind to the big blind. Ever, ever, ever.
It's very rare. So Chris has continued on the flop and he's going for the barrel on the turn.
3 bets, 7,000.
I found a website, by the way, that will sell a Baccarat/Chemin de Fer paddle.
Think about all the other fun things I could do with that paddle, too, especially once I win a bunch of money in a poker tournament.
$48.85.
I will break that paddle in two, for sure.
Hang on, let me just see if that includes shipping.
Dude, I just shipped a tournament. I don't care how much the paddle costs.
It's not being funny, it's plastic, and I really think you'd want a wooden one.
Oh,
right?
I do want a wooden one.
Okay.
Plastic one's not going to break.
Looks like he's firing up a third barrel. It's kind of seemed like a bad card on the turn too, if he was bluffing. So I'm going to go say he's got it here. He's probably got some kind of Queen 9, King 9, or better.
We did see him triple barrel with what we assume was absolute air because he insta-mucked when he got called down in the last level.
I think that makes it more likely he's got it here then, because that might be in his mind that he'll think he has a bad image.
It was also, yeah, a way different board texture. This board's kind of boring.
Maybe he's remembering that hand, thinking he's going for it again.
So you're saying you think he turns up here with a 9 a lot?
A 9 or better, yeah.
Yeah. Curry calls. Curry calls with a 9. And we did not get to see Chris's hand.
I don't like that bluff really. Like I said, I just think people get so stubborn in blind on blind battles. I think 6 or a 9, I don't think he's folding. You're basically hoping he's got 7, 8 or a flush draw to miss.
So Yuri Gully chips up to over 100K. Chris Day down to 74K. Now, I was under the impression that Lee Jones was on holiday. He's spending his holiday watching EPT live because he chimes in on the small blind versus big blind conversation. Nobody ever folds the small blind because it's fun to take a random hand and pick a fight with a guy who has position.
Well said, Lee Jones, and we're glad that you're with us.
I wonder if Lee will be listening when we're joined later on by his replacement, Michael Josem, for Josem's Journal.
Josem's Journal is going to be huge. Heard Josem's Journal, Michael Josem is coming prepared with poetry for Josem's Journal.
Yep.
You want to handle Max's question, Jake, about that last hand? Max wants to know, what do you think Ghouli's bottom calling range is on the turn?
Well, I think once the 3 pairs, it seems like such a bad card to bluff because he's either he could have a 3. You don't think he's going to fold a 6. But with so many draws out there, I think people just call down there with pairs. So if he's got a 6, 9, or 3, he's not going to fold.
So the flip side to what you're saying is there are much better cards to bluff at, and if you want to continue running,
yeah,
a bluff,
I just think it's a terrible card to bluff.
Yeah.
So continue bluffing that anyway.
So you want it to be
so
some kind of scare card to an already made hand. So if you've got a 9 or a 6 or a 3, you'd rather bet an ace or a king or a queen on the turn.
I'd say, or diamond would be if you had to pick up some equity maybe. The worst hand, I guess, if he has some bad flush draw, that's probably the worst hand he can call with. Or I mean, if he gets really stubborn, he might not fold ace high. I guess 7, 8 is technically the bad worst hand he make a call of his two.
It just seems like everyone understands the blind dynamics so much too that just getting someone to fold a pair is just a pretty difficult proposition.
Tough. That's why I feel like when you have King 9 there, you're just so happy. You just like, he's not folding here. I'm just gonna go for free streets.
By the way, here is a awesomely dull fact about Deauville.
Nice.
Provided by our production team. Deauville is regarded as the queen of the Norman beaches.
Well, you know, whenever they do those top 10 beaches in the world, what is it, 6, 7 are typically Norman beaches. It's like Hawaii, Thailand, and then Normandy.
I have a mission for our audience. Obviously, you all have the internet at your disposal because you're watching a live stream. I want you to do some research, and I want you to come up with a genuinely fascinating fact about Deauville. It needs to be something that Stapes has never heard before, and it needs to be something that he actually is interested in hearing.
Okay.
And it has to be a genuine fact, no fake facts here. And the best and most interesting fact we receive about Deauville in the next 30 minutes will see its writer rewarded with an EPT Deauville t-shirt signed by Mr. Jake Cody. So tag your tweets, EPT Live, email nuts@pokerstars.tv. I want a really awesome fact about Deauville on the French coast.
I feel like the fact that is probably going to get my attention the most is going to start off something like, Dear Penthouse Forum, I was recently in Deauville where I met triplets. I mean, that could be a fact, right?
No, that sounds like a fantasy, and I remind you that it has to be a genuine, true, provable, sourced, credited fact. You have 30 minutes. Geilich is raised. And Bezanu is calling from the big blind. King 10-3 with 2 diamonds.
One bet, 2,500. 7 raises.
Oh. Oh, look at.
That's how you fight Ludovic Geilich.
A big shove, a huge shove.
He was all in for 47,000. 47,000 into a pot of 7,200. Mr. Jake Cody.
A question for Jake from Ross.
Not messing around.
Jake, if you have a baby boy, will you avoid big poker names for a son, e.g. Phil, Daniel, etc.?
Well, I know I'm having a girl right now, so that's currently not a problem.
Well, there we go.
But,
we'll put that one to one side.
In the future, I mean...
Will you name her Phil or Daniel?
No.
Okay.
I won't. And it won't be anything like Ace or, I guess, Jack or something ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, please. Let's just make it so there's nothing to do with poker at all, I hope.
I hate that.
You know, I was lucky enough to meet the mother of Jake's child in the Bahamas. And unfortunately, I think I may have upset her because at one point I walked over with a bunch of shots of Jägermeister. And Jake was like, all right, Jägermeister. And then the look she gave me was like, dude,
she
what
knows how
are you
easily
doing?
influenced I am as well. Like,
she knows what?
She knows how easily influenced I am by anybody who, like, around me.
And so I just immediately turned her against me within 5 minutes of meeting her.
How is you upsetting someone's wife or girlfriend news?
Yeah, I'm just glad it was that way.
I'm happy to take the fall.
Lack of raises. Just a bit Wagner in the big blind. And Wagner is 3-betting from the big blind.
He shows a deuce. Folds.
How do you fold that?
Well, just before we get to some of your competition entries, let's check on some of the players on the outer tables today.
Deuce free.
Some big names playing in the EPT Deauville main event. A guy famous for things beyond poker, Patrick Bruel, the French actor and singer. is on one of our outer tables alongside Dario Sammartino, Christopher Frank, and Sophia Lovegren. Saw Patrick Burrell at breakfast this morning.
Is he in any movies that I would have seen?
No.
You have your 200 here.
I had my 200.
Oh, because they're only readies, huh? Movies with the subtitles at the bottom. I call them readies.
Readies.
I don't do readies.
The ugly American strikes again. Okay, we got some Deauville facts coming through.
All right.
West Ender says the screen adaptation of Agatha Christie's Murder on the Links was set in Deauville.
So this is supposed to be something that like excites me, right?
Yeah.
Here's my response to that. Agatha Christie. Speaking of readies, a book? Whoa, the worst. The only thing a book is good for is sometimes you can throw it at the TV and change the channel.
How about Peter Blow? Coco Chanel's first shop was in Deauville.
First shop was in Deauville. Oh yeah, no, perfume and ladies fashion. That's something I'm real interested in.
George! Deauville hosts the European Championship of Miniature Horses.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Little Shetland ponies. Who doesn't love miniature stuff? Who doesn't love freaky little miniatures?
Of anything.
Exactly. You know what'd be fun is if we went out and shot something during this championship and we all acted like we were giants. And the horses were normal size, but we were huge.
So George Emery is winning so far. You have to beat that. We want a fascinating fact about Deauville.
I love disgusting tiny little horses.
I love the fact you just take these quotations completely out of context.
That is actually a horse that I'm hung like, at least. A small version.
Oh, the miniature horse.
Yeah.
Jones has just stolen the fact we already read out. Deauville is regarded as the queen of the Northern Beaches. Yeah, it's not your own information and it's boring. Keep them coming. Tag your tweets, EPT Live, email nuts at PokerStars.
Miniature horse is going to be pretty difficult to beat.
I think so.
Well, we'll see if anyone nominates anything slightly more interesting.
4, 5, 5, 5.
Dana is disappointed that people are simply cutting and pasting from Wikipedia. Well, if you can do better, if your research can go beyond one website, then you should be able to beat the miniature horses fact.
You could just make something up.
No, because when we pick a winner, I'm going to verify.
Okay.
Ross Jarvis has gotten pretty creative with his, but we'll do this hand first since we do have a raise from Lakoff, 3-bet from Wagner.
And Geilich is in. Geilich calls the 3-bet from the big blind. Action back on Lakoff.
Cold calls the 3-bet from the big blind with Lakoff now having the opportunity to reopen the betting.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, right?
I mean, you'd expect to see a hand like jacks or 10s or 9s, or I guess, or maybe easy.
Lakoff 4-betting to 23,500. Action now back on Wagner, who folds. Now on Geilich.
Geilich has to fold.
Oh, he moves all in.
I should have remembered who it was before I said that.
I mean, that's what seemed the oddest to me about the call is that, you know, it gives a great opportunity for Lakoff to squeeze behind him.
123, yeah, 100.
Maybe he was inducing it.
I mean, I think that he's most of the time got the kind of hands you were saying, and some of the time is trying to induce.
Ludovic didn't think about it too much. He was just saw the 4-bet and he was all in.
Blackoff did make a pretty big re-raise.
I mean, I think he could turn it with ace, king off maybe, or jacks. But I mean, it is Ludovic.
Is it possible that guy like just sort of reads that, you know, the raise from 6,500 to 23.5 and just assumes he's not doing that with a hand he can snap call a shove with?
I mean, it's possible, but it feels like his hand's so face up.
Blackoff folds, the shove gets through.
Hiya!
So Ross Jarvis points out that one of Deauville's twin towns.
Oh, he should have had. It was a three of diamonds. Oh my god.
One of Deauville's twin towns is Cowes in England. Cowes is the home of Jeremy Irons, who was awesome in Die Hard with a Vengeance. But that's a very tenuous fact about Deauville.
Right. He's creative with that one because I do love Die Hard with a Vengeance. And I find it almost as interesting as little creepy miniatures of animals.
Okay, let's carry on with some other entries then. Patrick says, in World War I, the wounded soldiers were taken care of in the casino at Deauville.
It's pretty interesting.
It's not beating miniature horses though, is it?
No.
Phil says, in 1999, Being John Malkovich won an award at the Deauville Film Festival. John Malkovich is the actor who plays Teddy KGB in Rounders.
Cute, but not beating miniature horses.
Rob King says Deauville is known for its stud farms.
Okay.
Otto, rumours are they speak French in Deauville.
Boring.
Bradley, Winston Churchill once bathed in the waters of Deauville.
Pixar didn't happen.
There is a director and actor called Patrick Deauville who works in adult cinema.
That is a Deauville fact and fairly interesting.
And Nick, your fact is neither accurate or readable.
Or funny. Is this, can we do this, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, it's off topic, but we could do it.
No, we want to know about this. Rick writes, and he says, Jake, tell them about TGI prop bet.
Yeah, this was at the World Series of Poker probably 3 years ago. It was just basically one of our days off. There was about 10 of us. We'd all gone bowling at the Gold Coast, which is like a rundown casino right next to the Rio where the World Series is held. And we decided to go and get some food. And then I came up with what I think is quite a brilliant idea of. There was nine lads there, and we've all got 30 minutes to find a date for the meal at TJI's. So we booked a table for 18 people, and if you don't come back with a date, you have to pay for all the food.
So whoever doesn't come back with a date splits the food,
Yeah,
basically?
so
like
basically we set the time, I think it was like 8:30 or something, and it was now 8 p.m. So everyone just sprinted around, but obviously we're in the Gold Coast, which...
Not a lot of single girls hanging out the Gold Coast. At least not ones that have teeth that would be able to eat the food at
the
TGI
average
Fridays.
age must be higher than 50 for sure.
Yeah.
So people split off in twos, people in ones. Me and Taylor Paul, we went over to Palmer's place because we thought that might be a better area to go.
But you waste a lot of time in transit that way.
You do, but we felt like it was a risk that was worth taking. And 8 out of the 9 guys found dates. But the average age was 68 maybe.
So it's basically like a volunteer day where you guys spent time with the elderly.
Yeah, I'm not sure they totally knew what was going on, but one of them was called Dolly. She was 90-year-old and she loved ribs.
Did anyone actually end up going back to anyone's room that night?
I don't. Well, mine and Taylor's were the youngest, and they were in the early 40s maybe.
Well, I mean, to go back to someone's room, they would have to ride the shuttle bus, and hopefully they'd make it before bingo was over for the night.
Yeah, it was actually Pab who unfortunately couldn't find someone, and he had to pay for the entire meal for 18 of us.
More players at the outer tables. This is Italy's Alessio Isea.
Yep, there he is.
Kenny Hallett also at that table. want to get some more Deauville facts because EPT media coordinator Matt Harper is currently chatting on Skype to Brandon Schaefer, who was the first ever EPT Deauville champion. He's currently in Afghanistan serving as a chief warrant officer for the American Army.
Wow.
Flying medical evacuation helicopters. He can't watch the live stream because the internet is too slow there, but he says he plans to return to the EPT and play at least one tournament next season.
I think that's the most interesting fact I've heard about Deauville so far. I want to send him a t-shirt. A J. Cody signed t-shirt. If he can get in touch with us and tell us a way to get it to him. If you're listening, just follow at EPT Live. If we can get a message to him. I'd like to thank him for his service.
Matt Harper, you unfortunately do not win a prize for providing that fact.
Wait, so Jake, on a prop bet like that, what's the etiquette? Do you just run up the tab as much as you can when you know, or do you just keep it normal?
We kept it pretty normal. I mean, TJ Friday's like,
It's hard to do a lot of damage
it's hard
there.
to do too much damage. And I think everyone was just so, it was just such a funny situation because there was just like 9 women there who like, we'd
Do you
never met
think it's
before.
almost worth having to pay the tab than having to like shake a 55-year-old battle axe
No,
off
no,
your arm at the end of the night?
No, I don't think so. I think it's like quite an achievement, and I think we're all quite proud. Maybe we would, like, in our heads when I first thought of the idea, it was like some 21-year-old Canadian girls, but
Nobody got gummed later?
That didn't work out. Gummed? No.
Yeah.
No, not gummed. But yeah, that was all the English guys and Taylor. I was impressed that we got 8 out of 9 though, to be honest.
That's really good. That's strong for the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Bearsden on a bit of a tear at the moment. He's stacked up to over 74,000 after winning a couple of decent-sized pots. Do you want some more Deauville facts?
Yeah.
Kurt. Sorry, not Kurt. Kenny says Deauville is the exact same size as Central Park in Manhattan, 3.57 kilometers squared.
It's fairly interesting.
James McNamara says every year Deauville hosts the Asian Film Festival and the American Film Festival.
Okay.
There's got to be some interesting stories about the American Film Festival being a kind of scandal or something.
Yeah, I bet.
Luke emails nuts@pokerstars.tv to say Deauville was the inspiration for Casino Royale from the James Bond novels.
Well, I think we have a winner.
Yeah, one of the terms and conditions of the contest, Luke, is it had to be something Joe hadn't heard before. And we have been talking about that extensively over the last 10 years.
Action is folded around to Chris Day on the button, who's raising.
And both blinds fold. Thomas says they make Calvados in Deauville.
What's Calvados? Is it a miniature horse?
It's a drink.
Is it a miniature drink?
Lucky All-In says the first place Harrison Ford admitted that he will be in Indiana Jones 5 was at the Deauville Film Festival in 2009. Specific.
Indiana Jones 5. That hasn't happened yet, has it? 4 was the Crystal Skull.
Deauville Amaretto costs only $4.99 per litre. It had International Review of Spirits Silver Medal Award.
It's not bad.
It's not a winner though.
Unfortunately, I think the horse one's going to be hard to beat, but Jones, who just sent that one in, is on the right track. That's obscure. I like it.
Now, Kenny, who is the Central Park guy, has come back with another one. The surface area of every iPhone ever made is the exact same size as Deauville, and I can prove this. Are you going to bite?
I feel like if we make him go through the jump through the hoops of proving it. mean, what's the margin of error, too, by the way? Like, surely it can't be exactly. Or is it going to be something about, like, if you hammer out the screen of an iPhone, it can change shape, and therefore it can always be exactly the same size? I feel like if we make him jump through the hoops and proves it, and it's to my satisfaction, we'll give him something. What do you think, James?
Fair enough.
So, Veruca, Day, and Patu all involved here. Chris Day, 3-bet. Alexander Perikaruva's opening raise. And Patu called once and looks like he's called a second time.
Freeway to the flop.
Ace 9-9.
Check. 2 check. And 3 check.
Everyone checks.
8, 9. 12,000. 12,000.
Veruca now leads the turn with no continuation bet from Day on the flop. 12,000.
I feel like when a guy like Patu, who's not someone that you would guess is going to play particularly tricky calls, his hand is relatively easy to read. He hasn't called yet on this flop. He does fold. So now just Chris Day left. He was the 3-better before the flop. Veruca has taken over the betting here on the turn.
I'd imagine Day has either a big pair or a check back ace. Can't imagine he just gave up on ace 9-9 if he was likely.
He does give it up here on the turn. So what do we think are sorts of hands he used? Something like 2 10s?
I think maybe you just decide to give him credit, yeah, with maybe some like 10s through kings.
That's the stack of the current tournament chip leader, James Mitchell. 220,000 midway through day 2 of the tournament. 27 minutes left on this level.
14-2.
And then 3 more levels to play today.
So Jake Cody has pulled up on his phone some pictures from this Friday, and I will say, you pulled the 2 best.
Everything's relative, right?
It is relative. I don't want to be too unkind to these people, but let's just say that they look like they've lived their lives. They have been through some stuff. But what I also appreciate here is that it's a very diverse group.
It's extremely diverse.
People of all shapes, sizes, colors.
They all added us on Facebook afterwards and said that it was their favorite night in Vegas.
Oh, that's awesome. You made like a really nice experience.
Yeah, it wasn't like we were being like...
Exactly. No, it was fun. It was a lighthearted.
Yeah, it was a fun, lighthearted thing.
And thanks, Rick, for tweeting in this picture from that from that night that allowed Jake to show me the rest of them on his phone.
I'll retweet that picture right now.
Wagner raises under the gun, gets 3-bet by Geilich. And the 3-bet gets through. So just to clarify where we're at with this competition right now. You've already awarded a prize to Brandon Schaefer, correct?
Yes.
So one EPT champion is going to get a t-shirt signed by another EPT champion.
I mean, if he wants it.
And we've also set Kenny the challenge.
Guy's in combat, James. Come on.
We've also set Kenny the challenge. If he can prove his iPhone fact, he can also have a t-shirt.
We'll give him something. I didn't say that we would give him this t-shirt specific.
Kenny, you've got 5 minutes. And if you haven't come back to us with hard evidence, I'm afraid no prize for you. Good question from Jamie. Jake, of your Triple Crown achievements, which did you feel you played the best poker, and which did you enjoy winning the most?
Full race 2500.
The best poker, I mean, it has to be the 25k heads up, just because the field was relatively so much stronger than the EPT Deauville field and the WPT London field, just because it was the 25k heads up. There was only 128 players, so I mean, it was like there wasn't really any weak players there. It was some of the best players in the world, and I managed to get through that field and win. So I definitely played the best poker of my life in that tournament. And what felt the best, that one as well. You know, it completed the Triple Crown. All my friends were there. It was Vegas. It was just basically the best summer of my life.
Jake with us for a few more minutes. Let's pick up the action in this hand. Guli opens and Lakov 3-bets.
In fact, I think that was the same summer the date that happened too.
It's a lot of run good for you.
See, this is a latecomer, but I like it. The highest point in Deauville is the exact same height as the highest Jesus statue in Europe.
Jesus.
Well, I think we're kind of drawing a line under Deauville facts for now.
Jonathan Zink is written in with a fairly interesting one, I think. Deauville Casino was robbed by Jacques Mesrine, featured in the film Mesrine.
Correct. The other film it was featured in being robbed, although based on a fictional story rather than a true story, is Bob Le Flambeur, which was remade a few years ago with Nick Nolte, but was set down in Monaco. I can't remember the name of the
Good Thief.
The Good Thief, yes. Bad remake, great original.
I only saw the remake because it's not a reedy. Although there is some reedy parts in it.
One race 2400.
But I thought it was okay. But in the, I think in the remake, he doesn't actually rob the casino. He just wins.
That is kind of the twist in the story.
Okay. Whoops.
But the weird thing is, Bob Le Flambeur was made in the 1950s. The casino looks absolutely the same.
Except for the Sex and the City slot machines.
Yeah. Oh, let's not forget Les Dents du Mer slot machines as well. The Teeth of the Sea, a.k.a. Jaws. Geilich raises under the gun. Gets a call from Renault.
It's like a squeeze coming up from Wagner.
85, 9 pass.
500.
This table likes to play big pots.
Indeed. Ludovic taking longer than normal tank here. And then makes a painful fold.
So back to Renaud. Renaud lets it go, so ship it to Wagner.
By the way, Kenny has come back to us with a very long article calculating the size of iPhone screens. I've outsourced it, Kenny. Someone's going to check it, and we're going to verify. And if there is any truth in your claim, we're going to give you a prize of sorts.
What was the claim?
The claim was that Deauville is the same size as the screen area of every iPhone ever released.
I mean, if that's true, that's... I don't think that can be true.
Well, he's basically, someone's written an article which is very long and very intricate, saying that the size of every iPhone screen is the same size as Central Park, and he claims that Central Park is the same size as Deauville. So
it would be.
He's extrapolated.
If that was true, it would be.
But the EPT fact check team is on it.
I'm sorry I went all willy-nilly with the prize, giving away a t-shirt to a former winner, but when I used to host a radio show, we would have soldiers write in all the time, and they say that a lot of times contact with the outside world, like listening to web streams, like getting packages and stuff, like really helped them get through. And it meant the world to them when we would send them stuff from time to time, and that's why I want to ship something out to Afghanistan. So if he gets back to us, I'm happy to send it. If he doesn't care, we can give it away to someone else.
6 re-raise 7,000 and 7 plus.
So we got another 3-bet here.
Yeah, seems to be the trend. Wagner's come in, it looks like a cold 4-bet.
1 plus.
Oh, he's just flat. And now we're now snap all in.
Need a count.
Yep. Guys, please, your hand running, still English.
Wagner asks for a count. The dealer warns the two Russians at the table, please to only speak English when there's a hand in progress.
800.
It's not 40,000 more. Can you pull that in?
Yep.
And those of you getting a little bit antsy at home asking for the free roll password, registration is not yet open for the free roll. Don't worry, we'll give you that info when you need it.
I know we have to let Jake go at the end of this hand. A lot of folks are a little surprised that we didn't comment more on the 5-bet shove by Ludo, who then showed, I think, a 3 afterward.
I mean, my thoughts on that are, I mean, it's made a good read against the player, but it did seem like so many chips in this tournament. I can't, it was pretty, I didn't like it at all. Pretty much the cold call straight away. He has a hand with a 3 in it. I mean, I guess he has pocket 3s, but I don't like just the call from the small blind, and then I definitely don't like the all in just because it seems so needless.
Well, there you go, people.
Jake Cody, thank you very much indeed for stopping by. And good luck on your quest to play more side events.
I'm actually going to register the 2K side event right now.
Jake Cody, a former champion of EPT Deauville, member of Team PokerStars Pro, with us on EPT Live. A bit later on today, we might get Elke in the booth. Remember, he bust the main event earlier on. We know we've got Michael Josem coming up, head of PR for PokerStars, replacing Lee Jones with Josem's Journal, a revised rundown on promotions on PokerStars, things that you need to know about.
I kind of want to write a theme song for Josem's Journal, but I'm afraid that I may offend Lee Jones. I don't want to upset Lee.
500. 9, number 1.
Should also mention that John Spinks, British pro who won a side event here in Deauville last year, will also join us on commentary later on today.
2 calls.
Wagner to 2 this hand. We've gotten some facts in that I find mildly interesting. Check, check on the flop. And check, check on the turn. Oh, little itty bitty baby cards out there.
Mildly interesting ain't gonna cut it. Mildly interesting isn't deserving of a prize.
C2 bet 3,500.
Finally some betting.
8 call.
And a call. So 10 high versus ace high. I assume 10 high was the hand that was betting. So we had a couple people write in that say that Honda made a motorcycle called the Deauville for a few years. When Napoleon surrendered to the Prussians, his wife avoided capture by bunking off to Deauville with her dentist, says Ezra.
Instead of bunking off to Deauville with your dentist.
The Deauville cocktail is January 7th drink of the day. Same day hydrogen bomb was invented.
8 plus 9 plus.
A Evil Duel is an anagram of Deauville.
2 plus.
Ludovic Geilich involved once again. Makes it 2,400.
100.
Three bet by Chris Day, who's made it 6,100.
Some real leveling wars can happen here, and we know that even if these guys don't have hands, it doesn't mean it's going to stop at the first battle in the war.
Well, Geilich decides to call in position. We go to the flop. Queen 5-3 with 2 spades. Day does not continue.
And just because Day doesn't bet doesn't mean he doesn't like his hand, but he knows against a player like Geilich, he could get raised very easily if he continues. He also may not like his hand. Geilich ain't gonna check behind.
6,800. Wow, Chris Day check raises the flop. Makes it 14,500 total.
And this is just, look, I don't know how it is for those guys down there, but for us in here, this is like crazy leveling to me because you know Ludovic is in there with all kinds of hands, so do you necessarily have to have a value hand here to be check raising this flop? No, I don't think so. Yes, you would think that most of the time, but we know Ludovic can be in there with any two cards.
Yeah.
I don't think you necessarily have to be super strong to put in a check raise here. You gotta have some super strong yayas, I think, either way you slice it.
When he gets a fold, Chris Day wins that one.
And that's exactly the reason I think Chris doesn't necessarily have to have a hand there.
Day now playing 81,000, Ludovic Geilich playing 132,000. By the way, I've got some bad news for Kenny. The EPT fact-checking team have been working long and hard. The area of Central Park, Manhattan, 3.41 kilometers squared. Deauville, 3.57 kilometers squared. It's close, but it ain't close enough.
Not close enough. Nerp. Was it George, the guy who wrote in with about the creepy horses, by the way?
Yes.
George said more than happy for the guy who's out in Afghanistan to win that prize. He deserves it more than me.
Very noble of you, George.
I think which that makes George even more deserving of the autographed t-shirt, which, by the way, I think Jake walked out without signing.
We should be able to get him back in again. There's not that far you can go in Deauville. It's only 3.57 kilometers squared.
Or is it 3.41 kilometers?
No, that's Central Park. You're confusing the two.
Which one is the iPhone screen?
3.41.
3.541? Sorry, 3.41. Which is it?
That's pi.
I'm on a no-carb diet right now. I cannot have pie.
Lakov's raise called by Geilich. Blinds are out. King 5-3 with two diamonds.
King point 5-3.
Check. One by 200. 3200.
Lakov checks, Geilich bets, Lakov folds. 7 minutes left on this level, then we go to level 12. Blinds will be up to 800, 1600 with a 200 ante. 252 players remaining, according to the tournament clock. Still waiting for final confirmation on the total number of runners and the size of the prize pool in the EPT Deauville main event. And we'll crack open that prize pool tomorrow. The bubble likely to burst during the first couple of levels of day 3. Our coverage starts tomorrow, noon, Central European time, but don't go anywhere yet. We've still got 3 levels of play today.
I want to crack open the prize pool today.
Ain't gonna happen.
One raise 2400.
I don't know if everyone decides they keep on shipping 150 big blinds in before the flop. I mean, it could. Especially when they show a 3, and that's the good one.
Geilich racing from the hijack. Patu immediately 3 bets. Action back on Ludo.
Fearless players in the 2K Nolan Holden. Book has been drawn to seat 9. Our first level is 25 and 50. Fearless, if you have 3 players
Patu
more
starts the
table,
hand with just over 56,000.
should be dealing in 25 seconds. Here's the players in the 2K Nolan Holden. Both has been drawn to seat 9. First level 25-50. Dealers, if you have 3 pairs or more to the table, please begin to deal now.
Controversial, the 2K side event is starting on time.
Geilich, rather than fold, rather than call out of position, just put in a 4-bet.
An additional 9,000.
Almost 3 to 1.
All in and call.
All in and a call. Patu, the player at risk, the player who shoved. Geilich has called him with jacks. Kings, the hand for Patu.
And again, we see somebody pretty willing to get it in with jacks against a player who, to me, I don't think is going to be 3-betting like too much. I don't think it's going to be 4-betting like too much. Sure, you can be up against ace-king, you know, and at that point, I don't think you can fold.
Patu set for a double up here. He gets the double up.
He's really set for the double up.
So a serious knock to Geilich's stack. Geilich down to 82,000, Patu up to 116,000. As we introduce our next guest of the day, seems to make regular appearances here in Deauville. He was a guest on the stream in 2012, a guest on the stream in 2013. He's gone for the hat trick. John Spinks, good to have you in the booth.
Thanks very much, James. It's always good to be back. It's mainly because this is the only place I really turn up these days at for EPT. So, you know, I always like coming and joining you guys for a bit of French action. It's always good.
Certainly worth you turning up in Deauville last year. Managed to take down one of the side events here in Deauville.
Yeah, it was about time we did one of that, I think. Yeah, I'm going to be defending it, hopefully, a little bit later, but who knows.
So here is the lineup on our feature table. Tobias Wagner, the biggest stack at this table, obviously not necessarily among the tournament chip leaders. Ludovic Geilich is a very entertaining player to watch, John, but he is not at all shy about getting it all in pre, sometimes when he's not even that strong.
Yeah, I've not really played with him, but obviously, I actually played with him at the UK IPT Marbella, actually. He even knocked me out, but yeah, I haven't played with him much since he started playing the EPTs and stuff, but I've heard he likes to play, let's say. I watched earlier when he had the quads, 9s,
yeah.
But yeah, because he had about 200,000 after that hand, I think, so.
Yeah, he didn't have to do much to get the chips on that hand. If we can talk about, John, you're here, you just saw the Kings versus Jacks, and I know that we play poker now in a day where, you know, gotta get in with Jacks before the flop against a stack that size is pretty standard, but I guess my question is, if you're playing against a guy who seems tight, who seems like he's not the type to really be bluffing or to be getting it in light, like I wouldn't even think that guy's gonna be getting it in with ace-queen very much there. Is there ever an argument for trying to either just see a flop first or folding against a player like that?
Yeah, they were definitely deep enough where he could even just flat, and if basically the worst hand he thinks he's getting in there is ace-king and like jacks up, then it it really doesn't seem very good to do that. But I haven't actually seen that guy's play. But if you're telling me he's that tight, then sure, there is definitely the ability to make the fold that you don't want to. When you're as aggressive as Ludo, the problem is that when you actually wake up with a hand, you really don't want to fold. So I can understand why he's done it, but you're definitely right.
Sure, and I'm not being critical at all. I'm saying in a more skewed version of that hand, is there a way that you can, like I said, flat and or get away? And it sounds like yes.
Yeah, I would say there's 100% the possibility of getting it, because it was for about 45 big blinds, I think. It definitely, I think, flatting would be better against that kind of player.
This will be the last hand of the level. But no break, we're going to roll straight into level 12. 5-way to the flop. Guylick's raise called in 4 spots, a Jack-7-6 flop.
6 check, 7 check.
Matthew on Twitter says, I've said it time and time again, Jacks is the devil.
We've seen a few of these multi-way pots, like 5-way, and they've all played really passively.
Yeah, someone should really take a stab by now. Not many people can have much on this board, and it's pretty. I'm surprised Ludo didn't continue on this board. Even he'd have to have a hand that was pretty specific to have not much equity.
6 days, 10,000, 7 plus. 1 plus.
Lackov once again beating his opponent into the pot with a raise.
Once again, just to calm down everyone out there who's asking for the free roll password, we'll give that information out in around 10 minutes time when registration for that tournament actually opens. So Chris Day, ring raises to 22,000.
It's always great when you say no one can have much on this board and it goes bet, raise, re-raise.
I'm literally just taking a minute to try and work out what's going on. I guess he could be quite draw heavy here. I mean, we're not too worried about Renault here, I don't think, very much. When he's bet that small, I think it's quite easily that he can have very little.
Do you think that this is sometimes a case of Renault taking a weak stab in position, Lackov feeding off of that, thinks he can win it with a raise, and Chris Day reading that entire situation?
Yeah,
nope.
Well, all right, I'll give up.
6 plus and 3 calls.
Wow. So the shove by Renault. Well, the very narrow range of hands people could have to get it in on this board is exactly what people did have. Top trips versus a boat.
Renault shove, got a fold from Lackov, a call from Day, and with Renault not improving on the river, he will be out of the tournament.
I really like the way Chris played that hand, actually. I mean, the fact that I was saying I'm pretty certain he's going to be drawing when he plays it like that and just trying to get people to fold, you kind of have to balance it by having a full house, I guess.
And what about like no betting action on the flop? Do you think that, I mean, the way it worked out was fine for Chris, but are you missing an opportunity to build a pot?
Yeah, I think he had 2 people to act behind him, so he's probably thinking if someone bets behind him, there could be action from the people that are in between and get squeezed. And yeah, I mean, I think Chris played his hand really well. The ace-7, I mean, there's nothing he can do there. Once he's played it like that, he has to go with his hand, I think. There's no way.
I mean, it probably goes down the same way if he bets the flop, too.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's definitely right to check the flop in position as well, though, just because he can disguise his hand a bit. When the ace comes, he's probably going to get people to make top pair and then not really want to fold. So it's actually played out really unfortunate for him and quite fortunate for Chris.
Raise 2,500.
Well, the game continues.
Yeah.
With Renaud out. 8-handed at the moment.
I'll let you try and pronounce this opener.
Peravaruka makes it 2,500.
I wasn't happy about it.
same when I had the Kings versus the guys' aces.
Like actions folded around to C Day, who's now on a stack of 156K. Second highest at the table.
3 raise, 6,600.
He is continuing to flex. 3 bet to 6,600.
9 slots.
I think he could be just trying to ride the rush after that last hand a bit. Sure. It's definitely a pretty good spot to be 3-betting.
He's got position on Veruca. I can say it, but I have to think about it real hard every time. I'm not gonna lie. Check, check on the 8 high flop. Stays low on the turn. Now Veruca's going to try to reclaim the betting lead.
6,200.
I can't really see Chris just folding here very often. He's quite likely got a hand with showdown, most ace highs, and some maybe paired on the flop as well. Like 3-bet free light and then just controlling.
Lots of straight and gut shot possibilities.
It's really not a very good card for Chris, I don't think. There's not many 10s he can have, whilst there's quite a few 10s that he could have taken a stab with here on the turn.
9,000.
Veruca continues firing. We don't know if Chris is trying to get a feel of his overall chip stack or if he's looking to bump things up here. And he did mention that Veruca could have a lot of 10s in his range, but if that's, you know, Chris may feels even if he does have one, he might have to fold one to a big raise here.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get much respect if he raises here, though. I can't really see what he could have to raise here. I just don't think he'd have played an overpair this snugly. But then again, he's just played the 6 is very, very tricky, so I could be wrong again. But I think it's more than likely he has a high ace high here.
I just want to remind everyone out there when John says, like, I could be wrong again, what we mostly talk about is generalities, you know, what's generally going to happen. Of course, people behave differently, and that's what makes people tricky poker players. If everyone behaved the exact same way all the time, there would be nothing really to it. But what we do try to, when we make these sorts of guesses, we try to guess as how people are going to play most of the time in any given situation. I mean, it does look like at this point Chris is trying to decide between hero call and fold.
Yeah, I think generally when he's taken this long, you're not going to get as much credit if you then go ahead with a raise.
Chris does make the call. Ace-King versus Ace-King. So he makes a good call there. And manages to avoid getting bluffed off a chop. And this is a chop pot. Am I allowed to sing when you're not in the booth? I am? Okay. And you know what they say, Mark Convey, who's back in the booth for James Hardigan? Everyone loves a chop pot.
I can't believe I just did that.
Are you kidding me? I can't believe you almost didn't do that.
I just hope Matt Broughton's not listening.
Oh, would he be mad at you?
He'd be mad at me, yeah.
You're a bit of a traitor, really.
Why? I thought it's their thing. It's not my thing. I think it's a little bit season 9, but who am I to judge?
Whoa,
Absolutely.
whoa! All right, guys. Well, we've got the gift of Mark Convey back in the booth, and we've also got the gift of the EPT Live free roll, which starts at 8:15 p.m. tonight, Central European time. And we are about to give you that password. That password is France Poker Series. France Poker Series. Rolls right off the tongue. You can find it under the Events/EPT tab on the PokerStars client, unless you happen to be in France, in which case you cannot play.
So I haven't really been watching. May not be true. I haven't really been watching the feature table much today. Been running around on the floor. How many times has Ludovic stacked passed 100,000 and been back below, and then passed it again and back below.
2 and 3 pass.
As far as I'm aware, this could be the first time he's been below the 100,000.
Oh, really?
Right at the start of the day, he got around 200. So, yeah, I think he's just got a bit unlucky with jacks against kings. But
1/6 pass.
Oh wow, with the image, I guess he's probably
that's
cultivated
when
to run
we
jacks into
discussed it,
kings.
and
yeah,
it's tough when you're Ludo to fold anything that's paired, suited.
Well, we know he's a man who loves a 4-bet, and I heard that he even got to 4-bet 6-bet today.
Well, I think that's just a day in the life of him, I believe.
By the way, guys,
Seat open 18.
I think I was incorrect about the free roll. I think that you can play the free roll even from France because it looks like I'm about to register it. And I'm glad I got it wrong in that statement because as a joke, I was going to, oh, no, we are sorry. PokerStars does not offer real money tournaments in your area. So I was correct.
How many mills we playing tonight? 7?
No free roll.
Is that because you haven't got a registered FR account?
Yeah, maybe if you have a .fr account, you can play the free roll. But I don't believe if you're a .com customer, you can play from here in France. And this whole confusion has ruined a really great gag I was going to do about today's free roll, but I guess we'll just save it for tomorrow. Even though no one's going to fall for it. Play continues. After a guy like Raisin takes that one.
So John, is the 2K that you're going to play today the one that you won last year?
Well, thanks for setting me up like that, Mark. I appreciate that.
That's what I'm here for.
Yes, it is. Fingers crossed we can just do the repeat and everything. But I thought, I'm going to Helmuth this one and just turn up a little bit late just to.
Well, if you do win it, then it will have to become maybe the John Spinks Invitational. It used to be the John Eames Invitational. Maybe we'll just make it the John Invitational.
Well, most tournaments I go into, I'm a favourite. Let's be honest.
Wow.
So
that's what I hear everyone saying all the time.
Yeah, we all think we're favourites, but realistically, we're all going to lose in the end.
True. They say if you ask a whole room of poker players, 95% will think that they're better than 50% of the field.
I'm not even good enough to determine what the math of that means. So Ghoulie raising this. Guy like defending his big blind.
I imagine that Ludo will be defending really wide here, and I can't. This is quite a nice board for him to go after against someone that's probably got quite a tight opening range as well.
You wouldn't be afraid of the ace? Because that's the general sort of fear. Oh, as long as it doesn't come an ace, then.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's also a lot of cards on the turn, which most of the aces that I imagine Yuri would be opening are going to struggle to face more heat on the turn if he gets check raised on the flop. And it's just a nice board, especially when you've got gut shots a lot of the time and everything like that. I think he has just raised as well. I don't really like his raise size here, if I'm honest. It's encouraging him to get called down quite a lot, and he's going to have to fire a lot bigger on the turn and river to utilise fold equity a bit more. I think he should have gone slightly bigger with whatever he has here, but.
Do you think even more so because he's out of position and he's going to have to...
Yeah, and I think he's just going to get called a lot. He's always going to get called by an ace here. There's no way that an ace folds here ever. And well, from my experience of playing with Yuri in the past, he's not the kind of guy when he has a hand, generally isn't going to fold it. So if you're going for value in this spot, then you'd obviously want to raise bigger. And as I said, I feel like with his stack, he should be unloading the clip a bit more.
Yeah. So it's 25k in this pot now, almost.
Guy does slow down, checks. Chris Day limbering up. He's going to do the pommel horse after this.
Yuri does seem pretty confused here as to what to do. I'd imagine he's got a decent ace and he's just trying to work out the right size to bet to get Ludo to continue.
It's not beyond Ludovic to do the old double check raise.
Yeah,
as well.
I think
that's more what I was thinking. What do I do if I get check raised again?
Yeah, I think that's probably going through his mind. But I imagine once he's bet, he's probably going in with the idea of he's just not going to fold to him, I don't think.
Just the call.
Boring. See the river. 3 of clubs.
Certainly opens up the option for Ludo to check raise all in here with the backdoor flush coming in.
Now, Yuri looks really confused.
I think he's just going to check back most of the time here. He's probably facing either a busted flush draw or a flush draw that's now come in. Or he can have some weak aces, I guess Ludo can. But
Is there a value in sort of putting in that check raise on the flop to prevent yourself from getting thin value bet on the river some of the time?
So 3-4 from Ludo. Straight and flush draws.
2 pair.
Wow, Yuri's the strongest 2 pair.
yeah, I think that just comes back to, again, what I was saying about I don't really expect Ludo to have many big... Like, he doesn't have an ace very often there. You're basically relying on him having a weaker 2 pair there to get called off, and there's not really 2 pairs he can have. A lot of them are the flush draws, like I said, but I'm quite surprised that Ludo didn't fire the turn there with that specific hand, because he can river some pretty nice stuff, which...
it's because he put Yuri on 2 pairs straight away. He's that good. That's why. Come on, man.
I am surprised to see him turn up with ace-6 off there. I didn't realise he would have opened ace-6 from that position, but I think Yuri played the hand fine. As I don't even mind checking back the river against Ludo. You'd be betting the river purely to hope that you can get Ludo to bluff.
Right.
So Gooley scoops a pot worth a little over 45K there.
Yeah, Ludovic lost about a quarter of his stack in that hand.
And I think it's been a pretty steady slide for him this level.
What was his high point?
120. I mean, he lost, what was that, a 45 big blind pot, kings versus jacks. Yeah. Just lost that one for 15 big blinds or so.
See, Don Pat Matt on Twitter is defending the fact that Matt and I do our own thing. You know, he said we have the 4-bet alert, the 5-bet home, and the Hello Sailor cards. You know, it's just our thing. You know.
You should stick to your thing. It's your thing.
Exactly. So. I mean, that was
and you don't need to encourage Joe. Let's be honest.
No, he doesn't need it, and I think he can carry the old chop pot song on his own as well. He doesn't need James.
Chris Day tweets, never felt so good to be at my starting stack of the day, 156K again. Just hit 816, played bad, regrouped, and owned. Let's go, let's go.
John, how do you compare the feeling of having a really good winning session compared to getting really stuck in a hole and then getting yourself back to even?
There's definitely that relief when you get back out kind of thing. There's, you feel a bit more like, I did it kind of thing, a bit of like pat on the back kind of thing, and just, you know, sticking through it. I mean, yesterday in day 1 beer this, I had a really, really tough day. I was down to 5K from about level 3, but I hung around all the way to the last 20 minutes of the day without a stack bigger than 10K for all of it, basically, and then unfortunately at the end I lost 10s against ace 10 for 55K when I just got back into it. So
that's tough.
But, you know, you've just got to keep going, whether you're winning or losing. You've got to just keep focused. It's good to see that Chris has taken the time to take a step back and then get back into it.
Yeah, and being a side event specialist like yourself, you know, you can't be too worried. It gives you the chance to defend your title.
Oh, trust me, I'd like to have made a run at one of these.
Yeah, I know.
So raise and take it for Lakoff. We do want to keep the conversation going, guys. Get your questions in for Mr. John Spinks. Hashtag of EPT Live if it's a little bit longer than 140 characters will allow. Email us, nuts@pokerstars.tv. email us about anything at all, anything that may be poker related or otherwise. We like to try to keep it somewhat relevant, but if it's interesting enough, we got some time to fill.
Yeah, these are long days. Doesn't have to be all about poker.
We all spend all day talking about poker. It's sometimes nice to talk about something else.
Agreed. So with talking about something else, with a baby on the way, John, are you going to be travelling a bit less on the circuit?
Yeah, I don't think you'll be seeing me very much for a while. This is probably the last stop for at least a couple of months, maybe until Vegas. But very excited.
Yeah, when's the due date?
The middle of March. So the end is near, I would say.
Congratulations from all of us at EPT Live. We hope it's a healthy little baby.
I'm very much excited to take a step back from poker for a bit, and you know,
a new challenge, a new adventure.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a dream basically. I'm very blessed and very excited for the future.
Wow, all right.
He went a little bit overboard there, didn't he? But we just got to let him go with it.
Oh, I'm becoming a dad. I get a bit more emotional about things like.
Patu kick things off with a raise. 3-bet by Chris Day. Action on Yuri Gouli in the big blind.
He's taking some deep breaths.
I think Chris's 3-bet's a bit smaller against someone like Patu. I think out of position, he definitely wants to be making it a little bit bigger. And he definitely encourages this kind of response.
4-bet alert.
4-bet alert. I like to participate. I'm a team player.
I know. I was giving you a smile because, you know, it's like, you got me. That's good. Thank you.
Just middle of this hand real quick. A tweet. Paulina says, everyone loves a chop pot. When's the bathroom break, Chris Day? Your girlfriend needs to wee. Thank you, Paulina.
Alex Day's just tuned in as well. He's watching his brother.
I am favoriting that one. Now would not be the time, by the way. Your boy is sandwiched.
No wee is worth 7,600 chips.
Sandwiched between Patoot and a Gouli.
See, Chris was staring down Patoot rather than Yuri there, and I don't think he particularly liked being stared down. Yeah, definitely not a fan of the stare.
No.
Everyone's got a bit of Mike McDonald in them these days, I
They
think.
have. He's making the old stare famous.
I think Chris is just trying to figure out whether or not he's the French Kenny Rogers.
That's actually a really good shot.
It is.
Know when to hold them. Know when to fold them.
Even Ludovic's given them a little bit of a stare from the other side.
Got to say, I'm not a big fan of the staring.
Know when to walk away. Know when to aller.
I'm glad there was no 5-bet. I can't do the 5-bet horn. That's the wasters thing.
I gotta tell you, I love the Guessatron. It might be my favorite thing that any poker commentator has ever come up with.
It's just a get-out-of-jail-free card for a commentator. You
So
know,
good.
we hope we're right, but really just to cover our backsides, call it the Guessatron.
Yuri Gouli takes it down with the cold 4-bet.
Yeah, I think Chris put himself in a bit of a tough spot there by 3-betting in that position. I'd imagine with his sizing, he generally has a hand that he doesn't really want to flat with, but it's not really strong enough. So I imagine he had like a Queen 10, Queen Jack kind of hand. He just doesn't think he can do anything from there.
Yeah, and also, I mean, don't you kind of, when you do that, make it so that Yuri isn't probably going to 4-bet you like that often?
Yeah, I mean, my impression of Yuri is he's not going to squeeze that much when you flat the small blind there, and I think this deep, I think, should be more favouring seeing 3 cards rather than taking the pre-flop aggression route necessarily.
All right. Karen writes in with a tweet for you. John, congrats. At least you're used to sleepless nights. Welcome back, guys. Missed you. Are we singing the Chop Pot song today? Yeah, we've sung it like 3 times already, Karen. You got to get here at the start. You know, sometimes when you go see the Rolling Stones, sometimes they open with Satisfaction. You can't show up 2 hours into the concert and request Satisfaction. You got to get there at the beginning. Chris Day raises 3,400.
He's definitely stepped it up since that tweet. I don't think he's folded a hand since then.
Just a call from Gooley. Over to the academic. Professor Lakoff also calls. So one fine day versus the two Russians in the blinds. Queen 9-10, 2 diamonds, slobber web. I know you kids like them slobber.
It's moist. It's as moist as they come.
Humid, juicy, moist.
Sopping.
Ooh. If this board were any wetter, you'd have to wring it out.
6,400 to c-bet. Oh no, it's a lead out from the small blind. Oh no, it is at 60s. Sorry, my bad. 6,400 c-bet.
Speaking of wet, leaky things, let's hope that Paulina's got some bladder control, because Chris Day is not taking a hand off.
You can get adult diapers for that sort of thing, I'm sure.
I think we're going to see this go check quite often on that card. It hits Yuri pretty hard, and even if it doesn't, I don't think Chris is expecting to get a bluff through here very often.
So even if you had a hand like King Queen here on the button, would you check behind?
Yeah, I think I'd definitely check behind, just to control and see what the river brings.
It's an interesting card.
I imagine Yuri will bet a very high percentage here, especially because he can have a lot of flush draws and hands that he wants to turn into a bluff, and even a lot of hands for value.
So by day checking behind on the turn, it allows Yuri to bluff, you know, bet some of his bluffing range.
Yeah, exactly. On that specific card, it becomes a lot tougher for Chris.
Check, 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 check. There's the King Queen.
King Queen for Gully.
There is the Queen. Unfortunately, you gotta play 2 cards to win the hand. So how bad of a queen could it have been? Queen Jack? Nope, that's a straight.
Yeah,
Ace Queen's a winner.
I don't think in Chris's position he should probably be showing that queen, because it's got to be quite a small queen. It has to be Queen 7 or worse, I believe, or Queen 8 maybe. So yeah, so kind of advertising the fact he's opening weak queens on the button, which, you know, people will suspect that could be happening, but it's better not to actually give them the knowledge, I find.
Yep.
Paulina, go! Hurry!
Got about 30 seconds, I reckon,
There's a
before the
dealer
next one comes in.
change. We got a wash. Ooh, the prize pool numbers are being entered. Mark Convey's mouth is agape.
Just needed a tissue there.
Sure, I'll try my best.
For me, it's a bit of a, let's have a look at what you could have won.
Oh, here, John, let's have a look at what you could have won.
Do you sometimes look at the prize pool and decide where your 5K ended up? Are you like, oh, look at that. That's my 5,000 in 4th place.
Right there, 4th place.
I always go in with a positive attitude and assume it's the person I like the most it's gone to.
Oh, that's actually a great way of looking at it.
I don't really. I hate everyone, but...
John, what do we know about your child? Are you cool to talk about it? A gender?
Yeah, it's a little girl.
A little girl.
Yeah.
Actually, interesting. Do you know who our last guest was on here?
Mr. Cody?
Mr. Jake Cody. And I believe you two had a bit of a battle over both wanting to call your future daughters the same name? No?
No, not that I'm aware of.
No? Sophie, Sophia? It wasn't?
No.
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 He's like, there's no battle. I won.
No, I don't know anything
Maybe it's
about
somebody
that.
else who's having, some other British poker player who's having a little girl.
Okay, my bad. Have you chosen a name yet? Don't tell us, but we'll do if you want.
Yes.
Her name is Yes? It's a dangerous name for a girl.
It's very popular in the southern part of England.
It's what we wish them to abide by, kind of thing. Probably end up being a no.
So Chris Day on once again. Tangling with Yuri Guli once again. This time, Day does continue the king-queen 6 flop. Deuce on the turn. Dayman, protector of the night man, showing no signs of slowing down.
I think it's a really good spot to double barrel and fire the third clip if needs be. I mean, when Yuri flats the button, he can have a really wide range, and he can definitely be defending the flop a lot of the time here against a C-bet. So if Chris is going to fire, I think he should just keep on going here.
Chris betting a little higher percentage of the pot with this turn bet than he did on the flop.
Does make the call again.
River. 4 of spades.
4 in the river.
Well, if Chris is going to bet whatever he has to go big here, I'd say. Yeah.
6-3 check. 6-4 check.
Chris does not bet.
3 shows king 9.
Table's a king.
6-4.
King good.
I think he missed a bet.
Opts to not go for the finish value.
I think Yuri's hands on when he defends the button there. There's not many. I don't expect him to have ace king. I don't expect him to have. Yeah, I mean, king queen probably the strongest hand he can have, and he probably raises that beforehand. So, yeah, I think a lot of the time he has a medium queen or.
And if you were to go for the thin value bet in that spot, do you, in terms of your betting sizes, would you want to make it balance up your betting sizes if compared to your like king queen?
With king 9 though, I'd have definitely gone quite big just because I've been raising every hand for a while.
Yeah.
We've already played a few pots against him. Go for the hero call. As I said, there's very small percentage which you're going to get called by, which is better, I believe, there. And I don't think Yuri will be too happy about folding like a queen jack there or something like that.
Oh, it's Marquetta, the new dealer at the table.
Marquetta got engaged in recent months.
Wow, really?
Yeah, she's getting married at the end of May.
Oh, there's another one to cross off my list.
Only another couple thousand to go, eh?
Not in poker. Raise and take it for Ludovic Geilich. Aaron writes in with an interesting theory. When our boy Chris Day showed the queen in that hand, maybe it was queen 9. And he was counterfeited by the 10s pairing.
Yeah, it could be true. I mean, it's got to be somewhere between queen 2 and queen 9. We know that much. So
I kind of feel like if he did have that hand, though, he would have kind of showed that he got counterfeited.
Yeah, if he's willing to show the one queen, he'd probably show both. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
The Waster gets in touch to say, OMG, it's M without M.
I feel like I got an arm missing, buddy.
Boy.
Eminem will be back in Monaco at the end of the season.
Do you guys use each other's arms for much?
Support.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, support. Maybe some sun cream application in the
yeah,
Bahamas.
that's always good to have someone like that. James needs several coats a day. You guys call everything cream, by the way. Sun cream, salad cream.
You call it lotion, don't you? Lotion.
Sunblock.
Sunblock, yeah. Oh, we do call it sunblock as well, I think.
Yeah, I would probably call it sunblock.
Maybe
salad cream is one of the most disgusting things I can think of as a name.
Salad cream.
Salad cream? What?
It's not one of the nicest
Tooth
things to
cream
taste either.
you guys use, right? Tooth cream?
No.
No?
No. Toothpaste.
It's not one?
What do you call it?
Toothpaste.
Yeah, that's what we call it.
Don't you guys call gasoline car cream?
Yeah, that's exactly right, yeah. And you smear it on anyway.
Guy like raising gets called by lack off and a defend out of the big blind from Peravakura. Jack 9.
9 of cup. C9 check. C1 bet. 6,200. 6 score.
Geilich continues.
9 pass.
Gets called by Lakoff. We lose.
Ace.
Peravakura. I lost it. I had it and I lost it.
Good effort though.
I'm not even gonna try.
Peravaruka.
That sounds like something you'd need to get removed from your foot.
One bet. 12,800.
12,800 gets the job done.
C1 wins the pot. New hand.
I think Ludo will enjoy that, just getting back into the action and getting a nice little pot there. It's gone a bit quiet after a couple of hands.
Well, we've got a little action for the audience. We are going to put our next feature table to a vote. It's the EPT 10 Deauville feature table vote. There are your 3 headliners. Ludovic Geilich, Anthony
Lelouch.
Anthony Lelouch. And Steven, you see the W in Chidwick, right? Chidwick. But all the other W's, you don't say.
Can we just concentrate on this for
Anyway, to choose which table you want to watch, when we come back from the break, you will vote now. This is what table we will broadcast after the break. Go to facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Click on the EPT Live poll and like the player you want to follow. Anthony Lelouch's table, by the way, also features Nicolas Schwede, Pierre Neuville, and Niels van Leeuwen.
Van Leeuwen, yeah, he just won the FPS main event earlier this week, so he's a man on hot form.
Fantastic, and also on Steven Chidwick's table, Joop van de Bijger and Jan Dion Yadio on option 3, and of course, option 1, all the players you see here. John, as an EPT Live viewer occasionally, where would your vote go?
Oh, I'm a regular these days. I don't play as much. I watch every single trip. So
who would you vote for here?
I'd take option 2, I reckon. Anthony Lelouch and Nick Schutte will give you quite a lot of action.
All right.
Yeah, they're in position. Schwette's got position over Lelouch. They've both got good stacks.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Although, I mean, every option is good. I mean, Jan Dion is quite loose as well if you want a bit more action on that side as well. So, plenty to choose from.
Indeed. Of course, if you like your 6 bets, then you can always stick with Ludo.
Just about got a stack where he can get away with the 6 bet as well, I reckon.
I think I'd like to stay with this table personally.
Yeah, Ludovic's just, he's a nutcase, I love it.
And 800.
So he can clearly be very, very wide here into a button open and a small blind call.
How much you playing totally?
I'm not sure if Ludovic's ever turned down a spot like this.
No, and it doesn't matter if they think he's at it like this. It's actually, I really like his sizing for a start, and also it's a very good spot to go for it. The small blind's going to have a lot of trouble doing much here, and the button can be so wide here that it's a really good spot.
Yeah, because if small blind was to call, he wouldn't have much more than double the pot size bet left.
Yeah, I mean, he generally, when he flats a small blind, though, he's going to have a, you know, a decent hand, but not a great hand. You know, you don't imagine he's going to have one of the top 5% hands, kind of thing.
Yeah, getting through the first guy, and then second guy normally follows pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
All right, so once again, those voting instructions are facebook.com/European Poker Tour. If you can't type all that in, go to your Facebook, and in the little search bar, just start typing in EURO, and eventually the European Poker Tour will pop up. You go to our page, and then right under where the main banner photo is, there's a couple little boxes. One says photos, one says likes, one says EPT Live, and then all the way on the right, there's one that says EPT Live Poll. It's not the easiest thing to spot, but once you click EPT Live Poll, it will take you to a page where you can like one of the 3 players that are headlining these 3 feature tables. Ludovic Geilich, of course, is this table. Table number 1. Anthony Lelouch at table number 2, also with Nicolas Schweedy, Pierre Neuville, and Niels van Leeuwen. And table number 3, Stevie 444, Steven Chidwick, also with Ubanda Bygart and Jan Dion.
I think that picture of Ludovic just might swing it. It's hilarious.
Kind of does sum up his playing style as well, doesn't it? He just seems happy to be there, kind of thing.
Yeah.
He seems just kind of surprised by the moves he's making.
What?
I did what? We've got a new player at the feature table, Guy Goossens. Maybe Guy Goossens.
Just don't learn from your mistakes, do you?
Being Belgian, I think Guy's probably a good guess. I don't know why I'm saying that. But.
Well, I voted for Ludovic, and don't forget when you hit like, you then have to hit continue for your vote to register.
6-2 check. 8 bet, 3,500. 3,500. $3 mil.
3,500 does the job there on that flop. Pot goes to Wagner.
New hand. Button seed 1.
And pretty soon we're going to show you guys. There we go. This is a shot of table number 2, Anthony Lelouch's table. See Nicolas Schweedy there in the beanie. Pierre Neuville directly to his left, to your right.
Niels.
Oh, Nicolas Levy at the table as well. That's a little added bonus.
I think that's Luca Michetta as well in front of us, an Italian.
Yeah.
Regular.
So a little bit better than we originally advertised. That's Anthony Lelouch's table.
Decent table. Lots of chips on that table as well, especially in Anthony and Nick's stacks.
And I got to tell you, if you guys haven't seen Pierre play before, he plays a lot differently than you would expect.
He's got some cojones on him. He's not afraid to you know, pull off audacious bluffs when need be.
He's definitely got some moves.
It's not fair to put the typical the old guy has it sort of read on old Pierre.
We need to stick a hoodie on him, get some headphones, some dark glasses, and then it will fit.
I actually played with Guy yesterday. He plays quite unconventional, but he's quite tough to play against, I found. Maybe it's because I didn't have many chips most of the day. I found quite tough to play against. But,
a lot of people are tough to play against when you don't have a lot of chips.
Yeah.
2 players.
I did get lucky against him a few times though, so I'm going to be very nice to him.
Something's gone wrong here. Ludovic he's just flat called a raise. No 3-bet. He's lost it.
10 of hearts. Seed 5 check.
Don't check to a man like Ludovic twice.
5,000.
He's going to bet. He bets and gets snap called.
Yeah, this is the other thing he does. He snap calls on each street when he's going to call. He doesn't wait around.
Well, at least he's consistent if he's going to do that.
Seed 5 check.
Just checks over to Ludovic again.
think Ludo's going to have a medium ace here quite a lot of the time, the way this is played out.
Yeah. How much do you expect him to bet here? More than 3/4 of the pot?
Probably about 15, 16.
Yeah.
19,900. And call, seat 5.
Cool, and it looks like Ludovic's hand's good. Oh wow, I think a full house should probably just about do it.
Pretty good.
And when I said medium ace, you can obviously also have queen 10.
You used to be good, John. You used to put people on specific hands on EPT Live and always get it right.
I classify queen 10 and ace 8 the same hand on the button there. The way it's going to be played out exactly the same as that. So.
And here are some shots of your third choice. The new RoboCop, Stephen Chidwick, headlining table number 3. There's Jan Dion, goes by Yadio also. So we've got RoboCop and Jack Bauer at the same table.
Yup, you have. And there's Joop van den Bijgaard.
Yup, Joop van den Bijgaard.
Yup.
Yup, RoboCop and the Lost Boys.
The problem we had with this offering up some of the tables is that there were some 2 or 3 other really interesting tables, but they're too high up in the seating order, so they're going to break. So we can't have them. But a couple of decent options there.
Yeah, definitely. Number 2, especially with
number 2 with
with
5 or 6,
well, it's really,
regular
really
faces, definitely. I think that would probably get my vote.
7 pass. Seat 8 raise, 3,200. Seat 9 pass. Seat 1 pass.
Wagner raising this hand.
Seat 2 pass.
29 minutes left on the level. We'll have a 20-minute break. James Hardigan will be back in the booth. Possibly Elke. Mark Convey, probable.
I'll be around. Got a cover for you.
Yeah, Daddy needs a little break.
10 of spades, 5 of diamonds.
So Gooley's defended his big blind.
Pretty dry flop.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy board to continuation bet here. A very high percentage.
Seat 8 bet, 3,500.
Do you ever like to float out of position on weird boards like this?
Yeah, I mean, especially with this sizing, I'd definitely be more inclined to start doing some more stuff. He's definitely invited a bit of action with this sizing.
10 of hearts. Seat 4 check. Seat 8 check. River.
Check, check now. Free river.
3 of clubs.
I think Yuri should be happy to bet any pair he has here.
Maybe just thinking ace high, decent showdown value.
Yeah, I imagine he's probably got like an ace-8 kind of hand, and Tobias should definitely be betting any pair, and maybe even consider betting the very top ace-highs as well.
8 bet, 8,500.
Is that a 4-bet alert?
No, it's just a text message.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm new to the 4-bet alert. Don't know how to recognize the sound yet.
4 puff. Seat 8, win 3/4.
So betting a fold on the river, ship the pot to Wagner. We do have an announcement to make. The official prize pool
money
has been determined. 3.22 million euro prize pool, which includes 2 no-shows. That's 671 players total, including those 2 no-shows. So really 669. butts in chairs. 614,000 euros for first, 95 places paid. So min cash will earn you 9,500 euros. Not bad, almost double your money.
Not bad for a week's work.
Then it moves up to 10-7, then 12, 14, 15, 24, blah, 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 all the way up to the final table, which pays 63,000, almost 64,000 euros for 8th, 93,000 euros for 7th, 128.2 for 6th, 164 for 5th, 207 for 4th, 271 for 3rd, 379 for 2nd, and as we mentioned, 614,000 euros for first place. And of course, a glorious EPT trophy. The title, the glory, and big monies. That's what you get when you find yourself playing on the EPT.
Heads up.
Put 2 raises this on the cutoff. Goosens. Defends his big blind.
C5 check.
Queen 8 deuce, rainbow flop.
Bet 6,000. C5.
Bet, snap fold. Easy game.
New hand.
Ship it to Kenny Rosales. Did have a tweet I wanted to mention here. C Stag has written in with a question. Why didn't I get notified about the Deauville event on my PokerStars app like all other events? C Stag, I'm going to get on this for you 1 second. So let me mute my microphone. Hey, can you believe this guy writing in about this nonsense? Wasting our, who cares? Who cares it didn't notify? Would you ever in a million years? My mic's hot. Mark, can you take over for a second?
I got it, bro. You forgot about the butt mic.
C Stag, I sincerely and wholeheartedly apologize for what you just heard. And I will find a way to make it up to you. I might even send you an apology via your PokerStars app. I don't know why, my friend, why your app didn't let you know about EPT Deauville. Unfortunately, there are only a few places you could have been notified, like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, PokerStars blog, SMS messaging alerts, the PokerStars client, the PokerStars Facebook app, talking to a friend, television or radio ads, or just calling me personally at home. But I'm very sorry that the PokerStars.tv app did not alert you.
You know
Deauville was happening.
I think someone should be fired for it anyway. So I'm going to go and find someone, just someone random. You know what? We're just going to fire someone for you. So I'm going to leave the booth. I'm going to leave you guys to it. James is going to come back in.
Why not just cut out the middleman? You're leaving the booth. How about you just be the one that gets fired?
Oh, wow. That's dark.
I'm putting you on a 1-level suspension for this.
Okay. I'll take it. I'll take that. 1-level suspension.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Later.
And next time,
I'm not singing it anymore.
No, make sure
I sang it with you,
the
buddy.
app lets the guy know next time.
All right.
That's all I say.
Yeah, because I write the apps, don't I? See you later, everyone. See you, John. Good luck in defending your title.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to the action here. Wagner, the Razor. Looks like Wagner continued on the flop once again, meeting resistance from Day. Check, check on this 6 of club turn. 4 on the river.
check.
And with Wagner checking a second time, Chris Day's taking the initiative to bet this river. Chris Day just has one of those names that you want to say his first and last name every time.
Absolutely.
It sounds weird and short to just say Day.
I think he just quite likely has a medium strength 10 or something. Or may even be something with a king.
Something he can safely bet the river with once it's
checked.
Yeah,
I don't really think he has that many bluffs. He'd have to have something like Queen Jack or Ace Jack or something like that, which He'd probably take a stab on the turn with.
Now, Joe.
Yeah, buddy.
Obviously, I am not as familiar with American popular culture as you are.
Pete Seeger.
Who is Joe Dirt?
Joe Dirt is a character that David Spade played in like the early 2000s. And it's one of the worst lookalikes for me I've ever heard. Like, usually it's just a facial hair thing, but I mean, I don't even have the same facial hair as Joe Dirt.
This is Arthur Brooke, who claims that Stapes looks like Joe Dirt. He has prefaced this epiphany he's had with the word wow, so he really feels he's onto something.
Here's Joe Dirt.
3,200.
Yeah, that's, as lookalikes go, that's just appalling.
I mean, my name, Joe, looks like the name Joe, if that's what you mean.
That's definitely up there with one of the worst comparisons I've ever seen.
Yeah. I was just going to let it go.
So the vote's still running, right? It's still live. You can still go on the Facebook page. You can still vote for which table you want us to go to next, whether we stick with Guylick's table or go to table Lelouch or table Chidwick.
I don't know, James, because my app didn't tell me that I was able to vote. Yes,
don't worry, I'm going to extend Convy suspension to 2 levels. Facebook.com/European Poker Tour. Find the EPT Live poll and then like the player whose table you want to follow. Obviously, Guylick's table is the table we've got right now. Anthony Lelouch is currently sharing a table with Nicolas Schwiti, Pierre Neville, and Niels van Leeuwen, who won the FPS main event here in Deauville. And then Stephen Chidwick has got Joep van den Bijgaard and Jan Dion as his table mates. So we may be changing feature table during the break, which is 19 minutes away. This hand saw a raise from Perevakova, a 3-bet from Guli, check on the flop. I would not be surprised, by the way, if we end up sticking with this table. One thing we do know is that we have a lot of viewers in Russia. Obviously, we cater for them with our specialist Russian commentary from Ilya Mikhail. And we've got 3 pretty well-known Russian players at this table. So I figure this table is going to be very popular with the Russian audience.
I mean, Russia's more liquid than the lost city of Atlantis. So, you know, a lot of catering to do over there.
So there are your options, like Ludovic, Anthony, or Stephen. And after the voting closes at 5:15 Central European Time, that's 10 minutes from now, we'll then know where we are going or if we're sticking with this table after the break.
Slightly better lookalike from Robert, who says, is it just me or could Stephen Chidwick be Jason Mercier's blonde English brother?
Yes, I see that.
That one's all right, but it's hard to do much worse than the Joe Dirt shout.
EPT Live free roll reminder, France Poker Series, all one word, is the password for today's free roll, which currently has 7,500 entrants. There are 30,000 seats available. Plenty of time to get in because it doesn't start until 8:15 Central European Time, so more than 3 hours to go till the tournament starts. But bag yourself a seat by entering the password France Poker Series.
Dorian writes in to say, wow, none of the 3 votes excite me even a bit. Worst scheduling of an EPT ever. All the fun guys are in other parts of the world. Dorian, you know what doesn't excite me at all? Your life. Because the best thing you can find to do is complain about what choice of table there is. I'm pretty sure all 3 votes are, I vote for any of those 3 guys over what you're doing.
Why is it that whenever I depart the booth for a few minutes, you feel the need to pull out your soapbox, stand on it, and beat your chest?
Well, James, I mean, obviously this guy has a right to complain because what is he paying? Probably like a couple $100 to subscribe to the stream.
No, not that much.
Like what? Like 10 or 12 bucks a month?
No, nothing.
It's free?
Yes.
Oh, hold on. It's completely free.
We don't charge a single penny.
Wait, I'm not getting paid?
No, sorry, John. You should have read the small print and that thing we made you sign.
Worst scheduling of an EPT ever. Ever! I'm never watching again, ever!
I love the way that Ilya just shoots a glance across the room which says, Stapleton is off on one again.
By the way, guys, there's a lot of things that factor into which tables we can cover, and there may be more quote-unquote exciting players out there, but we have to take into account breaking order, appealing to multiple markets.
And on the subject of the table breaking order, we're blowing through the field pretty quickly. I know by now we should be used to it, but we came into today with near enough 400 players, and we are down to 216. So we have lost pretty much half the players we started the day with. John, does that surprise you?
Yeah, I can't believe that already half the field has gone today. That is I guess people relax a bit more on day 2 kind of thing. They know that day 2 is the transition between the early stages and making your way towards the money, but that really surprises me it's going that quick.
Also, like, but poker has trends that develop even within its own tournaments, I think. And I think that since the perception that this part of Europe is going to draw like a looser, more crazy, more easy, like more chip accumulator style of poker, that everyone sort of starts playing the same way, and that really does become true.
To an extent, yeah, but then I think it goes the other way in that a lot of people then tighten up because they know they're on a table full of loose players. So then the people that were more likely to kind of go out at the same kind of speed would then slow down. So
you think it all evens out?
Yeah, that would have been my perception, but clearly, again, slightly off by the fact there's only 200 left already.
Yeah. 216.
C9, announce the race. Race 12,000.
So Chris Day got this hand started with a raise. Called by Rybakova in the big blind. Day continues the flop for 4,100, but gets check raised to 12,000. Chris is calling.
I think Chris is kind of in quite a tough spot here after after betting the flop and getting raised. He's going to face a lot of action on the turn, most likely. So.
D9 check. C3 check. River.
Deuce of spades on the turn. Check, check. King of clubs on the river.
C9 bet, 16,100.
So having check raised the flop, Alexander leads the river for 16,100.
Maybe he's taking a stab on the flop with like a medium king or something like that, and it's just got there on the river. Could be betting a 7, but it's kind of an unusual line. I don't think he can be too worried about Chris having the flush even on the turn. Like, his calling range on the flop is really wide.
Quick but important announcement, by the way, because it may affect the table voting. Jan Dion has just gone broke. Jan Dion has busted, so he is no longer on the same table as Stephen Chidwick and Joep van den Bijgaard. So
worst scheduling of an EPT ever.
And Chris Day calls.
Reluctant to show.
A6.
A6 against queens.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly easy call on the river for Chris. I like the way he played it though. I certainly think since he had that hand with the 6s, he's played very well actually.
So that table vote will close in 5 minutes' time. We can stick with this table, which means you can like Ludovic on the Facebook EPT Live poll. You can like Anthony if you want to go to Anthony Lelouch's table with Nick Schweitty, Pierre Neville and Niels van Leeuwen. Or you can like Stephen if you want to see him play against Joep van den Bijgaard. No Jan Dion at that table anymore. He has just gone broke from the EPT Deauville main event. Head to the Facebook page, facebook.com/European Poker Tour, to vote for our next feature table for the final 2 levels of the day. In 11 minutes' time, we'll go on break. When we come back, we'll bring you 2 more levels of action from day 2 of this tournament.
C2 pass. C3 pass.
side.
C4, C5.
Action's been folded around to Alexander Lakov.
C6 raise, 3,500. C7, C8.
He's going to raise to 3,500.
Call.
Guy that calls in the big blind.
Again, I can't see Ludo having a very tight range here defending the blind at all, so
Ace of hearts, 5 of clubs.
he could turn up with anything here, I reckon.
Ace King 5 with 2 hearts on the flop. Action goes check, check. 4 of clubs on the turn.
Seed 100. 6,600.
And with no c-bet from Lakov, Ludo leads the turn. Gets a quick call.
Doesn't c-bet, but has no problem calling.
Yeah, against someone like Ludo, I think he's just accepted the fact that he's going to check the flop and then just call down basically with any medium strength hand. Just doesn't want to get blasted off, which Ludo's more than capable of.
3 on the river.
Seed 100. 9,900.
Bet the call.
I mean, he didn't even really want to know how much it was for.
Ace 10.
Maybe he's that good, or maybe he just knows that he's going to grit his teeth and call no matter what.
Yeah, that was basically what I was saying. He literally just checked back and was just calling down whatever, but he had a slightly stronger hand than I expected. And, well, both of them kind of would have guessed it, but I think they both played that hand fine.
Arthur Brook gets back in touch. In fact, he's messaged me directly as well with a side-by-side comparison of Joe Dirt and Joe Stapleton. Tell me that doesn't look like Joe Dirt. Arthur, that doesn't look like Joe Dirt.
Yeah, that doesn't look like Joe Dirt.
I think Arthur's a little affected by outside factors in that we're both wearing baseball t-shirts and both have a semblance of facial hair and both have 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. I mean, I honestly could go with Bjorn's look-alike a lot more than Joe Dirt. It's not an ego thing for me.
Bjorn, you've made my day. I'm assuming that Paulina has taken a comfort break because she says, now I can relax.
She's back, yeah.
Chris Day beasting it.
6, 7 plus.
Oh, look at her cute little poker mug.
C9 plus.
Hope that's not what she used.
Oh.
To drink her coffee out of what? What did you think I was going to say? Voting is closed. Did we say that already? Voting is closed. Vote over.
Betting ends.
This is where James, as the croupier, waves his hand over the voting area.
And as predicted, no great surprise that we are sticking with this table. Ludovic won the vote. So this will be our feature table for the last 2 levels of the day.
It wasn't just Ludovic. I mean, come on. We got Chris Day here. We got Yuri Guli.
I think the Russians won it. It's the Russians what won it.
We've got Anj Beznainu. I mean, come on.
We've also got someone who really needs to turn their 1990s Nokia phone to silent.
Yeah, that's Guy, because he was on my table yesterday, and that happened every 5 minutes all day.
G8 wins the poker.
Seriously, it's like I've stepped into a time machine.
New hand.
I just think in the 1990s called they want their Nokia back.
I think Dave and some other viewers maybe need to take a screwdriver to their sarcasm filters Dave says, can someone give Stapes a hug and a chill pill? So much anger, disrespect, and over-the-top comments towards viewers.
Well, Dave. Oh, wait, nope, someone's just, thank you. Someone's just coming with the hug and the chill pill.
So what can we watch during the next break? The PokerStars blog tour of Deauville. Ooh, a teaser for the Shark Cage.
Oh.
Hands-on with the PokerStars Facebook app with Lee Jones.
Hey, hey, hey.
Plus, celebrating EPT 10. Will you turn that thing to silent now?
Can someone get James a hug and a chill pill?
7 pass.
So disrespectful toward Nokia phones.
4,000. 5 call. Seat 6 raise to 4,000. Seat 5 is call.
How much are you playing?
So Goosen's limped. Lakov raised to 4,000.
Seat 8 raise.
I think you generally find when someone just limps in, action gets a lot more intense. People start isolating, then just 3-betting the isolator because they think they're light, and then it just quickly spirals out of control.
So Wagner is 3-bet to 9,900. Action is now on Denny Patu in the small blind. Oh, Denny Patu. He folds. Chris Day in the big blind also folds. Goosen's limped, or Muck, as well Lakov. And Wagner looks very pleased with himself.
There's some hands that even if they're good enough for you to put in a 3-bet for value before the flop, that you're perfectly happy to win without seeing a flop. I very rarely get too steamed when I win a pot pre-flop with ace-king or ace-queen.
I think he was just giving himself a pat on the back kind of thing. He just recognized the situation well. Doesn't necessarily mean that he was overly light, but...
A quote-unquote good spot.
Exactly.
Sorry, I just have to read this. It's media day today in New York, ahead of the Super Bowl. You'll love this. Broncos pass rusher Sean Phillips has just been asked by the media if Sunday is a must-win game. And take a deep breath. Average stack right now around 93,000, which is over 200 players remaining. And it seems that Zimnan Ziad is the current chip leader. He's the first player to move over the 300,000 mark. James Mitchell still in the top 5, but it's Ziad, the winner of EPT 8 Lutraki, who currently leads the pack.
EPT 8 Lutraki brings all the chips to Ziad.
Two raises to 3,500, gets a call from Chris Day in the small blind. Yuri Gully in the big blind.
Looks like Chris may have learned from the last time this happened and decided to just call rather than 3-bet. He knows he has an advantage over Patu in skill, I believe.
Sure, post-flop.
So he's just thinking, take it to the streets.
Queen of diamond, jack of diamond, 6 of spades. C3 check.
By the way, Ron Fleming is feeling my pain. If that phone was going off at my table, I'd take it off the guy and jump on it. Yeah,
well,
I would not actually condone that kind of behavior.
I think someone needs to give him a hug and a chill pill.
Honestly, yesterday, I had that from Guy, and there was about 3 others at the table with the same issue, and it was ringing all the time. It was like being in a Vodafone store. There's plenty of other good phone stores, but it was bad.
Other phone stores are available.
Probably be able to squeeze in one more hand at this blind level, one more hand before the break. It's that picture of Ludovic Geilich now going viral.
Seems pretty popular.
Surprised Ludo.
There could definitely be some kind of little game done, couldn't there, with that? Just like at the end of a weird hand or something, that face pops up or something.
So why is Lee Jones scrolling by with sunglasses and a dead fish next to him?
Because he's on holiday. It's not a dead fish, is it?
Isn't that what it is? Sunglasses and a dead fish?
Some holiday.
Some people think it's a strawberry. Let us know what you think that thing is.
It's
Hashtag
a
EPT
watermelon,
Live.
isn't it?
It's a slice of watermelon.
What? It's not a watermelon's green on the edge.
It could be a dead salmon as well. You could be onto something.
Looks like a fish washed up on the beach next to Lee Jones, and he's happy about it.
I'm just hearing that when Lee Jones goes on holiday, he likes to slaughter salmon.
It's like he's a bear crouching next to a stream, knocking fish out onto the shore. Apparently it's supposed to be a cocktail. It'd be a cocktail shrimp.
Apparently, this is what happens when we're left to the mercy of Graphical Nick's sense of humor.
Let's get another look at it. It does look like a bite taken out of a strawberry, or maybe a bowling ball. It's been cracked in half.
Meanwhile,
tournament's officially on break.
Guy Goossens wins the last hand of the level, the last hand before the break. So at this point, we thank John Spinks for coming in and spending a level with us on EPT Live.
Spinks.
Thank you very much, guys. Always a pleasure.
So we will be back in 20 minutes' time when the blinds go up to 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante. And after the result of our vote, we will be sticking with this table. Chris Day, the table chip leader. Tobias Wagner, second in chips. Zimnan Ziad, the current tournament chip leader with more than 200 players remaining here at the Deauville leg of the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour. Back shortly here on EPT Live.
PokerStars has more players than any other site, creating the biggest tournaments with the greatest prize pools. We are the richest online tournaments in the world. We are poker.
Deauville, French, chic, glamorous, and a little quiet at this time of year. If you're not coming for the EPT, the best time to visit is in the height of summer, where you can hit the beach in your bikini. Don't even think about it. Deauville, along with Trouville, are often referred to as the Parisian Riviera and are separated by nothing more than the River Touques. If you're a fishy fan, eating that is, not swimming with, then the Daily Fish Market here in Trouville is a really lively place to come. those more cultured viewers, you may be interested to know founder of Impressionism and artist Monet was a great fan of the beach here in Deauville and painted many pictures of his wife Camille on this very beach in 1870. Place with golfers, film lovers, designers, shoppers, historians and of course poker players. The EPT's annual return here in Normandy gives players a 10-day extravaganza of poker. So keep your cursor locked here on PokerStars TV as we bring you all of the latest news as it unfolds. What? It's just a message in a bottle.
Not since Torquemada and the Inquisition has this kind of cruelty been inflicted upon a small Jewish man.
I've done well in poker. I don't like to brag, but you could look it up.
But now all that kind of goes out the window. It's pretty crazy, actually, especially with the first prize like this.
It's all or nothing. $1 million. Who couldn't use $1 million?
Millie ball, ching.
Finally, we get to do something new and exciting. I'm looking forward to putting Scotty Nguyen and Jennifer Tilly in the cage, and I'll be mocking them while they're there.
The Prince Poker, baby. Scotty Nguyen.
Armageddon's coming.
It feels good to do the light stuff, you know?
Give me loads of time.
Oh, I don't want to go in the shark cage.
I can't fold this to the toilet.
God damn, don't do it!
Was that a bluff?
Oh, in the cage.
It's your big blind. You want to take it or not?
That's called a needle!
We have that cage. We should have like a dominatrix with a whip come out. Like all the in there.
I will fly across this table and beat you with my chip. It's not just a dislike, I hate you.
Such an idiot! I'm more concerned about how I get Mr. Grissom over in that cage.
I don't like to do that, Theodore.
All poker should be like this.
They don't even give you a chair in there.
Hi, I'm Lee Jones, Head of Poker Communications for PokerStars. I'm going to take you on a short tour of the new PokerStars.net application on Facebook. As you can see, this is a typical Facebook page. There's no download. There's no cost. All you do is type PokerStars.net into the Facebook search engine, and it will bring up the game. Here is a list of the various tables that are available. You can see we have Hold'em, No Limit Hold'em. We have Sit and Goes, one-table tournaments. We have Zoom Poker, and we have tournaments. There are more poker tournaments on Facebook, on PokerStars, than any other Facebook poker game. One of the more exciting features of PokerStars.net on Facebook is the opportunity to go on a tour of different European poker locations that PokerStars goes to, and you can enjoy playing in different places. This is a great fun game, but it also gives you the opportunity to learn about poker. I think if you have a friend or a spouse, whomever, that is interested in learning poker and knows nothing about it, the PokerStars.net application on Facebook is just about perfect. You can play against your friends, or you can play against strangers. And over here, you can see a quiz that I can use to get more information about poker and learn to become a better player. So I'm going to answer the quiz, and because I got it right, I get extra chips. But it's also educational. It's like stealth education. While you think you're playing a Facebook game, you're actually learning something about poker. You're doing the quizzes, you're getting tips from the pros as you move through the tours. So you're becoming a better poker player, but you're having fun while you do it. So that's it. As you can see, if you can get to Facebook, you can get to PokerStars.net. No download, no cost, just a lot of great poker, a lot of great tournaments, and a lot of fun.
Ten years ago, I just finished NYU. I graduated during the summers when I was introduced to poker.
And while at the time, I was certainly, taking on the poker world by storm, there was a lot of things about myself that hadn't yet developed.
I was just 15 years old. Yeah, my life has changed a lot.
10 years ago, I was just playing a game for fun with my friends.
From the time I was 16 years old.
There's an old saying that says, youth is wasted on the young, and I really like it.
At the time, I was still living with my mom. I didn't really have any money.
Thinking I was gonna, be an academic, thinking I was gonna be this job, poker pro, back to law school, back to poker.
I knew that I wanted to figure out a way to make money and to not have to work a 9 to 5, but I hadn't figured out what it was.
So I was actually looking into trading as a career and kind of got sucked into poker a little bit.
I remember the first time I ever felt old. I went into the lobby and I saw 75 pimple-faced kids with laptops in front of them.
Honestly, my impressions were just very basic, just kind of wow, people are playing cards and there's big money involved. Like what's that?
Young kids say, I got this figured out. You don't have anything figured out.
5 years ago, I would say I thought I was amazing at the game.
Even if you look 5 years ago, I didn't want to eat at the big restaurants and stuff like that. I was really careful about it.
Now, I'm much, much, much better than I was 5 years ago, but I think much less of myself as well.
2 years ago, won the main event. Obviously, everything's changed at that point. Now you eat at all the big fancy restaurants, but at the same time, you stay the same guy. You have your same friends around you.
If someone told me 10 years ago I'd be where I was today, I'd say, yeah, I'm not surprised. I had a lot of confidence in myself 10 years ago, and I have a lot of confidence in myself today.
It's my career, it's my biggest passion, and it's taken me so many amazing places all over the world.
It's been a pretty surreal experience and a fun ride these last 10 years.
The €330 buy-in ladies event kicked off on Sunday the 15th of December and attracted 39 players. That meant an €11,700 prize pool was created, with just over €3,500 going to the winner. In total, 6 players would finish in the money, with a min cash being €789. Full Tilt Poker ambassador Hannah Slowjan and her mother Eva, who's a keen online player, took to the felt and were drawn at the same table. Other entrants included friends of PokerStars Natalie Hoff, and last lady standing at EPT London, Jamelia von Perge.
At least just from the stories that I've heard women tell me, there are definitely a lot of women that came into the game strictly because of women's tournaments, so I just think they're a great idea.
I think if it does bring female players into the poker world who wouldn't play if they weren't integrated slowly and decided to want to play women's tournament first, then it's a good thing. But at the same time, I kind of am in the camp where there's so many great women players these days that nobody even thinks of them as women players. They're just players, the same as everyone else.
I don't really have any issue with ladies events per se. I know there's always these dramas where guys dress up as women and try and enter the ladies event. It's a good thing.
I think ladies events are totally legit and key, and I don't know why any of the guys would ever have a problem with it. But I also think if you're a guy and you do dress up like a girl, kudos to you. You should totally play the ladies event.
You can always tell when ladies events are going on because I walk through the tournament floor way more than is necessary, which is actually, for my job, 0.
You know, it's a little annoying every time someone says, gentlemen, do this, and I'm just like, really, again? You know, but other than that, I'm just one of many poker players out there, and it's a game that's the great thing. The differences between biological sex or by gender, it doesn't really change the game.
My name is Hanna Scholem. I'm a full tilt ambassador for Eureka, and this is my mother, Eva Scholem.
I play ladies event, yes. I like everything in poker. It's very, very interesting play. Very interesting. It's very good for my health, for my mind. Very amusing play.
Yeah, I started playing poker about 3 years ago, and I just played tournaments in Croatia. My first international tournament was in Prague 2 years ago, the ladies event. So I won it. So that was my first tournament, and I started to play seriously. And after 2 years, I get a sponsorship from Full Tilt. Right now, in total, my tournament winnings are like 50,000 euros. Ladies events are very good for starters, for ladies who want to start with playing poker. I organized the first time in Croatia ladies events, and the most interesting thing was that there was lots of ladies who came first time, because they were afraid to play with men before. So we were having like 20 new ladies on that tournament.
France, Italy, Germany, Russia and Belarus were represented in the money at the ladies' event, but it was Aurélie Slangy from France who came out victorious and claimed the €3,860 top prize. She defeated Svetlana Lebedeva of Russia heads up, conquering a field of female players from all over the world at her very first live tournament. Let's hear from the winner now.
Thank you. My name is Aurélie Slangy. I win the ladies EPT Prague 2013, and I'm very happy because it was difficult for me. It was my first time, and I finished first with a long heads up, and it was hard to attack every hand. So I try and. I win, so I'm very happy. This is my first tournament. Sorry. I play poker for fun, sometimes, oftenly we say, but I'm a dealer in a casino. So I knew the game, but I don't really play it. So I recommend to other ladies this tournament. This is very nice. We are very welcome, so everybody is very nice, and it's easy to win.
It's where we come to match skill against ego, where we check, call, and raise. It's where night turns into morning and friends turn into foes, where odds can be tested and aces can get cracked, where the river can turn deuces into trips and fear into confidence. Because uncertainty is a rush, and what happens next is anyone's guess. FullTiltPoker.net. It's where we play.
Well, Louise, every 6 months or so, I sort of take a look at my game and what I'm doing and compare it to some of the things that the young people are doing and try to figure out strategies that I can counter. So my game is always evolving. Sometimes it's going back to the way I used to play. Other times I'm kicking it into 3-4-bet stuff. But I'm always constantly reflecting because the game's always changing. You know, if you're out of the game for 2 years and you come back, you'll notice that people are doing things differently. Well, Louise, I can honestly say that I've had moments, I think, when I went to Vegas for one of the first few times and I was walking back from Mirage with $7 in my pocket after a 20-40 limit hold'em session that didn't go well and wondering if I could make it. And that was my nighttime discussion. woke up in the morning, charged and ready to go. So I've never really had any prolonged period in my career where I didn't feel deep inside me that I could make it. Well, Ramsey, I mean, obviously, you know, it's skill, really. I mean, over a long period of time, any one tournament, anything can happen. But if you see people putting up consistent results, it's often because they are avoiding confrontation more often. You know, when you play online tournaments, you're going to be in a lot of coin flips. You're going to have to get it in, play really aggressive. But if you play in some of these EPTs with longer structures, patience is rewarded. So, you know, the players that you see consistently getting deep are the ones that don't panic too early, and when they get their chips in, they have good hands. Okay, Jay Hendricks, you're putting me on the spot here. 6 people, right? Okay, well, I play poker with poker players all the time, so let's forget them. Let's go with Barack Obama, Britney Spears, Carmen Electra, Anna Faris. Oh my God, Anna Faris. And I don't know, who else do we want to throw in there? Sandra Bullock is a good one. And I think you get the point. But that was an original question.
Is it just me, or is Sandra Bullock a bit of a random selection? Welcome back to the PokerStars.net European Poker Tour from Deauville. Day 2 of the main event here at the Casino Barrier, with 216 players remaining from the 671 who started. During the last level, it was confirmed the prize pool in this tournament is 3.2 million euros. 95 players will make the money, will burst the money bubble tomorrow. The winner next Saturday will receive 614,000 euros. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
You know, it's when they announce the prize pool, that's when the real poker starts.
And we've seen some great poker at our feature table today, and that is one of the genuine reasons why people voted during the last level to stick with this table for the last 2 levels of the day. Always entertaining to watch Ludovic Geilich in action. Chris Day has been bossing as well. Many Chris Day supporters following the action on Twitter, and we urge you to get in touch using the Twitter hashtag EPTLive, nuts@pokerstars.tv for your emails. 2 more levels to play today, so that's roughly 2.5 hours of poker.
And check this out, how significant this blinds increase was. We went from a table that had 3 or 4 players well over 100 big blinds to 0 players over 100 big blinds, and now 3 players sort of teetering on the danger zone, right around 30 big blinds. It's very awkward, not quite shoved with any 2-stack, but you can't really do anything with it. So I imagine that while we saw a lot of action before, we're probably going to see even more now.
This is level 13 of the tournament, blinds 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante. Should mention that Joe and I are joined by Howard Swains from the PokerStars blog team. Great to have you here, Howard.
Hello, James. Thanks for having me.
You know, I ran into Ludovic Geilich in the bathroom upstairs, and I was like, hey man, keep it up, we're all big fans, very fun to watch, in that very British way. I know he's Scottish or whatever, but I can't pull it off. He's like, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? Like, he's just having a blast out there, which is awesome. I love it.
He's on a bit of a roll, actually, because Dean Hutchison is one of his good friends. He's in his poker crew from Glasgow, and he won UK IPT Edinburgh, and Geilich obviously had a big piece of that. And then because Hutchison had a piece of Geilich when he won UK IPT Marbella, and that was actually until Hutchison won in Edinburgh. It was his biggest live tournament score was when Geilich won. So, you know, they take big pieces of one another.
Just hearing from the tournament staff that the player in seat 2, Denis Patou, actually was given a 2-hand penalty at the start of this level because he left the table before it was his turn to act just before the break.
Isn't that like when you reward a kid in school by suspending him? I mean, sorry, when you punish a kid in school by, well, it is a reward. I mean, the guy probably got up so he could go smoke a cigarette. Now he's got 2 more hands to go smoke another cigarette. You're welcome.
There was actually some pretty unusual behaviour last night when everyone was bagging up. I think a lot of people are playing their first tournament here, or one of their first tournaments, certainly their first sort of multiple day events, and I saw one guy bagging up and then walking off with his bag as though he's like just bought his shopping, and he was wandering out the tournament room with his bag of chips beside him. And then someone grabbed him and hauled him back and told him, you've got to give that in, and he did. And then he looked sort of bemused as though, yeah, I did wonder why I had to carry these home with me. I've never done that before.
So Howard, obviously you guys are taking an overview of the tournament as a whole, and obviously your colleagues on the live updates team are covering the outer tables, keeping the leaderboard up to date.
Yep.
Just before we went on break, it looked like Zimnan Ziad had taken the chip lead from James Mitchell.
It's interesting actually, because we this week I was writing again about the first potential double champion, as you know, one of our sort of evergreen posts, and Zimnan's not really a name that comes up too often, but I don't know why not, because he does tick a lot of the boxes. He does play a lot.
He won EPT Dothraki, didn't he?
He did win. He did win one of the ones on a strange planet. That's right. But you know, he plays all of the events, and that's crucial to try and win the second title. And he's obviously very good. He won a scoop, or was it a W coup? You know, he's just got a proper tournament game.
What are we going to do for material when we finally do have a two-time champion?
That's true. When Mike McDonald was heads up in the PCA, we were sort of secretly hoping, I don't want him to do it just because we'll have nothing to write about. I mean, I really think I've written tens of thousands of words about this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you know, Captain Hook, if he ever actually killed Peter Pan, he'd be pretty frickin' bored.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as that. Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I think slightly has probably changed in the past year on that double champion thing is I always used to say that.
Yeah, you know, there is a Lithuanian stream. I know that you're all really like, what? But yeah, of course there is. Continue, Howard.
that's all right. I remember we always used to say, like, perhaps the first two-time champion hasn't yet won their first EPT.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's true anymore. We've nearly got 100, and a lot of them are still coming up. It would be quite surprising for someone absolutely new to come and win two back-to-back or something like that.
When Mike McDonald didn't win at the PCA, I was more upset about it than he was. I was absolutely gutted, and I've never seen someone come so close and be so okay with it. I mean, maybe he's a total sociopath and can just fake it. Like, it just.
But I think it was just to do with the deal, wasn't it? You know, he's looking at the money, and so was happy.
He just had a very level head about it. But I was gutted for him.
He did. Yeah, I read an interview where he said that he was approximately about 1% as disappointed to not win as most people thought he should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a unique character, uniquely brilliant, obviously, at poker as well. But I still think he's got a great chance to become that two-time champion.
It could still be him, correct.
David is very happy to hear you in the booth. He says, great to hear Howard Swains on the live stream. Probably the best writer in the PokerStars blog team.
Thank you very much, David. That's, what's it called? Damning with faint praise, given my my opposition.
A reminder of the free roll password, by the way. The game's starting in 2.5 hours from now. France Poker Series is the password you need to get into the free roll. France Poker Series. 30,000 seats available, or fewer than that now, with nearly 14,000 players registered. But $1,500 in the prize pool. Best of luck to you if you're entering the free roll tonight. It'll probably start around the time that the action finishes in the main event here at EPT Deauville. Nicholas Messina says it's been great watching some great poker today. Hashtag Chris Day all day.
I should just promote something that Rick Dacey wrote. Actually, I don't know if you've already mentioned, but he talked to Chris Day in the last break.
Sick brag.
And it was an excellent piece. He was talking about how Chris Day made a very calculated decision to come here and, you know, eschewing the Aussie Millions at the Borgata event because he thought this would be a much better chance for him to win some serious money. And so he put a posting on 2+2 asking for staking and put his markup actually bigger than he normally would because of the softness of the field, which sounds a bit sort of, you know, hubristic or maybe a bit arrogant, but it's not really when you know, his reasoning is sound. And then he was chip leader at the end of day one, so it's sort of, you know, that must have felt pretty good for him. But yeah, like I say, so Dacey's written an excellent piece about that, and there's plenty of quotes and good stuff in there from Chris Day. So Chris Day fans, go to PokerStars blog to read that.
I want to give another shout out to Martin Harris's piece about the link between Deauville and James Bond as well. That was a very well written article.
Yeah, you've probably mentioned this, but Martin teaches a course in an American university in North Carolina on the history of poker through film and literature.
Plus, he wrote all those Hannibal books, right?
It's true. We've got a best-selling author with us. He actually has written a pulp novel, Martin Harris.
It would be very difficult to write something that was worse than Hannibal the novel.
I've not read that.
I'm in all of them though. The Lambs one and the one about the dragons. Not the. Who am I thinking of?
Thomas Harris.
Thomas Harris, right. Well, his blogs are also good, his poker blogs.
Yeah, do go and check out Martin's article about James Bond, though, just to bring it back to that, because it's really good. He's over from the US. He doesn't often do it because Stephen Bartley, who usually writes with us, is not here this time. But Martin's excellent, so read that and grow envious that you're not at a college that offers the history of poker as a course.
Guy Goossens opens with a raise to 5,000. Tobias Wagner calls from the cutoff. Ludovic Geilich in the small blind.
One raise to
or 3-bet.
Well, it's just a bit of fun, isn't it?
It's just a bit of fun. Goossens, I met him, he's had a couple of deep runs. He went deep in UK IPT London and then followed it up with a cash. And he owns a motorcycle repair store, and his English isn't quite as good as Geilic's, but he's also in this for a bit of fun. He loves just to get involved.
Yeah, John Spink said he was a tough guy to play against because he acts very quickly, and he's not conventional.
Yeah, and I love when those kind of players are out there, then the sort of people that are used to the way everyone plays find it very difficult.
Sit 8, fold.
Geilic's 3-bet gets through.
So I'm glad to hear that the viewers voted to keep this table, because you've obviously got some kind of continuity, because there are some other really hard tables out there. I'm sure one of the ones you mentioned was with Anthony Lelouch and Niels van Gleuren, who was the FPS champion. I wrote about him today, so you can read a little bit about him. He won this monster France Poker Series event as the only Dutchman at the final table. Seven French, 1 Dutchman, and he won that. And then he's just hopped straight into this. And he's doing that thing that Dimitri Holdju did it in Prague. You know, he won the Eureka, then went deep. Steve Chidwick did it. So this momentum thing's working really well this season.
Yeah, I mean, that table was one of the alternative tables that our viewers had the opportunity to vote for. They stuck with this table. I do think that the presence of 3 Russians at this table did have a lot to do with it. But obviously we have seen a lot of entertaining hands involving Geilich and Day as well. One of the things we have to take into consideration, though, and you're absolutely right, there's some potentially very entertaining tables out there, but we always have to be conscious of the breaking order in the tournament. We can't have a table on the main stage that's set to break in the next level. And Howard, we're down to 207 players already. We started the day with near enough 400. Half the field that came into day 2 is gone, and we still have pretty much 2 full levels still to play.
It's amazing. I mean, we will one day stop being surprised at this, but it's not yet, is it? It still seems very, very odd.
We're not ready.
We're on schedule to burst the bubble again, level 2 tomorrow, which. Perhaps Neil Johnson has said this when he was in here. I was having a chat with him in the PCA, and he said that every single stop since the beginning of season 9, every single one, bar none, the money bubble has come in the 2nd level of day 3.
I think it doesn't always burst in that level, but it starts in that level.
Yes, absolutely.
Which I believe is level 16 of the tournament.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because for the first time, perhaps, we're able now to really plan our days. We know how long they're going to last. Like days 1A, 1B, day 2 and day 3. They all seem to follow the same pattern, which is very, very unusual for those of us who have been on this tour for ages. It's always been a bit of a lottery at the start of the day how long we were going to play for.
As someone who works, in the thick of it in the tournament, do you prefer the mystery, or do you like the fact that you know and that doesn't get repetitive?
I don't know. I think we're talking mysteries within repetitive parameters anyway.
Right, true.
But
that's what I mean. Do you need that little bit of variety to keep you from going crazy?
I think I prefer knowing, because just things like dinner reservations, and if you want to call home or if you want to do anything like that, you know when you can do it. But yeah, I mean, those early days of of the EPT were hilarious and fun for many reasons, just because everyone was making it up as they went along. So when we went to, like, you know, some of the tournaments in Asia still and some of the sort of more developing poker nations, you get a bit of that feeling back, and it's quite good fun to really see how people are sort of inventing the wheel in their own way.
Chris Day has a request for us.
Okay.
Maybe the PokerStars executives in the room could get onto this one to help Chris out. Can EPT Live get me one of those chargers for the table, iPhone 5? They ran out at the help desk. Ah! I presume his battery is failing.
I will. I'm about to leave, aren't I? So I'll go and find out about that. But it's interesting. I spoke to the guy who was running the help desk at breakfast this morning, and he said that they had an absolute rush on iPhone 5 chargers, so that's they've run out. But we'll probably be able to find one.
This, of course, compatible with the Duracell power mats. We now have all of the tables on the EPT.
Duracell power mat.
Graphical Nick never lets me down.
He's very good. He's got his tea, so he's fine.
The official wireless charging partner.
Heads up to the flop here. Geilik's raised from the cutoff. Called by Patu on the button.
3,000.
Geilik quick to continue.
Dealers and players in 2 10 on the hold. Small blind 75, big blind 150. Dealers begin 0-2.
And Patu folds.
There was a big hand between Geilik and Day earlier, is that right? And it was a 6-bet from Geilik, and then he showed a 3. Is that right?
It was a 5-bet, I think.
5-bet, because that Rick talked to Chris Day about that. So if you want to know what Chris had, go to the PokerStars blog.
Oh, that's a great reason to go to the
PokerStars. Love the tease, Howard.
He told Rick how that hand went down. He actually regretted the way he played it quite a lot, but there's a full little paragraph about him there.
Well, obviously, I'm keeping one eye on the live update section. Seems that Zimnan Ziad is still the chip leader. James Mitchell still in the top 5.
Do you see Jamila von Perger's getting up there? She won the ladies'
she's in the top 10.
So she's playing the rush as well. It's quite interesting the way this is happening quite a lot these days.
6-7 fold.
And obviously we mentioned Jamila's deep run in the EPT Barcelona main event, and I think that when those TV shows air and Jamila comes across a very likeable young lady in those TV shows, she's going to attract a whole new fan base.
I think that might be true.
6-2 fold. 6-3 fold. 6-4 fold.
Mark opens to 4,000. Geilik 3 bets to 10,200.
Sit 8 fold. 200 more.
One of your colleagues has just tweeted, Howard, what the hell is happening at EPT Deauville? Get a quick update of the action so far.
That is we're trying to do a sort of a midday update. It's slightly late today because it was Rick Dacey doing it, but the idea is that we're going to sort of just scoot around the room at the sort of halfway point just to catch up on exactly what's going on, the stories that's been happening.
And when you say midday, you mean midway through the day. This is not an update that should have gone up at noon. That's 6 hours late, because I know you guys can be a bit shoddy with your deadlines.
6 hours, to be honest, that's pretty swift in our world.
Geilik winning that one with a continuation bet on the flop. A question from David for you, Howard. What differences have you noticed between the writing processes of the guys turned writers versus writers who move into poker? Because I think it's fair to say the poker media breaks down into those two categories.
It does.
Like people like you and I who came from a media background who went into poker, and then people who were in the poker world who then became poker journalists.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think my side of it, I don't think you necessarily... I think it's easier to learn the rules of poker than it is to learn the rules of writing. But that's... So I would suggest that the better stuff potentially is written by the people who are really good writers. But that is absolutely not to say that there's not some brilliant stuff that comes from sort of players turned writers, because they've got a bit more of an insight. I don't think it's necessarily as journalistically rigorous, perhaps. To give a really pedantic answer, I apologise for that, but perhaps they're sort of, you know, they've just got a much better understanding of the dynamics of the game, obviously, and so it'll be likely more first-person stuff. But perhaps they don't know about asking the dumb questions. Sometimes it really helps to just stand in front of someone and say, what on earth did you do that for? And
Yeah.
not actually second guess them and not even have a potential answer. And sometimes those dumb questions can produce really interesting pieces.
Fewer than 200 players now, 189 remain. As we go heads up to the flop, Beznanu, who raised under the gun, and Chris Day, who called from the cutoff. Check, check on the flop. Nino Hearts puts a flush draw out there. Potential straight as well. Martin gets in touch on Twitter to say, I find the lack of Norwegians disturbing. We may not have any Norwegians at the feature table. I'm sure we must have at least one Norwegian in the tournament.
Yeah. I'm now racking my brains to try and think of one. But there will definitely be several. But
we await Matt Harper's patented pie chart.
Sigurd Eskeland's in this tournament. He bubbled the final table in Prague. He's Norwegian, isn't he? He's a bracelet winner as well.
And he's head of the Norwegian Poker Federation as well, I believe. EPT London final tableist as well.
Hello, Mark Convey.
Hello. Just thought I'd welcome myself back into the booth there.
The Conv back in the booth. And actually, Mark, you can come in on the conversation we were just having with Howard, because you had that question from David about the guys who've come from writing into poker and the guys who've come from poker into writing.
Yeah.
Did you do it the opposite way around to Howard?
Yes, I was poker into writing. I think it's nicer to have a mixture of the two. I think you sort of get a balanced sort of style of coverage. I think the guys who have a journalistic background definitely are more technically skilled, and they're really good at the more lifestyle pieces and the sort of things that you might not necessarily spot. Whereas when I was doing my blogging, I was all about the hands and the action and stuff. But then I'd be writing the Stars blog with someone like Stephen Bartley, who wouldn't necessarily be as technically strong at poker, but he'd notice stuff at in a poker room that no one else would. So you get this really nice, well-rounded coverage. And another time when we were at EPT Lutraki, I think some of the best work we did at PokerStars blog near the end was when Zimmy, when he went on to win the title, was giving like an ICM masterclass, and Rick Dacey and I got really into the nuts and bolts of why it was really, amazing the way he took down and some of the plays he made. Other journalists there were saying, "What this guy doing? This guy, it's crazy play." But really, he was putting on a masterclass. So, yeah.
I think that's a brilliant example, because what Zimian Zayad did there was extraordinary, and it's worth checking the coverage. He was three-handed, and there was clearly one player that was not as experienced as the rest, and Zayad was keeping him in so he could chip away at the guy who was in second place, and he kept doubling up the weaker player almost deliberately, and then keeping in the other guy who he saw as a potential dangerous heads-up opponent.
We have an all-in here. Well, Patu raised pre. Beznanu defended his big blind. Check, check on the flop. Patu made a delayed continuation bet of 6,400 on the turn, and Beznanu's shove is for 65,700. Check raising all in. And near enough 33 big blinds. Here's a compliment of sorts, Howard, from your supreme leader. Simon Young says Howard Swains is the best thing to come out of Woking since the Jam.
He's a big mod, is Simon Young.
When I first read that, I read it without the. And I was like, I didn't know Jam was invented in Woking.
Stanley Road, the album, is named after the house where he grew up, and it's now a car park in Woking.
Well, bear in mind that I started my career as a journalist in Surrey, and if ever there was a story about Paul Weller, he was always to be referred to as Woking's Paul Weller.
But we've also got Harry Hill and Sean Locke. They're our two new celebrities. Simon Young's probably expecting me to say he's the best thing to come out of Ipswich since, but I can't think of anyone else to come out of Ipswich.
Bobby Robson, and he's not even from Ipswich.
Yeah. We'll pick up the Lutraki stuff again after this, because it's quite interesting. But the does he look like he's going to call, James? You've seen more of these dwell-ups than everybody else.
This guy dwells a lot, and I've never seen him dwell call. Well, there's a first time for everything.
Yeah, I mean, would he really do this without any decision?
Well, Max has huge shove there. Wow. But if you've got a queen, can you call here?
Normally you would say yes, but when it's a decision for your tournament life, kind of puts the doubts. But then this prop was built up a lot before the queen even rolled out on the turn. It's a huge shove.
Yeah.
6,400, effectively 59,300. Oh no, all in for 65.7, okay.
Well, you can see from the decision timer in the top right-hand corner of the screen, Patu's been in the tank now for 3 minutes.
He's going to open and fold.
And shows king queen.
Wow.
He had a strong queen, but not prepared to call it off.
Wow. Do we know much about his adversary there? Has he been playing?
He doesn't strike me as the kind of person who's ever shoving like that.
Okay. Very good fold then.
But that's not to say that he might not have had a flush draw. But Besnanu is now playing 85,800. Well, Howard, your time with us has reached its
I was waiting for that.
natural conclusion. There are articles to be written. There is work to be done. Rick Dacey is cracking the whip and calling you back to the fold.
I don't know whether he has any right to do that, but thank you. I will speak to you soon.
Thank you very much to Howard Swain.
Cheers, Howard. See you again.
One of the talented team on the PokerStars blog, pokerstarsblog.com for the articles, at PokerStarsblog on Twitter. And remember, you'll also find live updates there. The guys covering the outer tables, doing great work. Key hand histories, key double-ups, key eliminations, plus running updates on the chip leaders in the tournament. And it is Zimnan Ziad, who we were just discussing with Howard, who currently leads the pack with 189 remaining. A stack of around 300,000, with the blinds currently 1,000, 2,000, with a 300 ante. Ludovic Geilich back in action, raising to 4,000.
Ludovic back in the action? Never, come on.
And it's the other Brett at the table, Chris Day, who gives him action, calling.
6-6, call. 6-7, fold.
I think Orange Besanu is actually trying to set a world record for the biggest chip tower ever built at a table. He does know that he doesn't have to keep his chips in a single column, doesn't he?
6-8, fold.
Maybe not. Maybe it's a prop bet. Doesn't look like the type of character to prop bet, to be fair.
Ace of spades.
So three-way to the flop, and an ace-king-9 flop.
Sit 1, check. Sit 3, check.
Lakov called in position on the button. Action's been checked to him.
Sit 6, bet 10,000.
And he bets. For those of you who weren't with us earlier on, Lakov is known in Russia as the academic, because he often gives lectures at the table, likes to tell people where they went wrong in a hand, how their bet sizing was wrong.
I heard that he likes to give lessons in life as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's more than just a teacher of poker. He's a teacher of life, apparently. I don't know where that funny accent came in at the end. It kind of just comes from nowhere sometimes.
That was more Ali G than Russian.
I know, I was kind of thinking about putting a Russian accent in, but I didn't commit, and then I was in that no man's land in between.
Sit 1 raised to 22,200. Sit 3, fold. Sit
Wow,
6,
Geilich
fold.
raises to 22,000. Chris Day quickly folds, and Lakov immediately calls.
Snap calls.
Jack of clubs.
Jack of clubs
Sit
on
1,
the
check.
turn.
Sit 6, check.
Check, check.
6 of
And
hearts.
6 on the river.
Check. Sit 6, check. Shut down, please.
And with the going check, check, it goes to showdown. A king for Geilich, an ace for Lakov. Ace-9, in fact.
Did you see the way that Ludovic opened up his hand there? He opened his hand and almost like tried to hide it from his opponent, like he really wasn't very proud of it at all. Normally the sign that it's probably not going to be a winning hand.
Gajlik loses about 26,000 on that hand, now playing 115k. Lakov back up to over 155k. 38% VPIP. He's won 20% of the hands he's played. And no real surprise that his aggression percentage is high both pre and post flop. That's based on a sample size of around 126 hands. That's how many hands have been dealt today at our feature table.
High numbers from Ludovic then, really. Strong aggression.
And I should point out that that was a high number of hands to have been dealt at a table in a single day. And we've still got a level and a bit left on the day, because the rate of play mark has been much quicker than what we've become used to at recent events.
I know, it's so nice, it's so frustrating when players like tank unnecessarily, especially pre-flop. Refreshing to see speedy play. Keep it up, guys.
6, fold. 6, 7, fold. 6, 8.
I didn't put Gajlik off. Straight away, raising under the gun.
6, 9, fold.
2 callers.
It's pretty nice when you raise under the gun, get 2 callers and still find yourself in position post flop.
9 of diamond. 6, 8, check. 6, 9, check. 6, 1 bet. 7,200.
Gajlik happy to see bet into 2 opponents.
Gets rid of one of them.
Gets rid of 2 of them. Well, as we've mentioned, Lee Jones is actually on holiday. He took an extended break after the PCA, so no Lee's lowdown while we're in Deauville. But we do have a stand-in. Michael Josem, who's head of PR at PokerStars, is going to be bringing us Josem's Journal while we're here in Deauville. Now, Michael doesn't have a theme song like Lee. Instead, he has his very own poem to introduce him, because Michael is Poet Laureate of EPT Live. So, this week we're missing Lee Jones. So quieten your desperate moans. We have found a guy who's taller, although he's not nearly as baller. Flown from the Isle of Man, although originally he's Australian. It's his debut on EPT Live, so let's all give him high five. Michael Josem, welcome.
All right. Thank you very much, James and Mark. Good to be here. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
And Michael, obviously, before we get into the nitty-gritty, it says on the screen there you are PokerStars head of PR, but I think it's fair to say you've been around poker for quite a while in a number of different capacities.
Yes, I've worked at PokerStars for almost 6 years now. Previously worked in various security teams, which is about enforcing the rules of online poker. As it were, the internet police of online poker.
6, 4, fold.
And obviously a keen player yourself, a well-known contributor to 2+2 under the alias Josem. You're really hiding from the crowds with that one.
6, 9, fold.
I'm a pretty transparent sort of guy, so Stapes, Josem, Hardigan, and the Conv. That's what they're known as.
Good point.
And of course, you've been a long-time contributor to EPT Live with the aforementioned poems and haikus, which you submit on a regular basis.
Hopefully they're not too terrible, and you know, perhaps there'll be another 1 or 2 to come out this week.
Now, obviously, you've been tasked here in Deauville in filling Lee Jones's shoes and bringing us up to speed with everything that's going on in the world of PokerStars. And I guess if we look at online events right now, because live there's so much going on, and obviously we've made a lot out of the fact that we're up against the Aussie Millions right now, which is part of the APPT, but also online, the Turbo Championship of Online Poker has been very popular and has produced some big name winners. Some big names have been winning titles in that one.
Yeah, it's been a big week in it also so far. The Turbo Championship for Online Poker started last Thursday, back on the 23rd of January. And in fact, on the first day, Kevin McPhee, who will be well known for the EPT, was runner-up in one of the events there. He came second, Kevin, in the 4th event, which was one of the Turbo events. He got defeated by Sam Stein, who's also a big live player. Yeah. He came 4th at the PCA back in 2011.
Sam Stein is one of those players who had the bridesmaid tag on him for so long. I think he came second in an NAPT main event against Tom Marchese, he came second in a bounty shootout against Jason Mercier, fourth at the PCA. So nice to hear him that he's won something.
Yeah, exactly right, and he's had the same record online as well. So he, back in 2009, he made the final table of a $3,000 buy-in event during the very first Spring Championship of Online Poker when he finished 8th. But this is his first Championship of Online Poker title. So he, you know, picked up a big win for that. It's about $100,000 for that.
It's not to be sniffed at. Good start to the year for him.
So we've gone three-way to this flop. Gooley was the raiser. Goosens and Patu, the players who called.
Sit 4, bet 5,500.
So Patu checks, and Gooley continues for 5,500.
Sit 5, fold. Sit 2, fold.
And gets 2 quick folds. Should say, by the way, before we talk any more about the T-Coop, any questions you've got for Michael Josem as part of Josem's journal, nuts at PokerStars.tv, tag your tweet EPT Live. So how much longer on T-Coop? How many more events are there still to come?
There's another 27 events, and they finish on February the 2nd. So we've guaranteed over $15 million for the whole tournament series. And even if not a single event reaches its guarantee, we'll already have given away $17.5 million. So it's big money, and they're already exceeding the guarantees, you know, by about 20% so far.
Good to see big fields in these.
Definitely, and I think after having Scoop and W Coop, where it's a real grind for 3 weeks for the guys to have something like the turbo competitions where they can play a whole series but only maybe play a few hours at a time. It's really refreshing for them. They enjoy the different challenge and the shorter days.
It certainly is a lot faster, and what we've noticed is a whole lot more players have been playing on the online, playing on the mobile app, whether it be on the iPad, the tablet, the phone, or whatever. And in fact, just in the last couple of days, Alex KP from Denmark, he won the T-Coop event number 23, which was a $215 six-max tournament. He won it entirely at playing on his mobile phone. There's a great photo of him floating around on the internet where he's cooking and eating dinner in between hands while he's playing on his mobile.
Who said men can't multitask?
Gaelic raises, Chris Day calls.
Heads up. 6 of spades.
I'm sure from you've been keeping one eye on the action today, Michael, and you'll have seen that there's been a very interesting dynamic between the two Brits at the table here. These two not afraid to tangle.
One bet 3,600.
They're a plucky lot, the Brits.
Chris Day checks.
Yeah, and Chris Day's got position, not in this hand, but generally position on Gaelic, and he knows the reputation that Ludovic has for his craziness, aggressive 4-bet, 5-bet, 6-bet moves.
Gaelic C-bet 3,600, called by Chris Day, who checks the turn, which is the 7 of clubs. Gaelic checks behind, 5 on the river.
6-3 check. Sit 1, bet 7,500.
7,500.
I think he's going to get looked up a lot here if he was called on the flop. It wasn't really a drawy flop at all. It does call. Gaelic announces 7. It's going to be good.
Wow.
I think he's probably looked up with ace high there. There's not a lot of cards that can come that are going to improve Gaelic's hand unless he, you know, did spike a 7 or the like.
Gaelic stacks done a fair amount of yo-yoing today. It's currently hovering around the 140k mark. Chris Day, chip leader at the table with 174,000. 31% VPIP. Won 14% of the hands he's played. And obviously not as aggressive as Ludo.
Chip leader in the tournament, according to the live updates team, is Zimnan Zayad, who we were just talking about with Howard.
Yes. He became chip leader, I believe, towards the end of the last level, becoming the first player in the tournament to hit a stack of 300,000. The average stack right now being around 111,000, with 180 players remaining. And I know I shouldn't be surprised by now, Mark, but the speed that we blow through these fields on day 2 still astounds me.
It's amazing. I mean, so many players just are told now and understand that day 1's about survival. So we do get an awful lot of short stacks coming into day 2. And then, you know, the structure, as good as it is going to catch up with you at some point. And people decide day 2 is the day to make moves and try and gather these chips and put yourself in a good position to be able to not just make the money, but to be able to make the most of the bubble period. You know, if you have a big stack around the bubble, you can really get a stack together that can help you, you know, propel you all the way through to the final table.
So let's see what develops here. Goosen's raising under the gun. 3-bet by Geilich.
Geilich's got to play that rush now, doesn't he?
I think in Geilich's mind, he just wants to play full stop.
I think he's always disappointed that someone doesn't 3-bet before he gets the chance to open up the betting again. You know, he loves a 4-bet. 3-bet just doesn't seem to cut it. But good enough this time.
So, Michael, in talking about festivals like the W Coupe, the Scoop, or in this case, the T Coupe, obviously a lot of people watching the live stream tend to be quite small stakes players, but for them, we always try and big up the satellites. And I think it's always worth reminding people that whatever it is, whether it's an EPT live event, whether it's an online event, there are always satellites available. There are always cheap ways of playing these tournaments.
Yeah, that's right. There's the, in fact, in the next hour and a half or so, the next T-Coupe event, the $215 no limit hold'em turbo 8-max is running, and that's got a whole lot of satellites that are running online right now.
Cash satellites, FPP satellites, all available in the PokerStars lobby.
6, 7 fold, sit 8 fold.
Yeah, sit and go formats, hyper turbos, they're getting all sorts.
Sit 1 raise 4,000.
And as we saw just with Alex's win on the mobile device, you can now just do it. You know, if you're sitting in the queue for the bus, for the doctor, or or wherever else, you might have time to sit down.
And because it's a turbo, the great thing is that it will be over in no time at all, and then you can go back to watching EPT live on your mobile device via the PokerStars TV app. We have an all-in. Guy Goosen's shoving pre, coming over the top of Ludovic Geilich's open, which was flattered by Chris Day. So it's a squeeze shove from Goosen's for just shy of 37,000.
So 6,900.
Geilich looks interested, but he might just be doing that for show as much as anything. He does have to think about what Chris Day's going to do behind him. So if he flat calls, then he opens himself up to a shove behind. If he raises, then if he walks into a monster behind, you've got to consider all these options.
He decides to fold.
Yeah.
36,900. 36,900. Sit 1 fold.
So Day's got to be thinking, you know, if he does have a hand like 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, does he want to call and flip? Probably will with all the money in there.
Now, please tell me this dealer has not neglected his duties and has in fact placed a red triangle of death in front of Mr. Goose.
I think I did see one. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah, we've got a head blocker.
There we go.
There
Thank
we go.
you. Thank you. Whew. Blood pressure was starting to rise there.
He's got 32,000 more to call into a pot that's already at 48,000. So what he needs odds of about 3 to 8 or thereabouts. So if he's flipping, Mark, then that would definitely be a good position for him to be in.
But if he's got a hand like Ace Jack, Ace 10, then the consideration that he might be getting dominated. So you've got to think, is he getting the right price? And he's not really. You'd really want about 60k in the pot, even a bit more. Goosen's is one of the newer players to the table. He hasn't been here all day, so it's not like he's got like this whole day of information about how he plays.
probably doesn't take a day of information to realise that that Gaelic is very active here. So he could certainly be pushing very widely.
That's a very really good point.
Opening range.
I think Yuri Gully's gone to sleep. A power nap between hands.
Wakey, wakey. Do you want to go home?
Time, please.
Someone at the table's called the clock.
Okay, sir, you have a 1 minute countdown followed by 10 seconds, after which your hand will be dead. Time starts now.
I reckon he was within 10-15 seconds of making a decision anyway there, and now he's probably going to take the full minute.
I actually think the clock was called pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh, he lets it go.
I know we talk a lot about how long it takes people to make decisions, but this is obviously a big decision, and you'd only been in the tank for 2 minutes at the point that someone called for the floor. Anywho, net result, Goosen's chips up.
Boris has come on Twitter and just adding to a question to the point that we were making before about the difference between day one and day twos. And he says, if people just try and survive day one, surely day one is the best day to try and accumulate chips. Now, it wasn't mean that you should absolutely become a complete and utter nit. It's that you can wait for with the structure so good and you're so deep, you have so many big blinds to start with, you can wait for nice scenarios to emerge and nice spots for you to pick. You don't have to force the action. So obviously, if you have an opportunity to get chips, you want to try and take it, but you're not. The structure doesn't force you to take risks like it does in day two. So that's kind of the point I was trying to make before. Mike McDonald's advice of playing day one of EPTs. Obviously, he's one of the most successful. I think he is financially now the most successful EPT player of all time in terms of money won. He says you want to try and win big pots or lose small pots on day ones. You don't want to get involved in too many medium-sized pots with, you know, top pair, top kicker type hands. You really want to try and control the pots in those scenarios and then try and look for real big setups like set over sets. You know, just win big pots or lose small pots. Those middle-sized pots can really decimate your stack on day ones.
Sounds a lot easier in theory than I imagine it is in practice.
Big time, yeah.
Sit, 6, fold.
So that hand, raise and take it. So Michael, in addition to T-Cube, the other thing we need to discuss is the VIP Club live dates that have been announced for 2014. And let's just get the negative out of the way immediately. London is not on the list, and I'm very disappointed.
What?
Well, fortunately, if you're in London, you've got a whole series of events nearby. You come over to the Isle of Man, go to Hamburg, and right throughout Europe.
Hamburg is not close to London, Joseph.
It's sort of close on a plane. You can get a plane. You can swim almost, no?
See, it's close for an Australian who, if they want to pop from Melbourne over to Perth, is like the other side of the continent. So from your perspective, I understand, but still.
Been spoilt for location for too long, Mark.
True point.
But throughout 2014, there's going to be 7 of them, which is 7 at the VIP Club Live events. It's a big, it's a bit of an increase on last year when there were only 5. So they're going to be in the Czech Republic, in Sweden, Portugal, Canada, Germany, the Isle of Man, and also in South America. And these events really give PokerStars players a chance to meet fellow players, chat with Team PokerStars pros, PokerStars staff, with a whole lot of food and drink laid on. It's really a good opportunity for PokerStars to thank the players for being so loyal. So a lot of our online players don't necessarily attend many live events, and this is an opportunity to come to it and see PokerStars in action, interact with the brand, and really get your bellies full of beer or drink or food or whatever it may be.
I mean, 2 misconceptions I had about these events when I first heard about them. The first is I thought they were only for the players in that country. So, for example, you talk about the event in Hamburg, I'm thinking, well, that's an event for German players, but there's nothing to stop anyone from travelling to Hamburg and going to this event if they've bought a ticket.
Yeah, that's right. You can hop on the VIP store, just in the PokerStars client. Anyone can get a ticket, and then PokerStars reduces the price for your VIP level. But if you're in London and you have a hankering for a bit of VIP Club Live, then you can certainly head over to Hamburg or to Portugal or wherever.
And you hit on my second misconception there, Michael, because I thought, when I hear VIP Club, I think, okay, it's an event for VIPs, it's an event for Supernovas and Supernova Elites. And whilst if you're Supernova Elite, you get tickets for free, anyone can buy a ticket using FPPs because, of course, every single PokerStars player is a member of the VIP Club.
Yeah, that's right. And so even if you're a Silver Star, which is one of the third VIP Club level, that still includes 85% off the ticket price. So in that sense, it's good value, and I'm sure that hearing the reports from the different players who've gone in the past, they certainly get good value for money.
I mean, we obviously have sent a camera crew to a few of these events, and during the breaks and the webcasts, we occasionally run a little film showing like how awesome these parties are. And it was based on those videos that I sort of said to Lee, I really want to come to the next one in London. Have you ever been to one of these events, Mark?
No, it's just I thought that was a little sick brag coming from you. There. Like, yeah, I didn't get to the London one. No invite for me.
Blatant brag, and it was amazing. It was just a really great event, and obviously we know from being on the EPT that there ain't no party like a PokerStars party, but the VIP Club take it to a different level. There were actually 2 different venues for the party in London. There was like an
after party, or?
Well, I mean, it started off at kind of like, you know, a funky bar, and then when it got late, kind of 10 or 11 o'clock, then it moved on to a club. And this is a really interesting mix of people. As Michael said, members of Team Pro there, obviously players from all different levels, from all over the country, and I honestly could not recommend it more. So I recommend people go in the lobby and just run through the dates for us once again, Michael, where we're going and when we're going there.
Sure. The first one's in Prague in March the 7th, then up to Sweden in late April, June the 7th in Lisbon in Portugal, July the 19th in Montreal in Canada. And with all these dates, if you just type in VIP Club Live into Google or whatever search engine you use, it'll come up there, and so you'll be able to see all the dates there. They're all listed along with videos of the past events. So I think some people can be a little bit intimidated coming along to not knowing what they've seen before, and in that sense, having the videos up there gives you a good idea of what's to be expected. And of course, you can bring along a guest as well, which is included in the ticket price.
It is a ticket for 2, and there's no reason to be intimidated, because once you get a few complimentary drinks inside you, all inhibitions will fly away. You mentioned the Isle of Man, Michael. I'm assuming that event will tie in with the UK IPT event on the Isle of Man?
That's a very good assumption.
Oh, that's one I can get to then. There we go. I'm happy now. All good.
Sit 9, fold.
So back to the action at our feature table here in the EPT Deauville main event. It's the two of the 3 Russians at the table, going heads up to the flop.
7 of diamonds, 2 of clubs, 5 of spades. Sit 9, check.
It's not the kind of flop that you imagine is going to bring a ton of action.
Bet 5,000, 500. Sit 9, fold.
Simple C-bet wins the pot. So in picking these venues and picking these places, I guess it's to try and cover as many different corners of the globe as possible and open it up to as many different players as possible.
Yeah, so it gives, you know, there's 3 different continents here. Several in Europe. We got a lot of players. PokerStars has a lot of players in Europe and throughout, obviously, but also into North America, South America, and so on. Hopefully, there's one that's near most people where they live, even if it is not in London for Mark.
I'm over it. I'm over it now. It's fine. We've got the Isle of Man. I'm a happy boy now.
Quick question from James on Twitter. If I'm on a massive bluff and get called on the river, can I muck instantly, or do I have to show? You can muck, and to be fair, the other player is within their rights to ask to see your hand. It's highly unlikely they would do that. I think there's a kind of unspoken rule. Etiquette in the game is such that they wouldn't do that, but if they wanted to, they paid for the information, and they could justifiably ask for that information to be revealed.
Yeah, they could do. The sort of the thinking etiquette is it's that rule's kind of in there just so that someone can ask in case they're afraid of collusion, and you thought there might be some chip dumping going on, so someone else could even ask. But yeah, it's bad form really, except when there's it's an all-in and a call on the river. If it's an all-in showdown, then EPT rules that both cards have to be turned over on their backs.
6, 8, 4.
Mind you, if you call someone's bluff and they muck their hand, then I would just quite happily take the chips and
yes,
yeah.
I remember, I mean, it happens a few times. I think one of the most famous examples of it was at the final table, or near the final table of the PCA a few years ago, when Kevin Saul was playing against Benny Spindler. And Benny Spindler triple barrel bluffed, and Kevin Saul called him on every single street. And when Benny mucked the river, Kevin Saul went, I want to see the hand. And so many people were like, oh my God, that's just so out of order. But obviously, he thought he had a read on the way in which Benny was betting, and he wanted to check that that read was correct.
Yeah, and I don't think he would have done that if it had been an amateur player or someone that he didn't fear. But at that point, Benny Spindler was on such a tear that he was obviously thought he was his biggest threat at the table. If he had any sort of inkling of a physical tell, and he wanted to back that up, then he wanted to see the cards.
I didn't ask, Michael, is this your first time in Deauville?
Yes, it is my first time in Deauville.
What do you make of it as a stop on the tour?
So far, so good. I only arrived a couple of hours ago, so I'm hoping to see the bustling nightlife of Deauville at some stage.
I wouldn't expect bustling nightlife. There's your first mistake.
On the other hand, there is the European Poker Awards tomorrow evening, so that should be a bit of fun.
And that's where Mr. Stapleton is right now, preparing his comedic routine that he'll be performing alongside Gael Garcia Diaz as they host those awards tomorrow evening.
You'd be privy to some of his speech and jokes. You think he's going to be a good one, James?
I've actually seen the full script, obviously without any of the winners in it, because the jury hasn't even met yet to decide the winners. My advice, Joe, is you might want to run a couple of these past the organisers.
Okay. We would expect nothing less from Mr. Stapleton.
He does like to push the envelope, but I think sometimes you have to remember that the poker industry's finest are in the rooms, and you don't necessarily want to bite the hand that feeds you.
Very good point.
Although somehow he gets away with it.
It's that cheeky American chappie.
Today it's at 22,500.
So Chris Day's pre-flop raise was called in a couple of spots. And it's Wagner who's come along to the river and is now betting the river for 22,500.
Such a scary board there with 4 to the straight there. The pair of fives, it could be.
Pair of fives would be very nice in this spot. Hashtag death by quads.
We've seen it once today. Saw it in the first couple of orbits of play today.
I think then be raising chips.
3 raised to 57,500.
Wow, 57,500. Quickly called. And Chris Day does not like what he's seen. Chris Day tables ace-king. Pocket sevens.
Wow.
The hand for Wagner, and he quickly called.
Straight good, the paired board didn't scare him.
That's the thing, I know you've rivered the straight, but you don't even think about the possibility that your opponent is raising there with a house.
Yeah. I mean, Day took a long time in the river. Maybe he just thought you're full of it.
What's great is how many chips went on the flop and the turn, each with no one even being able to beat top pair.
Well, and I mean, if they had a bigger hand before that, then he might have wanted to put more chips in the turn, because he just called Wagner's 13,500 bet on the turn. Yeah, I'm not sure about Day's line there.
Well, we know we've got a lot of Chris Day supporters railing, watching along, and they've been tweeting using the hashtag EPT Live. They'll be disappointed to hear that he is down to 85,100, a little below average. Tobias Wagner moves up to nearly 240k. He's the table chip leader. He will be among the tournament chip leaders. The overall tournament boss, I believe, is still Zimnan Ziad. Let me just update the live updates page on the PokerStars blog. Sure enough, Ziad around 300k, but a couple of familiar names in the top 5 chasing his heels. Eugene Kachalov second on the leaderboard with around 280,000, and Dario Sammartino third in chips with 275,000. Michael Josem's going to stay with us for one more hand. But obviously you'll be back with us during the week, Michael.
Hopefully I'm not too unpopular.
No, not at all. I mean, outside of this ring, they're definitely not unpopular, so it's... I'm only joking. You've got to come with a new sonnet or poem every day. That's your challenge.
Jeez, you've set the bar high there.
Raise to 12.
Only because I know that you can reach it.
6-1, 4.
So you're quite tall.
Have you not thought about imposing a new rule at PokerStars that all press releases should be issued in kind of like iambic pentameter, or...?
I sort of hope that they would all be announced in haiku.
Every time a new stop on the tour is announced, maybe we should do it.
6-6, 4.
And a 3-bet gets the job done. Well, huge thanks to Michael Josem, head of PR for PokerStars, for standing in for Lee Jones, as he'll be doing all this week. A very successful first edition of Josem's Journal, and we look forward to the second chapter tomorrow.
Indeed, and may I just leave you with a haiku?
Please do.
EPT haiku. Oh, sorry, let me start that again. EPT Deauville European Poker Awards. 2 big weeks of poker.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Michael Josem, head of PR at PokerStars. He'll be back through the week, and if you have questions for Michael, you can get them in advance. Best to email them so they don't get lost in the Twitter timeline. nuts@pokerstars.tv. And a reminder of tonight's free roll password. Let's see how many seats are available. Only 10,000. Remember, there are 30,000 spaces up for grabs. 20,000 have gone already. France Poker Series, as written on the screen right now. That's how you get into this free roll, which has a $1,500 prize pool.
6-6, 4.
And a few people actually asking, we've been talking about the GPI European Poker Awards, whether there's a live stream of the awards. I don't believe there is. Certainly nothing that we're involved in.
No, but I think there's going to be a live blog of it. The live updates team are going to have one of their guys there. One of the Poker News guys are going to be live blogging the event.
And normally they do have a video crew at the awards who produce like a highlights reel afterwards.
Yeah, there will be. So look out for it on Thursday.
3 players.
And in fact, we're going to send our own cameras there, so maybe you'll be able to see some of the highlights of that during the breaks in our live stream over the last few days of this tournament.
There might be a few bleeps from Joe's jokes and some of the acceptance speeches, but I think it will be a fun event.
Yeah, after the lawyers have gone through the footage and redacted some of his comments about the nominees, yes, I think we should be able to play out the highlights.
Yeah.
Heads up. 6 of spades.
So this is Patu v Geilich. Geilich, the pre-flop aggressor, raised his button. Patu called out of the small.
7 of hearts.
Chris Day also called in the big blind, but disappeared after Geilich c-bet 6,500 on the flop. It went check-check on the turn, check-check on the river. Geilich mucks. As Patu shows a 9. Flop bottom pair, and it's good. Confirmation that there will be no live stream from the award show, just that highlights video. I actually do think it's probably best for everyone that that is not being streamed live to the world.
Yeah, I mean, you see many award ceremonies over the years in other industries, and they've tried to make them live, and then they've realised that some of them can be really controversial. Some presenters can fall on there.
Well, it's just, think of it this way. The cocktail reception is at 7:30, and they don't start handing out awards till 10 p.m.
That's dangerous.
2.5 hours of drinking before we actually get to the awards. That, in a nutshell, is why it should not be live streamed.
Yeah, it's a good job that we're going to be here commentating, missing some of the drinks. Otherwise, we might have been the biggest hecklers in the room with Stapes up on stage. I mean, we still might be, but at least our heckling might be less than R-rated.
We have a Gibbons from Goossens as he limps under the gun. Wagner raises to 5,500, and Goossens executes the perfect double Gibbons by calling the raise. Queen, Queen 4 on the flop. No c-bet from Wagner.
3 of hearts.
Free turn card, 3 of hearts.
Sit 5, check.
Changes very little.
Sit 8, check. 4 of clubs. Sit 5, check.
Ace high.
Sit 8, check. Sit 8 shows ace king.
Looks like it's going to be good.
Ace high wins. I want to say hello to Jonah on Twitter. He says, it's my 18th birthday today. Any way to win a deck of cards? And how's my hero Real Kid Poker doing? Daniel Negreanu not in Deauville, not playing this event. But other than that, I'm sure he's doing fine. He's currently tweeting motivational statements by the looks of things. Happy birthday, Jonah. No way to win a deck of cards, unfortunately. We don't run our competitions for the day, but make sure you're with us over the next few days on EPT Live. Remember, we're here for the next 4 days, and I'm sure we'll have more competitions and more opportunities for you to win fantastic prizes.
I think that's the politest way that you've ever dealt with anyone asking for free swag on the show.
It's his birthday, Mark, so I decided to cut him some slack.
Fair point.
Plus, he's just turned 18. He can legally play on PokerStars, so we don't want to lose him at the first hurdle.
Oh, you're good. You're good. This is why they gave you that contract. You're good.
10 minutes left on this level, then one more level to play on day 2 with 171 players remaining.
Sit 8, fold. Sit 9, fold. Sit 1, fold. Sit 2, fold.
Actually folded around to the button.
Sit 3, raise 4.
Chris Day, who's had an up and down day today.
It's going to be interesting to see how he reacts after that bluff being picked off.
6-4 deuce.
6 of diamond.
Maybe that would be in Goossens' thinking. He might call with a wider range from the big blind.
Sit 3, check. Jack of spades.
Check, check on the flop, a jack on the turn.
Sit 5, bet 5,000.
With no c-bet from Day on the flop, Goossens leads the turn.
Are you a fan of the bright rimmed sunglasses?
Sit 3, 4.
I
actually don't have any kind of strong feeling either way, to be honest.
Fair play.
Sit 5, check.
Day and his bright sunglasses called that bet on the turn.
Check.
It kind of matches the green bracelet that we're all forced to wear to get anywhere in this venue, so at least he's coordinated. We have a female opinion on the glasses. They are naff.
I like them. They kind of match Louise's jacket that she's been wearing the last couple of days. She doesn't think that's naff. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know, Mark, when you insult the clothing of the person who employs you, that's not a plus EV move.
Well, I did just say I like the glasses.
Yeah,
so therefore I'm disagreeing with her opinion that she thinks her own jacket's naff. I like your jacket.
You're disagreeing with her on something and then insulting her clothing. It's a double whammy.
I wasn't. I was saying I like her jacket. She shouldn't dislike her jacket, is what I'm saying. Can we move on? Can we move
I was going to say, I'm loving your attempts to dig your way out of this hole and failing dismally.
You're trying to dig a hole and put me in it that I didn't want to go in, I didn't think I created.
Jordan Hooper says, EPT Live is so good, but so detrimental to my degree. Revision blocker.
7, 4. Sit 8, 4.
Put your revision first. Remember, you can always watch the replay of EPT Live at the end of the day. You still count as a viewer if you watch the replay, so it doesn't affect our numbers if you switch off now.
Sit 5, fold.
It would deeply disturb me if this stream was genuinely affecting the education of the next generation.
Just pause it, do your study, use us as a reward. Once you get a certain level of knowledge, give yourself half an hour of the live stream, go back and do another half an hour of work.
I'd be equally disturbed if someone actually considered the work we do a reward for something.
Don't sell yourself short, James.
2,900. Sit 6. Check. Fold. Sorry.
Gaelic takes that one down. Small pot. 2,900 bet, enough to get Lack off his hand. And here the graphic will show you our chip changes since the start of the level. It's been a great level for Wagner. Obviously, most of those chips came courtesy of Day, who's lost nearly 100,000 this level. So he's been the level's big loser. Gaelic on the way up again. He's roller coaster Day. And Lakoff, pretty steady.
Sit 8 fold, sit 9 fold, sit 1 raise to 4,000.
Surprise, surprise!
Fold, sit 3 fold.
It's a raise from my friend Gaelic.
Sit 5 fold. Sit 6 fold.
Just the minimum?
Sit 7 fold.
All the way around to
Heads up.
Best than I knew. Defends his big blind to see a 10, 6, 8 to a rainbow flop.
6, 7 check. Sit 1 check.
Check on the flop.
Of hearts.
Check behind by Gaelic.
Sit 7.
Here's an invitation.
7,500.
Ungneck, bet out on the turn. Makes it 7,500.
Sit 1 fold.
And that's not going to be enough to get rid of Ludo.
River. King of spade.
Quick bet on the river.
Sit 7. Bet 9,500.
Best in a new. Not scared by the king of spades. Bets 9,500. This one's got Ludovic thinking a little bit more. The speed of the bets could be confusing him. Almost like the king didn't bother him at all.
I can't remember if you were with us earlier on, Mark, when we were discussing the chips in this tournament and how horribly similar they look from a distance.
Yeah, I wasn't. I completely agree with you, especially the, is it the 5K and the 500s? It's like the grey and the purple. But we do get plaques in France. Looking forward to that later in the tournament.
Obviously, Graphical Nick is here to help. The blacks, as opposed to the greys, are 100. The purples 500, the yellows 1,000, and yeah, the greys are 5,000. Obviously, we are using the chips of the Casino Barrier rather than the official EPT chips, as Gaelic folds the roller. And Simon Baker gets in touch on Twitter to say, just tuned in, guys, any notable EPT or UK IPT finishes for these guys? Yes is the answer, and it's a yes to Ludovic Gaelic in both categories. Ludo has a UK IPT title. He won the event in Marbella last summer and then went on to final table EPT London this season, coming fourth in that tournament.
Yeah, two biggest results of his career within 4 months of each other.
And players like Yuri Gully and Guy Goossens are EPT main event regulars, but I'm not sure either's had a huge result. They've cashed a few times.
Yuri Gully's cashed a number of times, and I think, I might be wrong here, but I think he's definitely taken at least down 1 or 2 side events.
DJ Lucas says, it's so nice EPT Live is back. Finally, I have something to watch. Deauville is always a good one to watch, with best regards from Slovenia. Thank you for getting in touch. Great to hear from everybody who's watching all over the world. And I imagine the numbers will go up as the week goes on, as word spreads that we are back in Deauville with multi-day coverage of this multi-table tournament.
C3 raised to 9,500.
So these two are going to tangle again in a pot.
C5 fold.
Ludovic made it 4,000 to go. Chris Day's bumped that up to 9,500. I see what Stapes, we hear when Stapes was saying earlier that it's hard to call Chris Day just by Day or Chris. It's weird. It's like you just slip into calling him Chris Day.
If someone's got two names that are both one syllable each, it makes sense to do it that way.
Yeah, I agree.
C7 fold. C8 fold.
Action back on Gaelic.
How much did you start the hand? I think it was 90.
Yeah, it's just about that. Gaelic asking for a count, rather what Day started the hand with. PokerStars has just announced the winner of the Friday giveaway. We'll deal with that in a moment.
Deal with that in a moment because Gaelic's called.
Heads up.
So there's nearly 25,000 in the middle as we head to the flop.
Four of spades, 6 of clubs, 5 of clubs.
This will probably be the last hand at this level, level 13.
I don't know where players are wandering off to, though. There's no break at the end of this level. We roll straight into level 14, the final level of the day.
Brilliant.
Sit one, bet 10,800.
Craig Barker says, gotta say I hate plaques. Just look so out of place and seem unnecessary. Craig, you are in a minority of one.
Sit 3 fold.
Wow, so Gaelic led out. Took that pot down.
Gaelic leads the flop, wins that one, chips up to 140k. Chris Day down to 82,200.
I think we had this conversation about the plaques in the PTA, and some people saying they love them and wish they were in every tournament. Whereas I kind of feel like they should be in, the building's they need to be in an old European building. I don't want to see them in Las Vegas, for example. I think they need to be in Monte Carlo, in France, in Italy. You know, these sort of grand old sort of
If I think
casinos.
of venues on the EPT that could legitimately have the plaques, it's Deauville, Monaco, Vienna, if we're going to be in the Hofburg Palace,
Definitely,
for sure.
yeah.
Yeah, San Remo's old school enough to accommodate plaques. Barcelona, too modern.
I agree. London, no, doesn't fit.
Certainly not the PCA. They'd be so out of place, the PCA.
Yeah. And, you know, they're that good, you don't want to dilute them. You want them to be special occasion chips.
Sit 4.
So yeah, congratulations to Matty, who won the Friday giveaway. Remember, the competition was to set Stapes a challenge here in Deauville. And Matty's challenge suggestion for Joe was to run around the casino 5 times.
But it's the block that the casino's on, so it's just not a single building, it's the entire block.
It's the block encompassing the casino and the hotel. And we're going to kind of make this a double challenge. Obviously, Joe's going to complete that challenge, and Matty wins the Friday giveaway for suggesting that as a challenge. But then we're going to set another competition on EPT Live when, after we filmed it, we're going to try and get viewers to predict Joe's time.
Ah, nice, added. It's like a double 2-level competition. I like it.
2 of clubs.
I did want to impose a no vomiting rule, by the way. If he throws up, he's failed to complete the challenge.
Check.
Even at the end of it? Or?
Yep, even at the end of it.
3 of hearts.
What if he vomits?
He has to do it again.
Are we going
he
to
hasn't completed the challenge. He has to start again from scratch.
So we're going to have a camera following him the whole time around?
It will be recorded for posterity.
Wow.
Sit 4, bet 7,000.
I think Thursday is the day that he will actually complete that challenge.
Raised to 16,000.
And then you'll be able to see it on the stream on Friday. So last hand of the level, it's Lakov v Guli. Guli raised, Lakov 3-bet on the flop. It went check, check. Guli leading the turn for 7,000, promptly raised by Lakov, who's made it 16,000.
think if some of our viewers were ever wondering if players from the same country go easy on each other, then today has proved them wrong. We've seen how much, you know, we've seen the Russians play a lot of hands against each other. We've seen Day and Gaelic, two Brits, really battle hard against each other.
Guli gives it up, and that will be the last hand of the level.
The Hippodrome opened in July 2012 after a very, very multi-million pound refurbishment, and we launched as PokerStars Live in March of this year. It's state-of-the-art, it's contemporary.
You know you're in a PokerStars room as soon as you walk through the door. We have all the same essences of comfort and player experience. We also try to keep the regional flair alive as well. For example, certain items we have in Macau wouldn't go down well in Belgium.
Fantastic dealers, a range of games, the stakes that you're looking for, and we play up in the gods, so it's the best environment to play poker in London.
And I do recommend that you check out the PokerStars live room in London at the Hippodrome Casino. I've only experienced two of the live rooms, Mark, the one in London and the one in Madrid, where, of course, we took the EPT Grand Final a few years ago, which is obviously a huge venue. The Hippodrome much smaller, but if it comes to, like, nice environments in which to play the game with a good spread of cash games on offer, you can't beat the Hippodrome in London.
No, it's a really, really comfortable, nice environment. Friendly environment to play poker in.
So here we go, level 14, which will be the final level of day 2 of this tournament. Blinds now 1,200, 2,400 with a 300 ante. 171 is the number on the tournament clock as we head into this level. The live updates team. Oh, I guess someone's not happy with...
Is that a happy screen or an unhappy screen? It's definitely not our Russian friend from previous shows who we hear screaming in the background.
Mikhail Korotkik.
That's the one.
Welcome to
Emotions running high on the floor. Maybe the live updates team will tell us what was going on there. They are informing us that Dario Sammartino has taken the chip lead. Sammartino playing 345,000. Ziyad still playing around 300k. Eugene Kachelov fourth on the leaderboard right now.
Farhan's asking, will Stapes be wearing a mankini? Or is this human that Stapes will be wearing a mankini? I'm not sure that's a sight any of us want to see, really.
No, I think we have to allow him to dress as he sees fit to actually carry out the challenge. Daniel points out the Hippodrome has the only decent casino cocktail bar in the whole of London. Agreed. I love the way Ezra is trying to turn Joe's challenge into something out of a Die Hard movie. Will Joe be wearing a sandwich board bearing derogatory anti-French phrases?
I think he gets himself in enough trouble on air.
And my understanding that the noise we heard was a gross over-celebration from a French player as Barney Boatman was eliminated from the tournament.
Ooh. No one deserves that, especially not Barney.
I have a mantra, and it's not mine by any means, and many other people quote it. In fact, I think Victoria Corin put it in her poker book for Richard Porpora, which is to win with grace and lose with class.
Yeah.
And actually, I have less of a problem with people who can't lose with class than people who can't win with grace.
Yeah, I find it harder sometimes to hide my emotions when someone's played badly against me and I lose, but I think when you win, being a good winner is so important. You just look like such a fool, don't you? And it's just not nice. Surely it's good enough just to have won the pot.
I believe the other expression that many British poker players use is GIQ, get it quietly.
Yeah, it's used a lot in London. GIQ.
Barabaruka has raised to 5,000. Gaelic's in the small blind.
Stefan thought that the screen might have been someone telling Stapes he had to come back to work.
13,900.
Free bet from Gaelic.
You don't
Must be the first time we've seen that this minute.
I'm interested to see if Barney Boatman tweets. I think it's fair to say that Barney's been there before, seen everything before. Would love to get his thoughts on that situation.
And he normally, even in those scenarios where he's been involved in a little bit of altercation, he's even showed huge amounts of class then.
Ravaruka calls in position. Gaelic set to continue on this Jack 10-3 flop.
8,900.
8,900. Not Marquetta dealing the feature table at the moment. Without doubt, one of the most proficient dealers we have on the EPT.
And she runs a tight ship as well. There's no misbehaving at her table.
C9 pass.
Bet gets through.
C1 wins the pot.
Wanna bet if it's gonna happen again?
So Ludovic continues his upswing.
Playing near enough 156,000 right now. And a quick reminder of the news we brought you a moment ago. Darius Sammartino is the tournament chip leader. Zimnan Ziad is second in chips. Eugene Kachlov third on the leaderboard with 162 players remaining. Sadly, Barney Boatman is not one of them. The British poker legend who got his bracelet at the World Series of Poker last summer, eliminated, and the player who eliminated him screamed for joy, which was the noise we heard from the floor.
Barney will be hanging around this week because he's nominated tomorrow night in the GPI Awards for best tournament performance for that bracelet win. He'll be a very popular winner if chosen by the panel. For the jury, I should say.
Many people chiming in on Twitter to back up what we were saying about the Hippodrome, Mark. The groupie says the Hippodrome is my favourite casino. Can't wait to come to London in a few weeks. I can also vouch for the cocktails. You can't dismiss the cocktails. You can't underestimate the power and influence that the cocktail bar has.
I've had a few cocktails with the groupie at said venue and don't remember much of the rest of the night. So I can vouch for the beginning of the first couple of cocktails I had. For the rest, maybe Elena can shed some light. Of course, the groupie is Elena Tovo's, Mickey Peterson's girlfriend.
Black off the razor here. Called by Besnanu.
Sorry? About 80? Yeah, about that.
Chris Day calling as well in the big blind.
3 players. King of spades, queen of diamonds.
King, queen on the flop.
C3 check. C6 bet. 9,000.
Lakov continuing into two opponents. Gets a fold from Besnanu and from Chris. Jonah Herbert gets back in touch on Twitter. Thanks for the birthday shout out, but sadly I am from Alaska, so I can't play on PokerStars for real money. In that case, Jonah, how dare you ask for a prize? You should know the rules of EPT Live. Never ask for anything or you'll be denied the opportunity of winning a prize on the live stream.
Come on, James, you gave the guy an accidental needle by saying, oh, you can't. Oh, no, you can't play on PokerStars just yet.
To be fair, he even has his location on his tweets. I just wasn't paying attention. But in all seriousness, Jonah, happy birthday, and you are allowed to enter our competitions, which we will be running over the next few days. Alas, you can't enter the EPT Live free roll for the Needle. 25,000 players have taken their seats, 5,000 seats still available. The password, for those of you who missed it earlier on, is France Poker Series. Actually a good one, because I always think that FPS stands for French Poker Series. And every time I say that, I get castigated.
It doesn't stand for French Poker Series?
It stands for France Poker Series.
Well, then it's a good lesson for both of us.
6 raise, 5,100. 6, 7, and 8 pass. C9 pass.
I guess the French Poker Series almost makes out that it's just for French people, whereas the France Poker Series means anyone can play, but in France.
2 call.
Maybe I'm trying to find logic when no logic is needed.
I was going to say.
Your silence spoke 1,000 words, James.
I was just, Mark, you're kind of overthinking this.
C4 call. We have 3 players.
We're going three-way to this flop. Lack off the razor. King 6-6.
King of clubs, 6 of hearts. C4 check.
Travis gets in touch, says, how much longer are you guys broadcasting for? Love it as always. Roughly an hour, Travis, because that's when play will conclude. Day 2 of an EPT main event, they play 6 levels, 6 75-minute levels. And then tomorrow and the day after should be 5 90-minute levels. So it should be a similar length day, maybe a little bit longer. Maybe
tiny bit longer, because we'll have breaks after every level rather than the 2.5 hours that we play for in between breaks today.
So I think tomorrow we'll probably conclude around 9 PM Central European time, whereas we're probably going to conclude around 8:15 local time.
Well, you talked about selling another
So do make sure you join us every day of this week as we follow this tournament through to its conclusion, including cards up coverage of the final table on Saturday. And obviously the last final table we had, Mark, was at the PCA. You and Matt Broughton had already left town. In fact, I think you managed to fly back from Miami to London in the time it took half the final table to play out.
Yeah, I was sat on my sofa and I couldn't believe it. And I tuned back in, quickly tweeted you and had you in hysterics that I'd managed to get home via New York.
I thought we drawn the short straw in Campione a couple of years ago where we had a final table that went on until 5 AM. This one went the distance until 6 AM. And it started earlier than that final table in Campione.
Raise 6,000. C1 pass.
Andrew tweets say, I have nothing to protect my cards, just saying. Yeah, Andrew, don't think that subtlety is going to help you. Your name's going on the list. Andrew will not win a prize this week.
C3 call. C4 pass.
Opening raise. Pereveroka. Called by Patu, called by Day. Goosens gives up the big blind, so we're going three-way to the flop.
3 players. Flop. 3 of
King at 9-3 with 2 diamonds.
King of diamonds. C9 check.
Donovan chimes in to say, there's something regal about 2 British blokes commentating. Makes me feel smarter.
C2 bet 12,500.
Oh, Donovan. If only perception were reality.
British people either play the smart people or the villains than in movies, traditionally. Maybe we're just the villains, Donovan.
I'm the villain who denies people prizes when they ask for them.
But it's the way you tap your fingers together when you're denying them that's what gets me, that the viewers don't. And I didn't think they allow pet cats in here.
The hotel allows pet dogs. I'm sure you've seen the signs.
Well, they're more like pet rats that I've seen so far.
Yeah, I think they
dressed
allow
in designer little outfits.
They allow pet dogs as long as they are the size of rodents. Although not in the breakfast area, there is a specific "do not bring your dog in here" sign.
All in a call.
Wow, that escalated quickly.
Dame Patu. All in on the turn. Oh, anticlimax.
They have the same hand. Chris Day was actually the player at risk, but the river card is immaterial here. Because this is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Solo performance. Convy's out.
I did it once with Stapes to support him, and then Stapes did something that said I'm never going to do it again.
I see. So you'll do it for Stapleton, but not for me.
Well, you can blame Stapes. You can blame what? I can't get a card protector.
You're going on this. Mark Convy will not get a card protector.
Wow.
When I was a bubble boy, EPT of Prague, and no problem.
Ryan McNulty has a lesson which all other viewers should learn. He says, I learned my lesson about asking for stuff back in Barcelona. Don't fall into the same trap I did, guys. That's a testimonial from someone who has recovered.
Button,
Jordan Hoover thinks that Day's spewing a little bit since the ace-king hand. Well, you know, he did have a decent hand there to go with. So there was no spewing in that hand. But yeah, before that we weren't quite sure. We didn't really see his cards in a couple of hands he's played. Difficult to determine where his mind's at, but he played that hand just fine.
Oh dear. Poor Graphical Nick has gone into meltdown mode. He says, have mercy, James. Please don't talk about the PCA final table while we're on air. The scars have not yet healed.
That was the easiest final table I ever covered, that's all I'm going to say.
One raise, 4,800.
Wow, you've disappointed the fans. Jordan says, no duet for the chop pot song. I am disappointed. Donovan said you could at least have done the chop pot echo on the end.
Yeah, but you know, it's your thing. I've got my 4-bet alert. The Hello Sailor.
Hello Sailor is my personal favourite.
Yeah.
7 of clubs, 2 of spades.
Roland wants a sympathy shout out to everyone in the Global Poker Index office in Malta who is not going to the awards tomorrow.
I wonder if Roland is one of those guys.
I guess so.
Yeah. That's a shame. Sam Hayes is here from the office. She looks like she's having a nice time. She had a lovely meal in the restaurant last night behind us.
He wants sympathy, not the world's biggest needle jammed in his eye.
Sorry, I misunderstood the situation. Have you seen the menu for tomorrow night, though? It looks amazing, James. What? Sorry, what's that? Free wine as well? Wow. It's all right. There'll be photos and videos for you to make you feel like you were part of the event.
Roland, I can't lie to you about your chance of getting a ticket, but you have my sympathies. Meanwhile, hands have been playing out in front of us. Gailik v. Lakov gets checked on the river. And Gailik river to 6.
How does he do it?
Dominated hand. And then catches the 6 on the river. He raised pre, by the way, from mid-position with 6-4 suited. Checked the flop. Continued the turn, a delayed c-bet on the turn, and then obviously had showdown value and checked it down on the river.
It's great to have Ludovic Gailik around. He kind of makes you forget that Ole Shimian exists. An EPT live coverage without Ole Shimian is almost a tame affair. Get Ludovic in, he's the British equivalent, British-German equivalent.
Simon Baker has a great idea for PokerStars produce. PokerStars should make an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot t-shirt and have them for sale in the PokerStars VIP store. Hashtag want one. Love the idea. I want residuals.
I knew that was coming. I was just about to... There was a reason behind it.
Except, can you get residuals on frequent player point purchases?
Doubtful.
Seed A raise, 5,000. Seed 9 plus, seed 1 plus. Seed 2, seed 3 plus, seed 4 plus.
Under the gun raise for Wagner this time, 5,000 to go. Looks like it gets the job done.
I haven't seen many raise and take it hands today, and we've seen 151 hands now at our feature table since the start of play.
I wonder if, as players get more educated as time goes on, if they're more comfortable playing out of position. Maybe the fact that we've seen the opening raise sizes come down in the last few years. 3x was very common when the EPT Live first started going out in the air back in 06, 07, or whenever it was. Don't see that much right now.
Well, now have an update from the team covering the outer tables on the elimination of Barney Boatman. The player who took him out is Ayaz Manji. And to read the update verbatim, Mark, Ayaz Manji will have lots of time to think about what he's going to do with his chips, as he's just been given a penalty for excessive celebration after eliminating Barney Boatman. He was wrongly identified as a French player earlier on. I'm sorry about that. He's actually a Portuguese player who currently lives in Angola. He let out a loud cry of yes, 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 which we all heard, by the way, picked up by the cameras on our feature table. Boatman had already departed. His cards were face down, but Manji's pair of jacks and a queen-high board was still visible.
I've had quite a lot of dealings with Ayaz Manji in the past, and most of them I've been really sympathetic for him, and that maybe a little bit of a clue about why he reacted the way he did in this hand is that he's a businessman who's an amateur player, plays for fun. But I remember it was something like 15 or 20 EPT main events he played in a row without cashing. I'm not sure if he's broken that trend now, but maybe it's such a big deal to him to cash an EPT main event that it's a build-up and it's a release of tension of all those emotions over the years. I mean, no excuses really, but trying to soften our harsh view on his celebration.
Chris Day's better half gets in touch again. Paulina pointing out that was chop pot number 2 for Chris Day. She wants him to refocus, bring it back. And apparently he's an unpredictable man. By the way, those of you who've just joined us and are desperate to get that free roll password before the free roll maxes out, France Poker Series, all one word, France Poker Series is the password for today's free roll, which starts in 52 minutes time. 27,000 players in the field, so just 3,000 seats available, $1,500 in the prize pool. Get it while it's hot.
I'm going to love you and leave you, James. Stapes is coming back into the booth. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow on air. Enjoy the last 50 minutes.
To Mark the Convey for his efforts here on EPT Live as we play for another 49 minutes on day 2. How many players will be coming back for day 3? The tournament clock currently showing 157. 671 started the tournament across the 2 day ones. Only one late entry at the start of day 2. So around 386 players started play today, and only 157 of those players remain. Wally Derbyshire on Twitter says it's the 3rd yeah that gets the penalty. Discussing the excessive celebration penalty, which Ayaz Manji received after eliminating Barney Boatman on the outer tables.
I missed an excessive celebration?
The echoes were heard at the feature table.
Really? And it was just 3 yeahs?
Not just 3 yeahs. More a yes than a yeah, but very loud yeses.
Well, if there's one guy who deserves to have someone shout in their face, it's Barney Boatman. Not. Also, did I hear you say there's 27,000 runners in EPT Deauville?
No, in the EPT Live free roll.
Oh, man, because that would have been a lot.
That could have been a longer final table than the PCA with a field of 27,000. But I was going to segue nicely from Barney Boatman and his European Poker Award nomination to asking you how your meeting went with the organisers. Did you get clearance for all your jokes?
I'm more of an ask forgiveness than an ask permission kind of guy. So, short answer, no. Long answer, somehow they were stupid enough to not ask me. I will say that Alexander Dreyfus, you know, who's one of the motivating forces behind this, is such a good guy and so charming and easy to work with that he almost makes you forget that he's French. And then all of a sudden you're in a meeting with like a dozen French people and you're like, oh, I forgot.
By the way, we have a really weird hand here. We had the Gibbons from Patou, and then everyone else decided, hey, if he's limping, I'm limping. Day calls.
Way?
Goosen's calls. Bessanu calls. The blinds call.
Bet 11,000. C3, C5 pass.
These hands are never as exciting as you think they're going to be. I mean, granted, it was earlier when Chris Day had flopped the set, and who was it that flopped, turned trips or whatever?
Yeah.
That one was pretty exciting, but generally, look at that. It's one bet, 4 people fold. Simple mathematics, Joe. One person bets, and if one person wasn't called yet, that means 4 people folded. Get it right.
It's funny because we heard from Donovan on Twitter. He felt that there was something regal about having 2 British blokes commentating, said that it was making him feel smarter. You arrive and he says, oh, Stapes is here. My IQ just dropped.
I am really not a very bright person. If anyone who knows me will tell you that. All in a call.
Unbelievable.
10-7 and King 10. King Queen.
So Patou limped under the gun with 10-7 and somehow hit 2 pair. Must be nice. Against Geilik's top pair, but Geilik does have outs. Patou, of course, the player at risk. Oh, hang on, Geilik's the player with the 10-7.
Yeah, that seemed a little weird to me that
yes.
Geilik would have raised, called off with just top pair.
Geilik's the player with the 10-7, who of course got to the flop for free by being in the big blind. Patou, the player with the king-queen, so he limped under the gun with king-queen.
That's a little weird. Let's see. Once Geilik raises to 28-5, I mean, I think you can get away from it.
Oh!
And that is a much bigger 2-pair.
Patou now set to double up through Geilik.
River, 2 of hearts.
Wow. Get your guy right where you want him. Get him to get it in bad. And he just outdraws you. Hey, that's poker, everybody.
I'm talking about getting it in bad. Kevin McPhee's just tweeted to say, played terrible and busted the 2K. Don't know if I have it in me to play the 1K PLO. Just to bring Stapes up to speed on where we're at in the tournament right now, it's Dario Sammartino who's the overall chip leader. Zimnan Ziad second on the leaderboard, but Eugene Kachalov is among the big stacks, Joe. Eugene in the top 5 right now. We're just shy of 300,000.
That's great. I picked Eugene in my PCA last longer.
Doesn't carry over to Deauville.
Ah, more like Deauville. Sigh.
So with around 150 players remaining, with 95 getting paid, we are totally on course for the money bubble to burst during the first few levels of play tomorrow.
That's how we do. Bubble's gonna bubble. So I saw that PokerStars went ahead and tweeted a congratulations.
Yeah, the kind of cat's out the bag, so we have actually been talking about it, because obviously when the winner was congratulated, the actual winning challenge suggestion became public knowledge. So we've already revealed that you are going to have to run around the casino hotel complex 5 times on Thursday, and it will be filmed, shown on Friday, and people are going to have to guess how long it takes you to do it.
Yeah, it should be fun, question mark. I will say, I think I can give this away to help people handicap this a little better, that I may not be running at full speed this whole time. I may get distracted
I did
occasionally.
actually, by the way, I have been allowed to make 1 amendment to the challenge.
Okay.
You're not allowed to throw up. If you vomit, you have to start again.
That's ridiculous. I vomit very easily. I got a hair trigger. Literally, if I get a hair in my throat, I will throw up from it.
Well, no, extenuating circumstances are fine. I mean, if you're genuinely sick or you're gagging for some other reason, then fine, you'll be allowed to puke. But if it's just purely because you're out of breath from having run, sorry, that means you have to start again.
No, I was going to eat a massive breakfast before I did it, just in case I did puke. It would be glorious.
Especially if you ate the scrambled eggs from the breakfast buffet.
I don't know that they would come out looking much different. They already kind of look like puke.
Hope you're enjoying eating your dinner while watching EPT Live.
You know how many people I see at breakfast walk over to that tray of eggs, open it, and close it again without taking anything out? Everyone. I'm the only person who doesn't mind, like, the box of eggs.
C9 raise, all in.
All in.
C1 pass.
Novarokova's very short now, 26,300 at the start of this hand. It's open shoving for just over 10 big blinds.
Got a tweet in from Frank. We'll get to after this hand.
All in for 26,100. Go.
And it's Chris Day who calls out of the big blind, putting the Russian at risk.
I screwed this up earlier. It's Dayman, defender of the Nightman.
King Queen.
Day with ace high against the King Queen of Pereveroka.
Ace high, the slight favorite. Chris Day standing up. He cannot go broke. Not on this hand.
He'll be left with around 50,000, around 20 big blinds. If this hand doesn't hold.
King Queen picks up 4 more outs. Not really a flop you want to see, but not as bad as hitting a king or a queen. 4 is a safe card.
Jacks, kings, queens, all still good cards for the Russian.
7. River.
Dayman.
10, ace high holds. Another elimination. Seat open at the feature table.
I wanted to get to Frank's tweet, who says, it's pronounced Gaussens, not like a goose, but like an O in poke. Oh, I'm sorry. It's pronounced Gosens. Not like goose, but like O in poke. It's pronounced Gosens. Gosens. Well, thank you very much, Frank Van Horen. We appreciate your pronunciation guide. What is it? Frank Van Hieren. Frank Van Hieren. Frank Van Hieren.
Re-roll password on your screen right now. Only 1,500 seats left in that tournament. France Poker Series, all one word, will get you into the game. $1,500 in the prize pool. Not going to be playing tonight. But good luck to everyone who is.
Van Hofstren.
Wally asks, will you run miles or kilometers around the casino?
I think that's a super good troll right there. I think that's a good joke. I like that joke. James, do you mind if I'm a little distracted for a second and kind of do like a Google Street View and see how long a trip it is?
I think you need to research this. This is a big challenge that you've been set. Granted, not as big a challenge as swimming 500 meters in the sea would have been, but big enough.
I should have taken that one. You know why? I have web feet.
So we're down to 2 Russians at the feature table, one of them being Alexander Lakov, who raises here to 5,500. Folded around to the other Russian, Yuri Gully in the big blind.
You know, I should just make someone on Twitter do this. I don't know how to do stuff.
It's a clubby, straighty flop.
Sit for check, sit 6 check.
Well, first of all, I just looked up Casino Barrier in Toulouse. So let's switch to Deauville.
Yeah, we're not actually going to ship you to Toulouse to run around a casino.
Sit 6 bet, 8,000. 4 pass. Seat 6 wins the pot. 6 show the queen of diamonds.
Ladies. So James, if you can look over here at this map, this is probably the route I'm going to run, right?
Yes, that encompasses the Normandy Barrier and the Casino Barrier.
So just this here.
So down...
Because this would be the casino, and that's the hotel. But this is the...
Well, while you look at that map, we're going to look at some of the chip leaders as we approach the end of day 2. Zimnan Ziad is one of the players who has more than 300,000 chips at the moment, was the overall tournament chip leader at one point, but is now probably second on the leaderboard.
Is it the block that encompasses the hotel and the casino, or the block that encompasses the tournament room?
No, 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 the block that encompasses the hotel and casino.
Oh man, the other ones at least has a view. There's like a beach, and there's like a nice little finish line where there's EPT logos and stuff.
Seat 6 pass.
I don't think you can actually go all the way along there. I think it might be closed during the winter months, that street.
All the more better, obstacle course.
Seat 7 pass.
Why am I making a ruling on this?
Ah, whatever. The guy said casino. I guess you're right. I'm just saying the other one's going to look better on video. Whatever.
Seat 8 race, 5,000.
Whichever course is longest is my answer.
They look about the same.
Seat 2, seat 3 pass. Seat 4 pass. Seat 5. Go.
Tobias Wagner racing here. Gosens calls.
Dealers and players in the 2K Element Hold'em, all tables, now 75.
So I'm not going to lie to you, the problem I have is that Gosens is not as comedic a name as Goosens.
I know, I like Guy Goosens so much better. Let's just call him Guy Goosens. Who cares? We do what we want.
Joe Stapleton, he lives by his own rules.
Ace of clubs. Seat 5 check. Seat 8 shows pair of queens. Seat 5 pass.
Well, this gets checked down to the river. And Wagner wins it with a pair of queens. So let's check on some more of the chip leaders. With 30 minutes roughly left on the day, a couple of French players are big stacks right now. One of them is Yerai Iribaran. And sat next to him, Anthony Larust. Both players with more than 300,000. Both players with interesting choices in attire.
Sick.
I didn't know you could make a rug into a sweater.
Oh, you can make anything into a sweater, really. Human hair. That's about it.
I'm seeing one of the big stacks actually involved in a hand here. Chun-Ho Lau is the other player involved in the hand. Meanwhile, news reached us that Toby Lewis is out. Another former EPT champ has hit the rail. And now 149 remain.
I can't do this.
What are you actually trying to do? I thought you were going to do Street View.
I was trying to Google map it so I could map the walking route and find out what the distance is, but it's hard to like input intersections instead of actual buildings. And it's taking up too much of my brain. James, show me a cartoon.
Well, it's Chun Ho Lau who wins this one as we go back to the main feature table.
We run this tournament by a different kind of law. Chun Ho law.
6 score.
Geilik's raised to 4,800. It's been called by Alexander Lakov in the small blind.
6-7 raise. To 16,900.
And now we get a 3-bet, a squeeze from Ange Besnanu. 16,900.
Well, that's more than a 4x 3-bet. That's big.
When in France.
Frenchie's gonna French. This size of 3-bet reeks of jacks to me, my friend. That's what we used to say. This reeks of jacks. In a way, I don't really hate it though, because it kind of prevents a guy like Geilik who may just decide to take a flop with you with kind of random cards, and you don't want to play post-flop against them. You make a huge raise before the flop, and you win the pot pre-flop. I mean, it's not optimal poker. You're probably going to lose money in the long run, but if you think your opponent's got a post-flop edge, sure, go for it.
Well, he did go for it and got 2 folds. So here is Eugene Kachalov from Team PokerStars Pro, also playing around 350,000. Another one of the big stacks as we come to the end of day 2.
Eugene, the final table machine.
Those of you wondering why Eugene hasn't joined us as a guest commentator today, as we announced at the start of the day, that's the reason why.
Guys, I need the following chart. Thank you very much. 1 2 pass. 6 3 pass. 6 4 pass. 6 5 raise. 48. 4,800.
Here comes your boy Guy. Gosens.
6 raise to 10,000.
Min raise. 3 bizzle from the academic Alexander Lakov.
7 pass.
The academic.
8 pass.
Oh,
6-5, it's all in. Call by C6.
All in and a call.
6-5, so
that was quick.
Guy Gosens may be ready to go soon.
2 of cups.
Whoops.
Call by C6. Pair of jacks. Hearts and diamonds.
At least he's got an overcard.
Granted, he did only have 9,900 left after the raise to 4,800.
7 of hearts, 5 of spades, 7 of clubs.
We call you if coming king. Yeah. You call me? I'll go like, yes!
9 of hearts.
One more chance.
Well, if there is a king coming, it's got to come on the river.
It makes something.
3 outs.
It's a queen. Close. Banda Cigar.
Lady King. That's what I call him.
So, Gosens is out of here.
Excuse me, do you have the ID?
Look, I don't want to belabor the point, but we called him Goosens. He was doing fine. We called him Gosens. Now he's Gonsens. So, I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
Meanwhile, EPT Live free roll, full. No seats available. It's maxed out half an hour before it kicks off. Enjoy the game, people. We managed to get in time.
Not you.
Hardigan, you want to get in by 3% of Jason Mercier in the 250K Aussie Millions?
What does that work out as?
We got another big stack here.
Oh yes, now this is Sotirios Katupas, who finished second in EPT Prague back in Season 9 and had a deep run in the EPT Prague main event in this season, just before Christmas.
Sotirios Katupas sounds like it could be an EPT itself. Oh yeah, would you win? I want EPT Sotirios Katupas. Small island, so right next to Crete.
Have you got a calculator app handy?
Yeah. So if we want 3%, there's a markup involved too, and to be honest, I don't even know what that means.
Basically means that we're not going to get.
If we were just purely going to buy 3%, can I do that?
Yeah.
250, 0, 0, 0. That's 250,000, right? Times 0.03. 3. It's not 003.
No, that would be 0.3%.
$7,500. We can get 3% of Jason Mercier plus a modest markup. You want to go halvesies with me?
Nope. I was thinking if it was about 75 quid, I might do it. Oh, these are Australian dollars, right?
Oh yeah, so we're in. We're probably right in there.
That is around 75 quid. So yeah, we're in.
I kid, but I think they're maybe even beating the American dollar right now. You know, it'd be pretty sick. Joseph's written in with a good idea that led me to an even better idea, I think. But let's handle this hand first. Chris Day kicked things off with a raise to 5K. Lakoff 3-betting, 12,000.
Lakoff, the second biggest stack at this table. Tobias Wagner, the table chip leader, with around 256,000.
Back over to Day, man. It looks like he may be putting in a 4th bet.
Day starts the hand with just over 100K.
Yep, 4-bet.
26,500.
26.5.
Started with like 95.
70 something.
Now probably. Yeah,
Nah, bro, 100.
95.
Cool.
A lack of just calls.
Oh, 1,000 more.
Hey, yeah, Lakoff in position.
So a quarter of Chris Day's stack has gone in pre-flop.
Cool. Yeah, that's up. Flop.
The flop is Queen 5 deuce with 2 diamonds.
Action on C3.
And seriously, is Ange Besnanu trying to create the world's biggest chip stack? He's got them in 2 towers right now.
Like Lord of the Rings?
C3 bet 18,000.
Day commits another chunky percentage of his stack. 18,000.
Small relative to the size of the pot, but it gonna do what it gonna do.
The last player I saw stack his chips like that was Mohsin Chirania at the EPT Grand Final, and he knocked them in by mistake.
6 raise, all in.
Lakoff shoves on Day.
One stack, big stack, and behind the line.
Most of it's on already, Chris.
I don't think Lakoff's making a move here too often. And I think this is a play we might see someone make with kings. Flat of the 4-bet in position pre-flop. I think if Lakoff had something like, I mean, maybe he does this with a set of queens, but probably not, just in case Day doesn't have an overpair. I mean, Day's in a really tough spot right now, I think, even with, obviously with ace queen, he's in a really tough spot. I think even with an overpair, he's kind of been put in a tough spot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's totally conceivable that Lakoff would play queens this way as well.
Chris Day folds.
And that was a big pot.
The 9 of hearts.
Whoa! So when I say I don't think he's making a move here very often, that is obviously what he was doing and shows it. Yikes.
Lakoff up to 268,000. Chris Day down to 58,000. 20 minutes on the clock, but very soon they'll pause that clock and announce how many hands we will play at every single table before we bag and tag and come back for day 3.
I wonder if Lakoff's plan was to do that no matter what the flop was, or if it was specifically if there's no ace or king. Because I just think there is a awfully good chance you get snapped off there. Chris is a really good player, so I think he can find a fold there. You know, obviously, I think he can fold ace queen there. I don't know if he folds kings or aces that easily. Probably not. But that was gutsy. Lakoff went to huge pot. 60,000 in the middle before the flop bet of 18,000. Chris Day left with just 58,000 after that hand. Started the hand with 106,000, so he lost almost half his stack. That's the kind of thing that could really mentally destroy you when you fold away half your stack and it was maybe a bad fold. Now granted, maybe Chris had completely missed also and had nothing there too. So that maybe he wouldn't feel so bad about it. Yuri Gooley kicking things off with a raise. One caller.
6 of spades, 10 of diamonds, 10 of hearts. C2 check. C4 bet,
Denis
5,000.
Patu defending his big blind. Check to the razor. There's your flop, 2 10s and a 6. Gooley's continued for 5,000.
C2 pass, C4 brings the pot.
And that goes bet fold. This one goes to Yuri Gooley. Okay, so Joseph Mojo, or Joe Jojo as I'm going to call him, has written in with a few tweets. Can we make Stapes wear a heart rate monitor and a GPS when he makes this run? There are plenty of cheap devices to do this in real time. I think you should wear a GoPro helmet cam also. I would wear a camera if they had a GoPro to strap to me. I didn't bring mine. Mine's a little full right now with some vacation footage that should never see the light of day. That's right. That's right, Luis. My bum is on it.
You sure that's all that's on it?
Nope. Anyway, if they got a GoPro they want to strap to me, I'm happy to do that. I think it would be great if I could somehow broadcast it live. Like you know, over Skype or something, just tape my iPhone to my forehead and just run around the building. And if PokerStars is willing to pick up the 3... No, they're not.
5,200. C5 pass.
So 2 new players at the table. One of them an EPT champion, Antonio Matthias. He won EPT Villamora a few years back. He's in the 9 seat. And then Francis Augusti from France is in seat 5, sandwiched between Yuri Gully and Alexander Lakov. Banger says, oldest feature table ever. Where are all the internet kids?
This is a 2-day event. Registration will be open during the first 4 levels.
The graduating classes of internet kids to live poker players have been getting smaller and smaller. Probably something to do with those American fish being out of the swimming pool.
Seed 1 race, 13,500. The race is 13,500.
So Gully raised under the gun, Matthias flatted, and Geilich is now squeezed, 3-betting to 13,500. But Chris Day still to act in the big blind. In fact, Denis Patou is still to act in the small blind.
Well, if it were on Chris and he were thinking about it for this long, I would think that Chris maybe just sees that this is a potentially good spot. I don't know if Denis Patou is looking for spots the same way that some of these other guys are. It's possible. Patou probably just had a legit decision, but eventually folds, as does Chris Day. So back on Gully.
Oh, more sad news from the outer tables meanwhile. Jamila von Perger's just lost a big flip, down from 190,000 to 60,000.
I assume you don't mean a hair flip. Mad respect for Ludovic Geilich.
Is he showing a 3 again?
Sure is.
It's his thing.
Brent Waters, producer for the European Poker Tour TV show, has gotten in touch to say 7,500 Australian dollars equals 4,000 pounds. Does that tempt you to buy a piece of Jason Mercier? No offense to Jason Mercier, but no, it doesn't. In fact, if I were Jason Mercier, I wouldn't accept Joe Stapleton's money.
Certainly don't take it on credit.
Whoa, 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 whoa. In that department, you might as well consider me a Lannister, because I always pay my debts.
In time.
Yes, but I just think that I am unlucky money, and Jason Mercier doesn't want me having no piece of him.
Chris Day raising small to big. Action was folded to him in the small blind.
You just can't let Yuri Gully have a walk ever.
Let's see the flop. King of spades, 5 of clubs.
King 7-5 flop.
C3 check. C4 check. Turn. 8 of clubs. 5,600.
Check, check on the flop. Delayed c-bet from Day on the turn, 5,600.
River.
Gully calls, and the river card
Jack of spades.
is, as Marquetta informs us, the jack of the suit of spades.
C3 check.
Check by day.
Superhero by night.
The clock's been paused.
The clock is stopped now, sometime before the end of the last little fourth night. And the score, table number 23, how many hands will be played for tonight? And we play the last 5 hands on all tournament tables.
So Thomas Lamash, the tournament director, announcing that they will play 5 more hands tonight after this hand, which has been won by Yuri Gully. And on the subject of Yuri Gully, Mike Johnson from the 2+2 PokerCast gets in touch.
Hey, Mike.
To voice his bitterness. Mike says, did I ever tell you the time Yuri Gully and I got it in for heaps in the World Series of Poker main event, my kings against his queens? Yes, Mike, because last year when I came on the PokerCast to talk about our Deauville coverage, you weren't happy about the fact that Gully had gone deep and had featured on the live stream because of this hand. And yes, we know a queen came on the river, but I thought you'd be over it by now.
You don't get over that.
Mike says, get him off my TV table.
So he got it in kings versus lady kings, and it was a lady king on the river.
Correct.
Ugh. Gross.
Run Ace Estate, are you betting on the Merseyside Derby tonight? Which team do you think will win?
I love the derbies, the Merseyside derbies. They're probably my 4th favorite team.
And which of the teams competing in the Merseyside Derby do you think will win?
The home team. Is it a horse race, the Merseyside Derby?
No.
It's not. Is it a hat?
It's a soccer thing.
It's a soccer thing. Yeah.
Where 2 teams from the same locale play each other, it's referred to as a derby.
Oh, a derby. Oh,
so
derby.
For example, should Fulham play Chelsea, that would be a West London derby.
There we go. We got a derby right here. Gaelic versus Day.
Gaelic opens, Day shoves.
Tickets 1,000 starting stack. The battle will start in seat number 8. Your starting blinds are 25-50. I wish you the best of luck. Dealers, if you have 3 players or more, please shuffle up and in.
You know, earlier on when you said you're just like the Lannisters, you don't have a sister, do you?
No. But if I did, you can bet she'd be a looker.
And there is now information that for tomorrow. Tomorrow the time will be 90 minutes, and the redraw will work in 8 minutes. So from tomorrow, EPT event will be 8
No, I probably wouldn't, but I'd think about it.
Oh, can't believe you actually went there.
All in and core.
Gaelic calls, and Chris Day is at risk.
Is the EPT Deauville feature table derby.
Ace-4 for Gaelic. Ace-8 for Chris Day.
Chris Day in pretty good shape. Reasonable chance of a chop, right? With an ace-4 and an ace-8.
It's going to happen a decent percentage of the time. In fact, it's going to happen 20% of the time.
I'd say that's reasonable. Not when there's a 4 in the door, though.
Oh, gross. Chris Day with 1 foot out the door. Would like a sweat card on the turn, maybe a 10.
8's a pretty good sweat.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one. Come on.
6
or an 8. 6 or an 8.
That's what he needs, a 6 or an 8 on the river. 7 outs for Chris Day. Ah.
Ten of spades.
That's the card he wanted on the turn to create the sweat, but instead it comes on the river. And we lose Chris Day. His chip's going to the other Brit, Ludovic Geilich.
Well, that's disappointing. I was growing rather fond of Chris Day. Paulina, I release you.
Should go to the toilet now. Geilich back up to 135,000. Average stack right now is 140,000. 144 remaining.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, James, because I'm in a giving mood. In tonight's free roll,
yeah,
I'm going to match the prize pool as a bounty on myself. I'm gonna play the free roll tonight. Whoever knocks me out, I will personally, has it started yet?
It starts in 10 minutes, just as we finish.
Okay, perfect. I'll log in, I'll sign up for the free roll now.
For 200 euros or 500 euros to the race champion desk, whatever you want.
Let me just open my PokerStars client.
Joe, did you miss the announcement I made about half an hour ago?
What is that?
The free roll is full.
Oh, it's full.
Yes.
Oh, man. Well, guess there's always tomorrow.
To 8,000. 8 and 9. Pass. Seed 1 to pass. Pass. Seed 4 pass. Seed 5 pass. Seed 6 pass. Seed 7 wins the pot.
Person who races under the gun.
New hand. You have lost 3 hands. Button C5.
So 3 more hands. And then everyone who still has chips will bag them and come back for day 3. Remember, day 3 is the day the money bubble bursts. Join us from noon, Central European time tomorrow. Join us every day for live coverage from this tournament.
We will be here. Unless I have something more important to do.
Like the EPT Awards.
Not the EPT Awards, buddy. These are the European Poker Awards.
Oh, sorry, the European.
Apparently other people are allowed
Poker Awards
to be nominated.
In association with
the EPT, correct, yes.
Then raise to 5,500. Seed 1 to pass. Seed 4 pass. Seed 5 pass. Seed 6 pass.
Does he have a piece of room or why is he there?
7 pass. Then wins the pot.
Paulina says, thank you for keeping me entertained today, and the urge has passed.
Oh my goodness, she has to watch her boyfriend go broke on the live stream and incur severe kidney damage.
Button, C6.
Poor girl.
Yeah.
What's that?
Obviously.
That's tough to eat. I thought you were laughing at something that says, what's so funny?
Well, some number of hands are left. Maybe it's 2. I think it's 2.
Sorry, there are some people's tweets, so I'd like to read them. I'd like to give them an acknowledgement on air, but I literally cannot decipher what they're trying to say.
Our old pal Price Jack?
Yeah.
Love me some Price Jack.
Seed pass.
Joel, what the are you saying? Make my heart stop. Free roll's closed.
Seed 1 raise. 4,800.
That almost made sense.
Seed 2 pass.
Lorsqu'on le dernier est terminé, vous pouvez mettre le dans le sac, là c'est indiqué clairement en lettres capitales, donc prénom, chip count, nationalité.
Geilich continuing to keep up the pressure, raising again.
Et le fameux sac. So once again, player, once your last time is done, you got the bag of the chips. Please report on the bag, name, surname, chip count, nationality, your ID number, and please back
Gully calling the raise. So this looks like being the penultimate hand of the day.
The 10-15 ultimate hand of the day.
It's clubby, king 6-4.
Bet 5,800.
Oh, this is turning into a grudge match.
Gully calls the continuation bet. Board now straighty as well as flashy.
Guy like continuing to go at Gully.
9,200. Over in Canada, Mike Johnson is saying, yes, take all of his chips, do him in, stop him from making it to day 3. Even straighter on the river. And now Geilich slows down, he checks. Nice cameo appearance from that statistic.
And I was just about to explain to people that from reading that statistic, you can tell that guy like obviously has king 9 here. I mean, if you know how to read that graph.
Gully's bet 17,000 on the river. Meanwhile, Eugene Kachalov tweets to say finished day 2 of EPT Deauville main event with 345,000. Average is 140K. Play again tomorrow.
Kachalov me if you can. What I was about to say is if Geilich had a hand that he liked already on the flop, he probably liked it a little bit less on the turn and a lot less now by the river. And that's kind of what he's telling us right now with this card cap and eventual fold.
Maybe I got lucky. Maybe you had ace 10 of clubs.
Geilich wants to see a card.
Well, I think it's actually Alexander Lakov who wants to see a card. Gully doesn't show. So there is Ludovic Geilich's chip movement over the course of the day. He's been up, he's been down, he's been up, he's been down. He's set to end the day on around 114,000.
Pocket threes on the river.
Pocket eights. I'll top taker.
Pocket eights, that kind of makes sense.
That's what I said.
James, bad news. Last hand of the night.
Ah, the good news is we're back again tomorrow to do it all again. Tomorrow's the day we burst the bubble. Tomorrow's the day we crack open that prize pool of more than 3.2 million euros. Geilich raising. I think he's raised every hand since they announced the conclusion of play today.
We don't get a graph like that from Folden.
Lakov will take him on. Antonio Matthias in the big blind.
2400. are together.
No hurry.
No. Sorry.
Kelly really loves his hand since he used all the little chips.
He calls as well, meaning we're going three-way to this flop on the last hand of the night, the last hand of day 2.
Queen of spades, 4 of hearts, 9 of clubs, C9 check. Excuse me,
Queen,
guys, just
9-4.
was there, we have to finish, thank you.
I love the way Marketa runs the game. She's a woman after my own heart.
I don't understand, why is he not allowed to walk away from the table?
He needs to bang his chips at the end of the day. She's just reminding him that the game is not over yet.
8,700.
He's not breaking a rule, though, by being up from his seat. He's already folded his hand. That's
20,000.
because didn't he get pinged already today for leaving the table too soon?
I think it may actually have been someone who's not actually at this table who wandered in
Aha.
and was told that there is still a hand in progress. How dare they?
Probably somebody that just wants Ludovic Geilik's autograph. I know that's where I'm heading right afterward.
Well, Geilik continued the flop. Lakov immediately raised it to 20,000. The Matthias got out of the way.
We do know that Lakov is quite capable of getting out of line.
Free rolls now getting underway. Good luck to everyone playing that tournament. Otto says it's the last hand of EPT Live. Meanwhile, I had a double up in the first hand of the free roll. MBN. MBN.
WDC. WDC. We don't care. No, I'm just kidding. We want to hear from you guys.
Have some of that. Chip stack in your face.
So that was a click it back 3-bet, all in.
Whoa, and Geilik calls. Ace queen the hand for Geilik. King queen the hand for Lakov. Geilik said to get a big double up on the last hand of the night.
And I think that's kind of a weird raise with king queen. Yeah, you're going to have the best hand a lot of the time, but I think it's really tough for your opponent to continue with a worse hand when you get raised there. I mean, sure, like your king 10 and sorry, queen 10 and queen jacks may call, but that's really narrow.
7 of clubs.
Geilik just has to fade a king on the river to get that double up and come into day 3 with a stack of around 237,000.
River, 5 of diamond.
He's home and dry. So Lakov down to 148,000. Geilik on, close to $250,000.
And one more sharp turn in that graph before the end of the night. Doubling up on the last hand.
And that'll do it as Marketa counts the chips. The Wookiee Way on Twitter says, do not mess with her. This dealer rules the show, and I love her accent, as I said when she first sat down at the table. Marketa is one of the most proficient dealers on the EPT. As day 2 draws to a close, and Ludovic Geilik ends the day as a big stack, 236,000. Tobias Wagner ends the day as the chip leader from these players we've been watching today, 248,000. Francis Augusti, who just joined the table, will come into day 3 as a short stack, with the blinds going up tomorrow to 1,500, 3,000 with a 400 ante. As far as the tournament overall is concerned, the notable players, the big stacks coming into the tournament are Zimnan Ziad, Eugene Kachalov, Stephen Chidwick, Nicholas Schweety, and Yannick Rang. 144 remain according to the tournament clock, but there may have been a few eliminations during those last few hands of the day. With 95 getting paid, we will make the money tomorrow. Our coverage once again starting at noon Central European time, when we hope to be joined by various members of Team PokerStars Pro, including Victoria Corrin, who sadly did not progress beyond day one of this tournament.
She is notoriously over here in Deauville,
but loves coming here. Michael Josem, who made his debut on EPT Live today, will be back tomorrow with another edition of Josem's Journal.
How was Josem's Journal?
A very good roundup of the world of PokerStars. Excellent. More news from the PokerStars universe tomorrow, plus Neil Johnson will return to the commentary booth for our world-famous bubble coverage, as well as those regular updates from the PokerStars blog team. Make sure you follow their words, PokerStarsblog.com, at PokerStarsblog on Twitter. Live updates of this event, plus a full roundup of the day's proceedings, available soon. Now, if you've just joined us, if you've just got back from work, switched on the stream and like, oh no, what happened today? Remember the rewind function on the desktop play. You can bring it back to the start of the day and live it all again.
Work. If you just got home from the pub and forgot what you saw earlier, use the rewind function.
And remember, when we're back tomorrow, we'll be streaming in many different languages. We've got the Russians alongside us here in Deauville, but around the world. We've got German commentary, Italians, Lithuanian, Polish. Of course, the French team are here as well, broadcasting at PokerStarsLive.fr. And when we're back tomorrow, we welcome your contributions. Thanks to everyone who got in touch today, especially everyone who entered the competition earlier on. The Twitter hashtag is EPT Live. The email address is nuts@pokerstars.tv. Day 3, Bubble Day, starts at noon Central European time, not Eastern time, when this tournament continues. We'll be back then, but for now, from Joe Stapleton and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Deauville.